Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is the death and life of Erza Scarlet in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 91, Moving Forward in Life and War. It should be illegal, thought Ichigo, to make anyone get up this early. The prospect of Kukaki Byakuya, the sister-killing bastard with a stick up his ass the size of Mount Fuji, having any authority over him was a bitter enough pill to swallow, but being made to get up at 4 in the morning to get his lessons done before school somehow felt even worse. It was adding insult to injury. Even so, Ichigo stood ready in the spacious basement Urahara had created under his inconspicuous store, in a corner well away from anyone else. Ichigo got a sense that the captain wanted this whole affair kept to himself, and Ichigo felt the same. He had no interest in letting anyone know he was being strong-armed into learning a skill he didn't think much of, let alone from somebody as obnoxiously prideful as Kukaki Byakuya. For whatever reason, Erza seemed to get along with him better, but Ichigo had no idea why. He had last interacted with the captain when the man had made egotistical demands to battle Ulquiorra by himself, an opponent clearly beyond him. Ichigo knew he had a bit of ego, himself, that he took too heavy a burden on himself, but next to the nobleman, he was downright humble. Substitute. There it was. That tone, that authoritative, calmly superior tone that told him and everyone around that I'm better than you, I know better, I'm smarter, richer, and more skilled, and you are basically the dirt under my sandals. Ichigo bit back a sarcastic reply, and said, yeah. Let me assure you that whatever our differences, we are in complete agreement about this arrangement. I find it a frustrating waste of my time, and I have a very low opinion of you. Yup, definitely on the same page there, said Ichigo, shrugging. Nevertheless, neither of us has a choice. Do you recognize this, too? Yeah, Ichigo muttered, awkwardly scratching his head. You got that honor shit or whatever, and I got my mom breathing down my neck about this whole Shinigami business. And we both got my aunt on our asses, and she's even more stubborn than you or me. Quite, said Byakuya neutrally. With that in mind, to make this bearable, I propose the following. I will make an effort to treat you politely, as if you were a peer, and I expect the same from you. Yeah, whatever, Ichigo muttered. Is that a yes or a no? Yes, I guess, Ichigo muttered. As if you were a peer. The bastard sure didn't get off to a great start. It is important we set these ground rules down, else this arrangement won't function. My assigned role is as instructor, teacher. You will respect my authority on the subject matter, and pay close attention. You will apply yourself, and focus. Is this clear? You know, said Ichigo irritably, if I got it right, you got more to lose than me. I ditch on this, I get my mom on me, and my aunt, and that'd be a pain in the ass. But you would be sent back home, and you wouldn't like that, would you? Byakuya stiffened. If I were you, said Ichigo, his eyes narrowing, I'd adjust my damn attitude. I know you're used to talking down to people, but I'm not one of those people. You're a nobleman, but that means jack down here. Your social status? Nothing. You're strong, but not so strong I can't kick your ass. You wanna talk about respect? How about you show it before you demand it? You ill-mannered little dash, said Byakuya, heat briefly flaring through in his voice before he stopped himself. What I mean to say, he continued, and Ichigo could practically feel the effort he put into controlling himself, is that I am used to a certain amount of civility. We are, obviously, very different. But, this must work. This is a duty I am charged to carry out. You could certainly sabotage me. But, ask yourself, are you the kind of man who would? Are you petty and cruel, on top of your other character flaws? Ichigo crossed his arms, staring Byakuya in the eye. You know, this whole thing is a huge pain in the ass. But, no, I ain't. Hell, I can see Erza's reasoning behind it. I'm strong, but I got a lot to learn. But, man, why the hell couldn't she have got me her girlfriend to do it? She actually seems nice. Instead, I'm stuck with you, and it sucks. Life rarely gives us what we want, said Byakuya reservedly, but every so often, it gives us what we need. Yeah, Ichigo said dismissively. Save the fortune cookie crap for later. Let's just get on with this. Byakuya nodded, seeming relieved. Very well. Let us establish the basics, then. What do you actually know about the noble art of Kido? Jack, Ichigo said, shrugging. It was always about hitting things with a stick with me. Byakuya sighed. Very well, then. We shall start from the beginning. Kido, the demon arts, is not truly magic any more than a computer or electricity. It is the harnessing of Ryu-Ryoku, manipulated into the framework of what we call Kido, released as something we call a spell. So, how's it start? With yourself. How acute is your sensory ability? Not very, said Ichigo with a shrug. I forget your considerable inexperience, said Byakuya disapprovingly. Normally, a Shinigami of your power would have decades of experience mastering the basics. You have more power than most could dream of, yet your mastery of the most essential skills would be dwarfed by a first-year student at the academy. Rub it in, why don't you? It is a fact, said Byakuya reservedly. Do you at least know what Ryu-Ryoku is? I know that much, Ichigo said, annoyed. Reishi is spiritual particles, Ryutsu is energy output, and Ryu-Ryoku is power aligned with the willpower of the user. Yes, exerting spiritual pressure is one way we channel our Ryu-Ryoku according to our will. Another such example is Kido. However, unlike the simple brute force of Ryutsu, Kido requires fine manipulation of one's Ryu-Ryoku. Ichigo grumbled but let it slide. Fine. How do I do that? Focus. The first step is to learn how to grasp your own Ryu-Ryoku and channel it, force it to work according to your will. Almost all spiritual goings-on happen subconsciously, without your knowledge or understanding. The first step is learning to make it happen when you will it to, not on its own. Makes sense, said Ichigo. Sort of like how our organs work by themselves without us thinking about it, like how I can breathe without thinking about it. Byakuya nodded. The most important step is to begin to master yourself. Once you have taken the first step, once you have bent even a part of your energy to your will, it is akin to a gate unlocked. If you accomplish this, you will be able to, theoretically, perform any spell so long as you are willing to learn it. Geez, kid, at this rate you'll bore him to death before he'll get the basics. Ichigo turned around to see Yoriyuki, a confident smirk on her face, seated on a rock. She waved at him. He turned back to see a strange expression on Byakuya's face, a brief visage of horror before enforced calm settled on his face again. Shihoin Yoriyuki, he said, sounding like he had just eaten a whole lemon. You know, I'd normally be asleep now, she said, grinning, but I wouldn't miss this for the world. If you criticize my method, then perhaps you would consider attempting to teach him yourself, said Byakuya, his voice strained. Oh, I'd never try and take your job from you. You're doing great. Never mind me. I'll be as quiet as a mouse. Seeing Byakuya's discomfort and Yoriyuki's glee, Ichigo felt an unexpected pang of sympathy for the man. Lay off him, yeah? He said. We're only just starting out. Look at you two getting along, Yoriyuki said cheerily. You'll be best friends before you know it. Quiet as a mouse, remember? Said Ichigo, turning back to Byakuya. Okay. Said Yoriyuki. Where were we? Said Ichigo, ignoring the Catwoman. Manifesting your power, right? Yes, said Byakuya, his voice sounding a little odd. Yes, exactly. You are something of a special case, in that your intuitive skills and your power are considerable, yet your ability to control either one is lacking. You will find that the more control you exert over yourself, the better you will perform in all areas of life. As he spoke, his usual confidence began to return to his voice, and Ichigo nodded along, listening intently. He was far from the best teacher Ichigo had ever had. In fact, he was barely passable as one. His was a voice used to speaking without being interrupted or needing clarification, but all the same he was as skilled as he was knowledgeable. This would suck, but Ichigo decided he'd just have to suck it up and get through it. Getting better at this, at Kido, if it could keep him alive, he'd give it a shot. And then they just let you go. Aizen sounded quizzical, almost incredulous behind his carefully maintained calm. Lanza stood to attention in front of his lord's desk, having just recounted every relevant fact of his mission. It had taken him some time to get back. Stealthily exiting Karakara had meant walking all the way back to where he had first entered, and opening a Garganta had taken a considerable amount of strength with the energy-suppressing enchantment Lord Eisen had cast on him. So they did, Lord. I would not accuse you of lying, Lanza, said Eisen, leaning back in his chair, but that is a very strange method of dealing with an enemy spy. Lanza kept himself from flinching. The implied accusation of deceit was one thing, but there was also the potential of being accused of something worse, of conspiring with a hostile. Choosing his words carefully, Lanza said, as you say, Lord, I would never lie to you. I believe these strange Quincy's have different values than you. Different, how? They called themselves knights, as I said earlier. Although one of them seemed eager to kill me, Sir Jugram Hashwalth refused repeatedly. Out of honor, I believe. Lord, you are as ruthless as this hollow society demands you to be. I do not believe they are. They seem to value honor, courtesy, respect, dignity. They seemed very human in this regard. They sit on power rivaling that of a captain, Eisen murmured, and yet they have ideas as antiquated as the Godis driving them. So it would seem, Lord. And, you think there are more of them? That is my sense, Lord, although I cannot be sure. They may represent a small organization, or a very large one. I believe they are, at least, representative of their order's elites. Good, good. Eisen muttered, tapping a finger on his desk quickly, seeming to almost be lost in thought. They did not seem hostile, Lord, Lanza added, and as we might expect, they have no reason to side with the Godii. But we cannot rule them out as enemy combatants, Eisen muttered. I am sorry, Lord, said Lanza, ashamedly. I got myself captured, and with what I've learned, it's like we are no better or worse off than before. No, Eisen said dismissively, on the contrary, we have learned plenty. We have confirmed the presence of multiple captain-level Quincy's, with all likeliness we've confirmed the existence of a still-standing, long-lost order of Quincy's, and we've confirmed they have an agenda related to ongoing events. That is valuable intelligence on its own. They said they were there to help one of their own, Lord. An obvious lie, Eisen said dismissively. A secret order of deeply powerful Quincy's just happened to send their very best warriors to Karakara just as the Godii deploys as mighty a force as they ever have to the same city. Even if it's true, they obviously have ulterior motives. What would you assume that motive is, Lord? I can't be sure. Eisen said ponderously, cupping his chin with a couple of fingers. If it were me, I would be waiting from the sidelines, ready to strike once my enemies had exhausted themselves fighting. But, as you say, they seem to have different values. If they truly do believe in honorable conduct, then they would do as the Godii and announce themselves openly before committing themselves to war. But, of this we can't be sure. Exactly, Eisen said with a nod. You said they would speak with us again. They did not exactly leave their address, Lord. It may just have been bluster, but they did say something to that effect. Then that is what we must do. I cannot afford to have an X factor complicating my plans at this late stage. Surely you could adjust, sir, said Lanza optimistically. Of course I could, said Eisen, waving his concerns away, but this is a battle plan that rests on a knife's edge. I have accounted for the Godii, for mighty Yamamoto, for every captain under his command, for their weakling auxiliaries and the exiled visored, but an unknown quantity of Quincy's? In a worst-case scenario, I might be forced to retreat and my plans put on hold. Lanza nodded, uncertain. The fact that his lord took it this seriously meant the Quincy's had to represent considerable danger. Perhaps only potential danger, but danger all the same. Could you find them again? They changed locations as I left, Lord, said Lanza. If your devices can locate their riot so, then yes, I am sure I could. But, if they've decided to suppress it, then I believe it will be a matter of whether they want to be found or not. It would seem that way, yes. Eisen said thoughtfully. But, then again, they saw you coming. If they wanted to remain hidden, they could have vanished there and then, or just killed you. They let themselves be found by you. It seems on some level, they wanted to speak their piece. Yes, Lord. I'll see what Sale can work up, said Eisen. Be ready to perform the same kind of mission if I need you to. Should it come to that, I'll need you to approach them openly this time. If we wish to engage in diplomacy, we had best do it without seeming deceitful. Yes, Lord, said Lanza, enthusiastically, whenever you need me. And, Lanza. Yes, Lord. How powerful, specifically, did they seem? Lanza shuddered. The three women felt as if they contained the same force as a captain, but their leader. I hope I will never meet him on the battlefield. I would die before I had the chance to draw my blade, I believe. Quincy's. Eisen muttered. Just what the devil is their game here? He shook his head. Dismissed. I will see you later, Lanza. Your service is appreciated. Yes, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Said Lanza, walking out in high spirits. Eisen watched him go. This was an issue that would have to be resolved, and soon. The Quincy's might have no interest except to watch the Godei burn, but he could not take that chance. It took more than a few attempts for iPhone to do it. After a particularly intensive work session, she had realized she still had time for personal training. After another few hours by herself, down in the basement, it had at last been lunch. She had eaten it by herself, in silence, dreading what she knew she had been putting off. She'd have to face Yoriyuki. She could have done it already. The training was good, but she knew it was ultimately just an excuse. Procrastination. Putting off what she knew she had to do. The moment she finished her humble lunch, she had the strongest urge to march right back to her desk to continue working. There was always more work piling up. There were security reports to review, and they were of the utmost importance. She would be fully justified in continuing. It was not as if she had a team of highly qualified operatives reviewing all the incoming data. It was not as if everything had been quiet for weeks now. There was always more work to be done. But, there always would be. Captaincy, command, it was an unending chore. But, unlike personal interaction, it was something she actually knew her way around. She wasn't like Erza Scarlet. How did the woman do it? How did she just get along with everyone? How could she just talk to people, smoothly, convince them her way was right just through what seemed like a mixture of audacity, charisma, and grit? iPhone had extensive training. Her martial arts skills were, she knew, second only to one person. She was the best assassin in the Godei, and she had handled its intelligence flow for decades. From a young age, she had trained not just to fight, but to pry the truth from the unwilling, to manipulate, to lead and make the right decisions in life or death situations. It had been her life, her everything. None of that training had covered how to handle personal insecurity, or abandonment, or hate, or the complicated feeling of loving somebody she'd spent most of her life hating. For all her decades of experience, for being over 100 years old and as exalted as a military commander could be without being captain commander, she felt as helpless as a child right now. Murder was easy. A quick set of movements, perfectly timed, a knife sliding into a throat, that was a problem that could be assessed, tackled, and dealt with. Even if the result was failure, she would know how to assess that failure, analyze it, and prevent it from happening again. How could she handle something like this? By dealing with it. The thought was obvious, painfully so. One didn't run from one's problems. That was cowardice of a kind her father would have beaten her senseless for. You face it. But, as reasonable as that was, it took several attempts. It took for iPhone to decide, definitively, that I am doing this, right now, multiple times before she actually mustered the courage. Chastising herself for her indecision, her cowardice, she stood up at last. She had work to do, she reminded herself, and the sooner she put this behind her, the sooner she could get back to it. She found Yoriyuki in her room, lying stretched out on a bed, wearing nothing but an oversized, worn-out t-shirt. iPhone paused, just standing in the doorway, staring at the peaceful way her lady rested. Lady Yoriyuki. Are you going to come in or not? Said Yoriyuki. Hurriedly, a little embarrassed, iPhone stepped inside, shutting the door behind her. I didn't wake you, did I? I was just napping, Yuki said dismissively, sitting up. I sensed you coming. I'm a light sleeper. So iPhone nodded. Sleep with one eye open, that was one of the first and most practical lessons a spy learned. Slowly, she approached the futon Yuki had been sleeping on, sitting down cross-legged next to it. So, said Yuki, as some time passed, was there something you wanted? Yes, so iPhone said hesitantly, falling silent. It would be easy to say. I was stupid. I'm sorry. So, said Yuki. It's, So iPhone said. I mean. She fell silent again, and an awkward silence descended over the room, like an unpleasant smog. Look, said Yuki, sitting up, I get it. It's not easy for you. After what I did, I'm surprised you came to me. You didn't do anything. So iPhone said fiercely, surprised at her own anger. Yuki, looking likewise surprised, blinked. I saw the way you looked at me. I can't even imagine how it must have been for you. I turned against you again. No, you didn't. So iPhone said heatedly. A cruel, manipulative bastard made you think something that wasn't true. That's not your fault, and it never was. I could have resisted, said Yuki. Kisuk was able to. I should know better, but I didn't. Oh, please, so iPhone said dismissively. All of one person was able to see through it, and he's brilliant, for all that I can't stand him. Everyone fell victim. That's not their fault, and it sure as hell isn't yours. So iPhone. I've been stupid and unfair, so iPhone said, realizing she was, more than anything, angry with herself. I've blamed you. At least in the moment, I did. That was stupid, and I should know better. So iPhone, with what I did to you before. Yuki said, quietly. I don't blame you at all. I abandoned you once. I blame me, so iPhone shot back. I should be able to look past it. He managed to hit me someplace very, very sensitive, but it's not fair for me to take it out on you. So. I'm sorry. Little B. Yuki said, shaking her head. I think I deserved it. It's nothing compared to what you had to go through. An eye for an eye isn't how this sort of thing works, so iPhone said, shaking her head. Not, being together. So iPhone. I wanted to talk to you, there and then, said so iPhone, but I didn't have the nerve. Instead I ran away from it, like a coward, and I let it fester until our commander set me straight. So, here I am. Sorry. For being stupid. Yuki nodded slowly. All right. It's not all right, so iPhone insisted. Why are you okay with this? Why would you be okay with me being this unfair? Look, I told you. No, really, said so iPhone, why? Because that's no way to act. It makes me ashamed of myself. Yuki paused. It's because I feel like I don't deserve you. So iPhone shook her head. That again. The way I hurt you. The past is the past, and it can't be undone, said so iPhone bluntly. Focus on now. What makes the both of us happier? Being apart, or being together? Together, said Yuki slowly. So iPhone nodded. So, don't let me be this stupid. It's my responsibility not to, but if I'm this unfair, don't hold back. Call me out. You deserve better than that, so stand up for yourself. Yuki extended a hand, and so iPhone took it. She gently squeezed it. You've really grown, little B, said Yuki. I don't feel like it, so iPhone muttered. I feel like I have no idea what I'm doing. For all I know, I could have walked in here and ruined everything. That's how it works for most people with these sorts of things, said Yuki with a smile. Relationships aren't easy. Especially for people like us. So iPhone nodded. That's as true a statement as I've ever heard, she muttered irritably. I wish. What? It's ridiculous, and pointless. Doesn't matter to me. So iPhone sighed. Sometimes I wish I were more normal. I like where I am. I like what I do. But, when I see other people, let's just say that lately, I've started to see the value in being around other people. Ah, you really have grown, said Yoriyuki, a little teasingly. Maybe one of these days I'll take you shopping. We'll make a girl out of you yet. I hope I'll die before I'm that far gone, so iPhone said, making a face. Her heart was beating. The swirl of emotions inside, anger, frustration, insecurity, fear, they were slowly starting to die down. It had been, so much easier, after all, than she had imagined. All it had taken was that first step. You know, said Yoriyuki, if you'd like it, we could maybe go out, though. When all this is over, and you're not so busy with work. Maybe. Yes. I'd be willing to at least try it, said so iPhone, finally smiling back. For now. For now I actually have to get to work, said so iPhone, but I'll want somebody to keep me warm at night. Yoriyuki chuckled. I'll be right here, little bee. So iPhone nodded, and stood up. Thank you, she said. What for? Nothing, said so iPhone, or maybe everything. I'm not sure. See you around. See you around, said Yoriyuki, lying back as so iPhone walked out, her heart thumping. Momo sat back, letting out an irritated grunt. She had been distracted all day, tending to her duties in a half-hearted daze. What had Tabayam meant? Momo had done everything she had been asked to do. She had been diligent. She had gotten to know the spirit closer than ever before, she had pierced through the veneer of her cryptic nature and gotten a sense for who the blade was. She was approaching unity, full understanding, the key to Bankai, and now she had been thrown this. Bihinamori Momo. Tabayam had thrown cryptic statements and riddles at her for as long as Momo had known her, but somehow, this most direct and forthright statement was the most puzzling of all. Wasn't she already herself? It couldn't be literal. That would be a childish interpretation. Be yourself didn't mean just to exist as a mass of spiritual particles with a name and a mind. Be who you are. Be who you truly are, maybe? Did Tabayam mean Momo was not living up to her fullest potential? But, wasn't that what Bankai training was all about, accomplishing one's truest potential through hard work, both physical and mental? Be Hinamori Momo. Be the person she should be? Or, maybe she meant something else. Maybe, she had a different idea. Something sparked in Momo's head. Be yourself. Be your own. But, Momo was her own. She was indebted to no one, under nobody's thrall. She was not Aizen's puppet anymore. She was freer than she ever had been. She had friends, a girlfriend even, but, most people had those things. That wasn't tying herself down, that was life. All the captains she knew of had family and friends of a sort, and they all had Bankai. Erza, in particular, craved it. Momo balled a fist, frustratedly, and felt like throwing a Kido spell at the papers in front of her, incinerating them. The last obstacle to her progress, to becoming useful to Erza, to be the best she could be, and it was a stupid, nonsense riddle like this. Erza had just finished a patrol route by herself, having insisted to get out of the office and do something, besides pushing a pencil, even if it was as mundane as trailing across the cityscape watching nothing at all happen. It felt good to be out in the open air, sword by her side and a breeze in her face. Her route finished, she had decided to take lunch out in town. Stopping by to retrieve her Jigai, she had headed out, looking for some place to eat. She was just eyeing up a cheap wok restaurant when suddenly she recognized a face. It was a girl, a foreigner with black hair and a white cap, standing out like a sore thumb against the Japanese crowd around her. Hello! She cried out, waving and grinning, walking toward Erza. Hello, said Erza, nodding at the girl as she approached. You're Bambi, right? You remember me, huh? Said Bambi cheerfully. You make quite an impression, said Erza. She was a colorful sort, Erza recalled. She had only seen the woman once before, when Bambi had unwittingly crashed Erza and Momo's first proper date. Erza had bailed her out at a bookstore, short of money and making a scene. Yeah, I get that a lot, said Bambi casually. I've got what you call it, charisma. by the bucket load. Not to mention humility, said Erza, smiling cheekily. Oh, nobody's as humble as me. It's my one flaw. Erza laughed. Bambi's mannerisms were crude to the point of bluntness, but at the same time they were oddly disarming. It almost reminded Erza of her old guild, a long time ago, that kind of boisterous confidence. Well, said Erza, nice seeing you again, but I'm here to grab lunch. Please, let me handle it, said Bambi, as a thanks for last time round, you know. Sure, said Erza. She had some time, after all, and her duties for the day were mostly taken care of. If there was an emergency, she'd know. Right this way, said Bambi, leading Erza inside the restaurant. 5 minutes later, they were both sitting down with a steaming hot pile of spicy wok. Bambi had paid, leaving a handsome tip on top of it all. I guess you didn't forget your wallet this time, huh? Said Erza, digging into her food. My dad's pretty loaded, said Bambi, her chopsticks laying into the food in a manner that could best be described as assault. Restraint did not seem to be her strong suit. Erza nodded. She wasn't sure what to make of this woman. She seemed nice enough in her own way, but Erza sensed her way of being didn't make her too many friends. Anyway, said Bambi, I just wanted to, say thanks for last time. And sorry for, intruding. It's alright. Bambi shook her head, and smiled awkwardly. Shit, I'm bad at this, she said apologetically. This whole, you know, talking to people and not fucking it up. I only got my family for this, and they're stuck with me. I get that, said Erza. I'm pretty similar, actually. You. Bambi snorted. Look at you, you seem like you got it all together. A cute girlfriend, probably a nice job. It takes practice. A lot of it, said Erza, but being around people isn't always easy. When I was younger, I'd usually just beat people into submission if they weren't doing things the way I wanted. I'm good at yelling, but the rest? That takes practice. A woman after my own heart, said Bambi, nodding appreciatively. I'm good with my hands, too. A good beating, nothing like it, whether you're giving it or taking it. Erza raised an eyebrow. Sounds like you know a lot about that sort of thing. I'm in the military, said Bambi hastily, in, my homeland. Most of my family is, too. Following Dad's footsteps. Something like that, said Bambi, but he doesn't much like the way I act. Too rowdy. Sounds like the military's not the best place for you, then. I get by, said Bambi, but yeah, that's me. I'm kind of a fuck-up, except the part where I get to lay a beating on some bastard. You're probably too hard on yourself. Nah, said Bambi, I know my limits. I'm just lucky they put up with me. Erza gave her a look. Some people, she knew, never thought too highly of themselves no matter how well they fared. She could sympathize. Nothing ever seemed like enough, sometimes. So, Erza said, after taking another bite, you didn't seem too fazed about the fact that I was actually dating a woman back then. Bambi shrugged. Be weird if I was. There are some backwards dips hits anywhere you go in this world, but they're wrong and I'm right, so who cares? Erza nodded. Besides, continued Bambi, I like girls, too. And guys. Anyone hot enough, really. Erza raised an eyebrow. Oh. Well, that's good. Actually. I was wondering something, then. Better not be about girls. Bambi snorted. I'm not great with them. Erza sighed. It seems we're more similar than I had hoped, she said, shaking her head. Sorry, Bambi said with a shrug. Fucking women. Who knows how they think, right? Erza laughed. You're pretty strange, you know that. It's that raw charisma. Or just autism, I dunno, said Bambi with a shrug, grinning. I know I ain't normal. But, then again, I don't wanna be. Neither do I, said Erza. I think we're a different sort, you and I exceptional people are rarely conventional. I'd think you were hitting on me if you didn't already have someone, said Bambi cheekily. Don't mistake my words dash. Relax, I'm just screwing with ya, said Bambi with a laugh. It's nice of you to say, but me? I'm just kind of a nerd who spends too much time on the internet, when I'm not doing army stuff. Then we are different at least in some ways. I can barely seem to take an afternoon off from work. Workaholic, huh? What do you do? I'm, in charge of this special operation. For, a private security firm, said Erza, hoping her horrible track record with lying wouldn't come back to bite her. If Bambi noticed the falsehood, though, she gave no sign of it. That's cool. So, yes. You gonna be in town for a while? For the time being, said Erza. Then, maybe we could do this again sometime, said Bambi. It'd be nice to have someone to talk to. When you're not too busy, that is. Erza nodded. Sure. If you find me when I have time, I'm game. Bambi nodded back. Cool, cool. You seem, pretty cool. Thanks, said Erza, feeling oddly touched. The idea of having friends outside her extended family hadn't occurred to her, but, why not? It would mean lying, concealing the truth of her real life, but then again, who knew, maybe she'd end up trustworthy enough to know? Well, I guess I'd better get going before I start stuttering and this whole thing becomes a shit show of awkward silences cause we're both too socially inept, right? It'll be fine, said Erza with a smile, but actually, now that you mention it. Lunchtime's up. Yeah, said Erza with a nod. Duty calls, you know. Don't I ever, said Bambi. Always some superior officer breathing down your neck, right? In this case, I'm the one doing the breathing, said Erza, standing up. She grabbed a napkin, and scribbled down a number on it. Send me a text at this number sometime. I'll let you know if I'm free. Bambi took the napkin. See ya around, Erza, she said. Bye, Bambi, said Erza. As she walked out, Erza wondered about this whole thing. Would it even be responsible to be around a normal human, with all the danger around her? Was this a mistake? Well, probably not. Hopefully not. The room was dark and gloomy, as most rooms in Hueco Mundo were. Eisen had considered brightening it with artificial light, as he had done for his throne room, his office, and most spaces where his errand car tended to crowd, but something about the gloom was, a little charming. Brightness would ruin the atmosphere. It was a silly little indulgence, but the dark seemed appropriate as a place to discuss these matters. He sat in a well-made chair at the far end of the room, at the head of a long, large table whose bright white material contrasted with the overall darkness of the room. By his side sat Ulquiera, as dispassionate as ever, and Can-Aim, nearly as stoic as the Espada sitting opposite him. Last to saunter in of course was Jin, no doubt deliberately late. By over half an hour, no less. His habit of testing Eisen's patience had not waned, nor had Eisen's determination to never appear irked or frustrated with these childish games. He would not be provoked. Sorry, y'all, Jin said, with his lazy drawl. Lost track of time. This whole meeting was sprung on me real sudden, yeah no. As sudden as 4 hours ago, thought Eisen. Outwardly, though, he did nothing but gesture to a chair. Please, be seated. Jin, of course, sat down opposite of the chair that had been gestured to. Eisen resisted the urge to smirk. So predictable. I've got business we need to discuss, said Eisen. His tone was neutral and matter-of-fact, direct. It entirely lacked the flattering warmth he employed with the Concho de la Sombra. These three were the true inner circle, the only ones privy to the most important parts of the plan, Can-Aim and Ulquiera for their undying loyalty, and Jin for his predictability. The Concho was not worthless, but ultimately its purpose was simply to keep close some of his strongest, most independent Espada, to be assured of their loyalty. Where fear or indebtedness would not make a great motivator, faith would serve as an adequate replacement. Here, though, in this room, there was no room left to pretend. There was no need for it. Here, in the dark, he spoke as he needed to. It always felt liberating. The time is near, said Eisen quietly, leaning back in his chair. Soon, very soon, the invasion will commence. We are almost finished wrapping up the last necessary preparations for war. After that, it will be time for my plans to reach fruition. Really, now? Said Jin, looking up with faux excitement. Any specifics, Captain? We been almost there for over a month now, ain't we? Show some respect. Demanded Kan-Aim, making a fist. At ease, commanded Aizen, raising a hand. Kan-Aim's posture became a little less stiff, but he still glared at Jin quite well for a blind man, Aizen noted. You may well ask, said Aizen with a shrug. I expect it will be within no more than 2 weeks. I have a loose end or two to tie up, and Sale has projects left to finish. Like them papers that Trader Grimjo ran off with. Said Jin, and Aizen felt sure he sounded a little more smug than usual. Exactly like those, said Aizen, along with another surprise or two. Ulquiorra, he said, turning to the white-skinned Espada, how is morale among my warriors? Restless, sir, said Ulquiorra, sounding as apathetic as ever. The lower ranks wish for nothing but direct violence. Higher up. I believe the rest of the Constjo is quite dedicated to your cause, but even they seem to grow impatient. Even so, your will is fully respected. That bane cause you snap the necks of the ones that ain't patriotic enough, eh? Said Jin. Yes, said Ulquiorra, staring the traitor Shinigami in the eye, exactly. Aizen took some satisfaction in this. Ichimaru Jin had been used to intimidating everyone around him, psychopath that he was, but here in Hueco Mundo, he was surrounded by people who had seen his ilk and worse, and were less than impressed with him. Then I can expect them not to fight amongst each other when the battle comes. Said Aizen. Some old grudges persist, but your choice to recruit from hollows with no major history with each other seems to have paid off, Lord, said Ulquiorra. Good, said Aizen. Then, we'll strike as soon as preparations are finished. So long as my Espada and their assorted servants are spread out, I can expect them to kill a few captains. If a handful of the enemy dies, I will consider it sufficient. Gee, that's cold, said Jin. They hear that, they might think you ain't so concerned about their well-being. Aizen narrowed his eyes. Not that I'd gossip, Jin added quickly. I got a sealed gob, me. Ain't nothing getting out from me. Cease these childish games, Ichimaru, said Kan-Aim. He's right, said Aizen with a shrug. They're expendable. All of you are. For the prize I aim to take, there is no cost that is too great. So long as I can kill enough captains, I will have what I desire. Once the goatee eye is mine. That'd mean dealin' with the old man, said Jin, and that one, I recall, you was pretty wary of. I've made arrangements, said Aizen cryptically, determined not to share them with Jin. It will all be taken care of, old fools included. As expected, said Kan-Aim. You are our lord, after all, second to none. Sometimes, Kan-Aim's flattery, genuine though it was, rubbed Aizen the wrong way. Such close-mindedness represented the opposite of the enlightenment he sought. Aizen made no show of it, though. Of course, Kan-Aim. But, we must be wary, and everyone must play their part. What'll we do about the goatee eye knowing your real plan? Said Jin. It changes nothing, said Aizen. I expect they will attempt to seal off the city while we battle them. It makes no difference, they will not have the time to do anything permanent to the city. Unless they slaughter a few thousand, said Jin. This time, Aizen smirked. None of them have the strength of conviction to do this. Not even the old man. Hell of a lot to stake your faith on, said Jin. I know my enemy, inside and out, said Aizen, as intimately as any attacker could ask for. Truth be told, most of these delays have been about getting to know my own forces more than anything else. These inconsequential little incursions, they provided a host of battle data, and have allowed me to adjust my expectations appropriately. I know my enemy as well as could be expected, and I know my allies as well as I'll ever be able to. Ulquiorra nodded. I stand ready, sir. Command me. I know you do, said Aizen, assured that at least one person in this room was indisputably loyal. Ulquiorra was attached to him like a dog to his master, bereft of purpose and meaning without him. What more could he want from a servant? There is one last feint I would set up before we engage battle, said Aizen, turning to the Espada, one that would suit you, I believe. Ulquiorra nodded, and Eisen produced a remote. The press of a button started a projector, generating an image on one of the dark walls. It was a picture of summery brightness, taken in Karakara. A human girl was in the center of it. She looks familiar, said Ulquiorra. Inu Orium, said Eisen, possessed of some interesting abilities. But, more importantly, she is the adopted daughter of Commander Erza Scarlet, not to mention close with the anomalous subject, Kurosaki Ichigo. You wish for me to kill her, to disrupt enemy morale, said Ulquiorra flatly. Eisen shook his head. Not quite. Certainly, it would disrupt our foes, but I have a better idea. I am listening, Lord. At my command, go into the world of the living under concealment. Intimidate and kidnap her. Threaten the lives of her loved ones if she does not come along. Bring that fear to the very core of her mind. Take her here, where she will become our hostage. Plan in some fun times, said Jin. She will be inconsequential, said Eisen dismissively, refusing to rise to the bait, except as bait. With her taken, and with access to the appropriate technology through Urahara Kisuk, I hope to lure several combatants into Hueco Mundo prematurely. If we can eliminate them before the battle commences, then half the battle is won already, said Kaname, nodding approvingly. A crafty strategy, Lord. A few captain-tier fighters short, and our own forces will be all the more effective. But, say, what of the girl, when she has fulfilled her purpose? I care not, said Eisen with a shrug. Return her home if you feel like it. Like I said, she will be of no consequence once her role is fulfilled. Kaname nodded, seeming satisfied, and Eisen noted that the man's sense of justice had not gone away. An advantage and a disadvantage at the same time, that. I shall do as you ask, sir, said Ulquiorra, with as close to emotion as Eisen had ever heard the Espada speak. I shall bring her before you after carrying out your orders to the letter. Eisen nodded. As I know you will, he said reassuringly. When, Lord? Said the Espada. Soon, Eisen said cryptically. Very soon indeed. Jin snorted. Ain't I heard that before somewhere? Chapter 92, My Nightmare. How is it now? The hollow image, an ethereal, pale blue projection, flickered and glitched. Nozomi saw the image of the plan they had been working on turn on and off rapidly, a dozen times within a second, before it finally died off, the projector going dark. It's getting a little better, she said encouragingly. That means it's still not working, muttered Urahara. The scientist was on his hands and knees, fiddling with the homemade projector he'd made from scratch in his lab. He was sweaty, and he'd long since discarded his hat, and it was anything but a dignified look for him with his face down and his rear end up, face all but glued to the small plinth where he'd housed the custom-made device. Even so, Nozomi couldn't help but smile as she saw him there, muttering curses under his breath as he struggled to get the technology to work. He was a genius. A genius stifled by a lack of resources, but a genius nonetheless, and seeing this brilliant man hard at work, doing what he loved, it made something stir inside her. She felt like she could have watched him for hours. He'd worked on it for a couple of days now, before calling her in to have a look. She wasn't sure what spare electronics he'd requisitioned, but it seemed to have consumed most of the space in his lab, as his pet projects usually did. Wires, electrical casings, couplings, there was technology here she recognized from home, some of it clearly spiritual in nature. Other parts were alien to her, probably human in design. Come on, you ridiculous piece of junk, Kisuk muttered. Do not make me run across town to get a new part again. Oh shit. He swore to himself again as there was a spark. Some electricity seeming to have burned his finger, the rogue scientist flicked a hand with a hiss of pain, before quickly returning to his labor. This disregard for personal health, this total commitment to his project. Nozomi knew it would freak out most people. Personally, she found it admirable. Need any help? She asked. Anything I can get? No. No, he said distractedly. I think I almost got it. You've said that before, I think. Nozomi said mildly. Surely not. 3 times, actually. Oh. Well, I'm right this time. You've said that before, too. Young lady, I know what I'm doing. I am starting to question that, said Nozomi, a chuckle under her breath. I am completely and utterly in control of the situation, said Urahara, completely heedless of how much he was tempting fate and superstition aside. The irregularity of his work made such a statement a little ridiculous on its own, and I am all but finished in creating the bare essentials for this stupid piece of junk. If you say so, Nozomi said, watching with intrigued skepticism. To her surprise, the hollow image flickered back to life, fluctuating a couple of times before finally stabilizing. How about now? Good, actually, Nozomi said, impressed. Ha! Said Urahara, finishing his fiddling before closing up the casing, standing up with a grin on his face. What's it for? Said Nozomi. She was no stranger to hollow projection. In fact, it was a common enough feature in the science department she had left behind. The image she looked at, though, was indistinct. She could get the sense of cubic shapes, but it was all a bit fuzzy. Behold, said Urahara, thumbing a remote. With some effort, and a few more muttered curses, he managed to manifest the image he had been looking for. Karakura Town, said Nozomi, fascinated, observing the model. It was a very accurate model of Karakura, albeit not highly detailed, rendered in digital blues and whites. No. No, said Urahara, shaking his head. Look closer. It's more than that. Normally, with most people, Nozomi noted, he'd happily launch into a long explanation of his accomplishment in an informative manner that left no doubt about his superior knowledge on the subject. For her, though, he asked her to deduce it for herself. It's Karakura, centered around the areas richest with spiritual matter, she said, furrowing her brows. It stops at the perimeters we guard. There's not much to the outskirts of the city. Is it part of a defense plan? You're getting closer, said Urahara with a smile, shaking his head. Look again. What could you do with these plans? Nozomi focused, putting the neatly structured layers of her artificial brain at work, scanning through the data at a speed normal souls could only dream of. It's a theoretical model synchronizing the entire area with the kind of spiritual wavelength that the soul society exists on, she said, wide-eyed. With enough reishi as fuel, you could temporarily move the city premises into a non-permanent part of the soul society itself, leaving the inhabitants behind. It's quite brilliant. I'd never have thought of that. I know, said Urahara, a little smugly. Nozomi let him have the moment of self-satisfaction. He'd earned it, as far as she was concerned. Is this something you intend on going ahead with? The commander is keen on avoiding civilian casualties, said Urahara, and the captain commander would very much like to deny that scheming bastard the opportunity to form the king's key. When the battle comes, it'll take place somewhere he cannot touch his prize without first killing us all. That's incredible, Nozomi murmured, staring, her gaze fixed. That the idea could be conceived was not too strange, but that one man had managed to construct a working model of it, the amount of data processing something this enormous would take was something only somebody like Nozomi could appreciate. It's a very rough model, said Urahara, with semi-genuine modesty, but, well, I believe it will be necessary. How much is there left to finish? Said Nozomi eagerly. About, 80% is left, Urahara muttered casually. And, how much time will it take to finish? Alone? Quite some time. Use me, Nozomi said eagerly. You know how much I can do, what I can process. I was counting on it, said Urahara with a smile. We're together in this, after all. I'll make a call to the Godei, she said. I'll see what help I can get from there. This will be of vital importance. None of Mayuri's goons, said the scientist sharply. I do not trust him further than I could throw him. Of course not, said Nozomi, but there is quite a lot of technical equipment we could use, right? That would be helpful, yes. I'll petition the captain commander, said Nozomi. If anyone can get his ear, it's Erza, and I have her ear. Thanks, said Urahara sincerely, although I've got that part covered. I'll run the idea past him this evening. Then I'll make sure to do my part, said Nozomi, eager to be of help. I couldn't do it without you, said Urahara with a nod, quite sincere. You've become quite essential as of late. It took Nozomi a second to realize that she was blushing. So, she said, the idea is to first envelop the entire area in spiritual energy? But, where will we get the power? I thought you'd never ask, said Urahara with a grin. We'll draw it from all sorts of places, of course. We'll need some generators for that. As he launched into a complex, technical explanation of his theory, Nozomi listened, enraptured, only briefly cutting in to ask a question or clarify here and there. This was, despite the severity of it all, fun. Orium was surprised to find Rukia waiting for her after school, in a jigai, looking every part the normal human girl. She had finished her duties for the day and had decided to spend some time of her own with a friend. Nevertheless, Orium considered it a welcome surprise. Tatsuki had run off for training with Yoriyuki, and it was nice to have somebody to walk home from school with. They walked together, talking first only of inconsequential, everyday matters, like the subjects at school, tests, what so-and-so had said to his girlfriend at lunch. It was Orium who first fell silent. Orium, said Rukia, surprised. Something the matter? It's nice, this, Orium said, looking around her. She paused. What do you mean? Said Rukia. Look around, said Orium. The sun is shining. It's a beautiful summer day, and it's warm without being too hot. We're walking home together like we're just a couple of normal girls. How long can we actually do that? Rukia sighed. War is a heavy burden to thrust onto children, she said, shaking her head. I made my choice, said Orium, but, lately, I've been wondering. Wondering about what? Rukia's tone was attentive, curious, concerned. She was quite the actress when she needed to be, but right now, she seemed to wear her emotions on her sleeve. It was easy to forget that she was 150 years old sometimes, a veteran of conflicts Orium could only imagine. I'm stronger now, said Orium, than I was before. I can do more than ever. I don't need to be afraid of any old hollow. But, what's coming next is going to be so much different. I've seen these Aaron Carr. Grimjo, even when he was weak and sealed down, he was frighteningly strong and fast. Ruthless. And he was one of the better ones. He had to be. This war. It's natural to be afraid, said Rukia reassuringly. Only a fool would face something like this without fear. We Shinigami are no different. I won't disrespect the choice you made by telling you that you could sit on the sidelines, but still, you won't be a frontline fighter. As a healer, your role will be dash. I'm not afraid of fighting, said Orium, abruptly interrupting Rukia. I am afraid of dying, but I've been close enough before that I can manage it. I think. I hope. But, what I'm really afraid of isn't that. What is it, then? Said Rukia, surprised. I'm afraid I won't be of any real use, she said, shaking her head. You have good medics. You'll have a whole division of them ready when the battle comes. I'm not experienced. My abilities, they have their limits. I'm strong, but compared to people like Ichigo, I'm nothing. Orium. What I'm afraid of, said Orium, taking a deep breath, is that I'll get in the way. That people will have to go out of their way saving me. That I'll be more of a nuisance. You'll never be a nuisance, Rukia said firmly. You say that, but we're friends, said Orium, a small smile on her face. You are unique, said Rukia, not just as a person, but in what you can do. Believe you me, you will be needed, and the people you save will be grateful. That's what I'm trying to tell myself, said Orium with a sigh. Listen, said Rukia, shaking her head, you can't compare yourself to people like Ichigo. He's a freak of nature. And kind of a knucklehead, if we're honest. A nice knucklehead, said Orium with a giggle. He is, Rukia said, smiling at the thought of him, an idiot, but, the right kind of idiot. And more importantly, not the kind of idiot you should compare yourself to. It's hard not to, you know, said Orium. He was first in it. I've known him since I was a kid. He was the only point of reference we had for a while. Trust me, he's an anomaly. Rukia muttered. Actually, about that. Yes. I've read the reports about that mask he can use these days, Rukia said, the concern in her voice intensifying. I've seen it from afar when he trains. It is a dark power. Do you know anything about it? Why would I? Orium said, surprised. I don't know, said Rukia, shrugging. You two seem close. Friendly. We're not that close, said Orium, hoping the change in her tone wouldn't be spotted. He had been on her mind a lot as of late, and the way she thought of him was changing. If you say so, said Rukia, leaving it at that, but I was wondering, when did it happen? The hollow thing. Visored, Orium corrected her. That's what they call it. Visored. Like a knight's visor, I think, said Orium thoughtfully. Just think of it, he's sort of like a knight, in bony armor. I guess he'd need to ride some sort of bony horse as well. With bone armor. And fire in its eyes, and cyborg organs and a laser beam on its head dash. Focus. Focus, Rukia said with a chuckle. Visor, you say? It's the hollow made manifest, he said. Orium nodded. It's all about will. He has to struggle with it all the time. He has to carry such a burden, so much more than me. How, though? Said Rukia. How did it happen? He wasn't like that, before. I'm not sure, said Orium, but there was this one thing. What? Orium sighed. I guess it's not a secret, well, not to somebody like you, at least. I won't insist if it's private. No, it's all right, said Orium, shrugging. Some time ago, like a month, I was staying over at his house. I found him up at night, and he looked like hell. Harrowed. He told me all about it. A hollow in his head, trying to eat his mind. He made me swear not to tell anyone at the time. Said he had to work it out himself. I told you, if it's private dash. Everyone knows now, don't they? Said Orium, shrugging. He clearly doesn't care to hide it. Plus, you're a friend. You wouldn't take this somewhere it doesn't belong. I swear it, said Rukia firmly. Orium giggled. You almost sounded like your brother there, she said, shaking her head, all serious and honorable. Don't be ridiculous, Rukia muttered. I could never. Anyway, Orium continued, it ate at him. Obviously he fixed it somehow, but I think it's part of him. I think it's something he'll never get away from. It's made him strong, though. So very strong. I told you, don't compare yourself to him, Rukia muttered absent-mindedly, digesting what Orium had said. He wrestles with this, all the time. I think so, said Orium. I don't think he talks much about it, except with those people who train with him. Except to me. He talks to me about it, sometimes. It sounds like you're the one he relies on, then, said Rukia with a sage nod, for something that's incredibly important to him. We're good friends. Rukia gave her a strange look, then nodded. Friends. Of course. What else? Nothing, said Rukia innocently. Only, it sounds like he leans on you a whole lot. Anyway, said Orium, aware of where the conversation was heading, that's about all I know. Even with what he's telling me, I don't understand too much. I don't know where it came from, or how it works. I know it's made him very strong, very fast. Maybe it's why he's so unusually powerful. Maybe, said Rukia, sounding intrigued. You don't think he'll get into trouble, do you? Said Orium anxiously, I know how the Godei feels about hollows. I believe your mother would tear anyone who tried to approach him with a blade apart, said Rukia, and for what it's worth, even my revered brother has made no report that I know of, and he is not one to hide dissatisfaction with something like this. These are strange times, Orium. A lot of people who were supposed to be executed, myself included, were spared. The times are changing, hell, we even have an Aaron car on our side. When the war is over, I doubt they'll go back to those old ways. The Godei values its heroes, and Ichigo, although not formally one of us, will have fought alongside us. He'll be safe. Good, said Orium, relieved. Well then, said Rukia, I think we're almost there. Stay, said Orium, smiling. I'll make tea. We'll talk. Like I said, these times are limited, so I want to make the most of it while I still can. Rukia nodded. I'd like that, she said. Together, the two of them headed to Orium's home, the severity of their conversation dispelling as they drifted into lighter topics of conversation. And that leaves the Outer Rim. My team has gone through the data set 3 times, nothing out of the ordinary. So, you're delegating, at least, Erza noted, taking a sip from her mug of tea. So iPhone was running through another security report, finishing it up with the same meticulousness Erza had come to expect from the little captain. She paid it the same due diligence she did anything else, despite the fact that nothing of note had happened, no irregularities or even a hint of enemy activity. Not that she could fault her for that, professionalism aside, they were facing an unparalleled threat. As much as is necessary, so iPhone said with a nod, leaning back in her chair. It was a very slight sign of weariness, that even the indomitable commander of the Stealth Corps had her limits. Are you getting enough sleep? Asked Erza. Sufficiently, so iPhone assured her. I've taken your orders seriously, Commander, even if it means having to remind myself of their necessity. Erza nodded. Good. So, that's it, then. Nothing new. Thankfully, no, said so iPhone, shaking her head. Whatever Aizen's plan is, it involves keeping quiet for the time being. Frankly, I wish he'd get on with it, Erza muttered. The wait, it is starting to frustrate me. We can plan for battles forever, but deep down, I want them done with. Death, violence, all these things I can handle, but the wait? It grates at me. I understand, said so iPhone neutrally, but it will do you no good to nourish these frustrations. It is what it is. It might even be part of his game, making us sit here on edge. But, if we must wait, we will wait for as long as we have to. Erza sighed. She shrugged, and leaned against the doorway. You're right, I suppose. Well, I suppose you've got work to do. If you want to talk, I could spare a minute, so iPhone said, her tone the verbal equivalent of a shrug. We are not currently overburdened. What's on your mind? Oh, nothing specific, Erza replied. I was just wondering, how are you and your Yuaki doing? It's resolved, said so iPhone, a little hesitant. If you don't want to talk about it. No, I can, said so iPhone. It's just that the topic is a little sensitive. I'd have said sore, but that works, too. So. Erza said, pausing to think for a moment before continuing, are you? I'm not one for innuendos usually, so iPhone noted dryly, but this time, well, it's new. I'm not quite sure what words to put to it. It's complicated. You're not sure what to make of it, or how to feel about it, said Erza with a nod, feeling a pang of familiarity. Yes. So. Said Erza, throwing her hands up quizzically. I mean. Please, don't act like you have no idea what's going on. That should be me, said so iPhone dryly. I'm not like you in this way, at least, because I saw it coming. I just figured now was not the time. You know, with impending death and all that business. Erza nodded. Love's not exactly logical. Which is sort of the problem, so iPhone muttered, and that's not even the biggest one. I'm afraid to ask which that one is, Erza said sardonically. There's a list to pick from. Like, what is it like falling for somebody you used to really hate? You put it mildly. For most of my life, I was dedicated to killing her. And, that's not the biggest one. The wounds. So iPhone said, slowly shaking her head, sifting through her thoughts, they are as they are. I can work on them. But, even deeper than that, there's the fact that I was born to be her servant. It was beaten into me. I can't escape the feeling. That doesn't seem healthy, does it? Erza shook her head. I understand. Two people together, they should think of each other as equals. Even if they're not. Even if they're not. Erza nodded. Even if one is smarter and more accomplished. How can you respect somebody you think of as inferior to you? I don't know that I can do that, so iPhone muttered, shaking her head. Deep down, when I am with her, I still feel like I am the little girl serving her lady. There's nothing I wouldn't do for her, no matter what she asked. I question if that's actually a good thing. You'll work it out, said Erza. How do you know? Nobody knows, Erza countered. Nobody knows how this whole thing actually works, because everyone is different. But, people still make it work, all the time. Flawed, ignorant people still make love work for them. I don't know how, but they do. If they can, so can we. So iPhone gave her a strange look. I can't go on this way, though, she muttered, not just adoring her. Erza nodded. So, think about it. Talk to Isane, maybe. Process it. Step out of her shadow, no matter how hard it is. Whatever you have to do, do it. Because I think it's worth it. Do you know? Said so iPhone, looking Erza in the eye. Do you know that? Erza paused, hesitant to make any definitive statement. When you look Hinamori in the eye and fall asleep next to her, said so iPhone firmly, something very keen in her voice, do you know this is right? That this is what you want from life? It took some time, said Erza. This whole thing is new to me, too. But, by now? Yes, I am sure. I do know. I have real feelings for her. I'm not sure how, but I know. I'd stake my life on it. You would, wouldn't you? So iPhone muttered. All of this. Let me guess, give me a hollow any day, but sorting out this emotional crap? No thanks, said Erza with a wry smile. Are you a mind reader now? I've thought the same, many times now, Erza said with a nod. The hardest things in life aren't the ones we practice for. They're also worth the effort. It's hard, but, when it's done, you're glad you did it. I certainly hope so, so iPhone muttered. Maybe I'll get lucky and die fighting. A little taken aback, Erza said, was that a joke I just heard you tell? Don't get used to it. Morbid, cynical, and to the point, Erza said. That's you, all right. I'm no cynic. I consider myself more of a pessimistic realist. Potato, Erza said with a shrug and a smile. Anyway, I actually do have things to do, and so do you, I bet. True enough, so iPhone said. As Erza turned around, so iPhone stared out into space, murmuring to herself, step out of her shadow. She would probably have to. No, definitely. Focus. I'm trying, Ichigo muttered. He had come to the headquarters after school, as Byakuya had been out on patrol in the morning, and they had set about their business in the spacious cellar. Captain Kokaki Byakuya, stiff pain in the ass that he was, had proven a surprisingly bearable teacher. He had little patience for anything he perceived as laziness, distractedness, or carelessness, but other than that, he was nowhere near as bad as Ichigo might have expected. Stern, demanding, not at all encouraging, but also highly skilled, knowledgeable, and single-mindedly dedicated to his task. I went over this before, said the captain, and I hope I will not have to repeat myself. I got it. I got it, Ichigo said defensively. I remember the words. Basic theory, right? You set yourself at peace, you take command of your spiritual energy. And then I draw a circle in my mind, and envision myself inside it. I feel still, at peace, and I feel the spiritual particles move in me, like I feel my heart beating. Then, by force of will, I make them move. Not move, boy, said Byakuya. You make them change. You exert your will onto a part of your spiritual energy, which will form the fuel for the spell. How, though? Imagine the particles as little pieces of rock. By strength of arm, you can turn a rock upside down. By force of will, you can do the same with spiritual particles. And that becomes fuel. It converts the energy you put out into energy that is malleable for the framework of Kido. For the spell to work, It needs more than just raw energy, it needs the right form of energy. This is what makes the demon arts a subtler form of power. I've always sucked at this. Ichigo muttered. Try again. Ichigo breathed in, and sat down cross-legged, as if meditating. Breathe in, and out. Be at peace. Ichigo, who had never much liked being ordered around, much less ordered to be at peace, it seemed such a self-contradicting idea. Peace was not something you were meant to force onto yourself, right? Made an effort not to snap out some kind of smart-mouthed comeback, and instead did as he was told. It irked him a little, being ordered about like this, especially by Byakuya, but, then again, to be fair, Erza was a harsher taskmaster, and he'd pulled through that. And, the thought of more power, he had to admit, was not unappealing. And, you couldn't get there without taking the first step. Peace. He breathed in and breathed out, eyes closed, trying to blank out his mind. A month ago, he might have found that challenging, but the intense willpower his visored training had bestowed on him made this part, at least, child's play. Soon, he was breathing in and out peacefully, almost as if asleep. Good, said Byakuya, and to Ichigo, the captain's voice seemed distant, almost intrusive now. Take the next step. Ichigo reached into himself, trying to sense for his very own energies. Like air traveling in and out of him, his lungs growing and shrinking with each breath, like the slow, steady beat of his heart. As he focused, he sensed it. It was like hearing a sound never before noticed, because it was always there. It was like staring into the palm of his hand, noticing every little crease and slit in his skin, like staring into his fingerprints and seeing every little swirl. He felt the thrum of his own power. Like a beehive, ceaselessly rustling around without end, billions and billions of particles all moving too quickly to be perceived individually. He could feel his own spiritual atoms at play, restless even when at rest. The sensation was incredible, almost enough to break his concentration. He had sensed things like it before in particularly focused moments, but he had never gotten this close a look. Knowing he could not gaze at his own navel all day, as fascinating as it was, he envisioned the image of himself in his mind, then drew a circle around it. It became all he could see, all he could perceive. Although his body was quite still, he felt a slight tremor in his spiritual image, as if something had rustled it. He focused again, drawing on the circle. Will it to work? Overturn the stone. He focused again, on the circle, pouring energy into it. He didn't know how he'd done it, it was intuitive. If this was how it happened, then it was no wonder Byakuya could not explain it better. It would have been like explaining color to a blind man. Ichigo focused, his will manifest, and in accordance, a small part of him seemed to move. Good. Now dash. The captain's voice, which had seemed intrusive before, was like the rumble of a thunderstorm in Ichigo's ears, and his concentration broke. Nearly losing his balance, he had to prop himself up on his hands. Angrily, he shook his head. I almost had it. He said angrily. Yes. You must do better. Look, you dash Ichigo began, but before he could say something irritable, he was cut off. Hard at work, I see. Commander, said Byakuya, standing to attention as Erza approached. I thought I'd come and see what progress you are making. Not a whole hell of a lot, Ichigo muttered. I'm sitting here on my ass, getting to be one with everything, and it's still not working. Commander, Byakuya said, progress is as could be expected. Learning the basics of Kido is a monumental undertaking. Even a prodigious student would need over a year to master the basic framework. Captain Kukaki is right, said Erza, nodding at Ichigo. You must do better. Damn it, you heard him, Ichigo muttered irritably, getting to his feet. You expect me to master this shit? Commander, said Byakuya keenly, I assure you I am doing the very best I can. This will take time. He really wanted to please her, Ichigo sensed it. Whatever could be said about the man, he took his punishment seriously. Erza gave them both a scrutinizing look. Pausing, she at last said. That was not a bad effort. I expect you'll manage to manifest basic Kido transformative energy within the week. Certainly, said Byakuya, seeming relieved. Young Kurosaki is performing above expectation. Which I'm sure you didn't set very high to begin with. Erza replied. Don't give me that look, I'm sure you did. I taught him how to use a sword, and he can be very stubborn. I'm glad to hear he's changed for the better. So, it's okay. Ichigo said, a little perplexed, and surprised to be praised, surprised, and mildly offended. Neither of them acted like he was even in the room. It's like he said, Erza said with a shrug. This discipline takes years to master. Many Shinigami perform very poorly at it, even postgraduate, fully trained soldiers. You are doing as well as could be expected. Might have told me that before. Ichigo muttered. As you were, said Erza, ignoring his complaint. You still have an hour to go. Ichigo grunted. He had hoped that would be it. Seeing Byakuya's demanding eye turn to him again, he sighed, and sat down again, slowly clearing his mind. This was going to be a long road to walk. It was evening, and Orium had said her goodbyes to Rukia a few hours ago. With Erza still out late hours at the office, she supposed that left her on her own, which had suited Orium well. She had spent a lot of time thinking about the future, about what to do with her life, about the future and her place in it. If any the possibility was real, she knew that a lot of people she cared about might die. That they might find themselves on the losing side, and at the mercy of a man without mercy. These thoughts had frightened her before, but after her talk with Rukia, she had a newfound resolve. She had to face these thoughts, because they were a potential reality. Much as the Shinigami acted assured of victory, it was not a sure thing at all. They still stood up tall, and Orium, at the end of the day, only wanted to stand with them. Like Erza would, looking danger in the eye without a thought of retreat. Even as a healer, as a supporter, that was the path she had chosen, and she was not about to walk away from it. Sometime during her unusually focused, unusually grounded reveries, she had gone to the refrigerator for a snack, and realized they were out of milk. Orium had shrugged, put on her shoes, and headed out for a quick milk run. The store was just around the block. She really thought nothing of it. Danger was not on her mind. This was Karakura, her home. This place was safe. It was watched over by the best of the best, including the person she trusted the most, her mother. It was on her way back that it happened. Orium, walking by herself, lost in thought with a small bag holding a couple cartons of milk under her arm, didn't realize it at first. It took a good few seconds before she realized that the alley she was cutting through had gone very, very dark. It felt cold, and she felt a great power, frightening even at rest. A second later, she saw him, stepping out of the shadows. With pale, white skin to match the spotless white of his uniform, he looked like an angel of death. A bony protrusion formed half of a helmet on his skull, and the black of his hair and two straight, green lines running down from his eyes were the only contrasting colors on this ghastly white apparition. The lines under his eyes gave him the appearance of a sad clown, but he was anything but funny to look at, even for a mind as imaginative as Orium's. The bag clattered to the ground, milk spilling on the street, wetting her shoes. Orium didn't even notice. She stood paralyzed, staring him in the eye. After what seemed like an eternity, he took another step forward, seeming to tower over her. He stood a few paces away, and although his face was entirely neutral, although he had taken no hostile action, not even spoken at her, Orium found him terrifying. Inu Orium. The voice was dry and unemotional, a perfect fit for the Espada's pallid appearance. You're Ulquier, Orium said. She was trembling, and it took all of her willpower to lock eyes with him. She wanted to run. A very large part of her screamed at her to do just that, but she knew that it would make no difference. He'd catch her before she had taken her first step. The others are here. She reminded herself. This place was guarded. You are well informed. My mother keeps me up to date, said Orium, terrified, just about managing to keep her voice steady. Listen, I don't know what you want, but there are captains here. Several. You should know that. Whatever you want with me will mean fighting more than one of them. So, you had better think twice. They will not come, said the Espada, with the finality of a tombstone in his voice. Do you think this darkness is ordinary? I can conceal myself if needed. The space around us warps. It will not even be visible to anyone looking right at us. Nobody comes for you, Inu Orium. I will leave here unnoticed, just as I arrived here unnoticed. Orium grit her teeth. He might be bluffing. Then again, he might not. Either way, it was irrelevant. She was at his mercy until anyone could help her. What do you want? To kill me? If I did, I would not have wasted any time talking to you. So, what do you want? Orium demanded. She felt like she was choking, like she was drowning in the immense power the Car radiated. She was a tiny little fly, stood next to a god, one that could kill her with a flick of his wrist. You have love for your friends, do you not, Inu? Ulquiorra raised a hand, and beside him, there manifested, loosely, in what looked like wisps of smoke, the picture of Ichigo. He let the image hover for a second, before it changed, this time to the image of Tatsuki. Then to Chad, then to Urayu, then to her mother. You are to come with me without resistance, or I will kill them all, one by one. Orium shivered at his voice. You will not speak to anyone. You will not seek help. You will return here, in 24 hours, and come to Hueco Mundo as Lord Aizen's hostage, or each one of them will die. You, he said, his power rising a little. Orium, already terrified, sunk to her knees, overwhelmed by the raw power. Helpless, she stared into his eyes. They were cold, like a shark's, the merciless gaze of a killer. Orium remembered Grimjo. She had seen up close one of Aizen's most vicious killers, but even at his most frightening, even at his most threatening, he had still seemed somehow human. The godlike Car in front of her seemed entirely alien, inhuman, like something drawn from some primal nightmare. As she stared into his eyes, a sense of helplessness overtook her. She quivered with fear. Everything he said, she realized, was the truth. He could kill everyone she loved if he wanted to. If he could find her this easily, then he could do the same to anyone else. To Chad. To Urayu. To Tatsuki. To Ichigo. Even, to Erza. Orium realized her shoulders were shaking, and they resisted all attempts to come under her control. Ulquiorra reined in his power a little, taking a step closer. Orium still shook with fear, still felt unable to move, still felt like she couldn't breathe. He looked down on her, like death itself staring down on its next victim. One day, he said, at which point you will surrender yourself. If you fail to do so, everyone you love will die. You have their lives in your hands. Do not be careless with your decision, Inu Orium. Then he stepped back into the darkness, and seemed to fade away. The darkness lifted, and the oppressive presence of the espada was gone. Orium, still shaking, broke into tears. She had tried to be brave, tried to stand up to him, but she was still just a teenaged girl, and he was, horror given form. She stood on all fours, her chest heaving, overcome with fear. She couldn't let them die. She couldn't be the cause of that, no matter what. There was no choice. Momo yawned. She had almost finished her work for the day, and she was exhausted. She had gone on a long-winded patrol, followed by hours of division paperwork. Helping run the division from a distance was an unending labor, but it was the cost of having followed her captain here. Momo did not complain, but she found herself wishing for a reprieve sometimes. Currently, she was slumped on a couch in their headquarters, taking a well-earned rest. After a few minutes of just resting her labored mind, recuperating from the stress and pressures of everyday life, her thoughts inevitably strayed one way and one way only, as they had for the last couple of days, to Byam's riddle. No matter how much she thought of it, she couldn't wrap her mind around it, couldn't see a way out. It was not the first time the whimsical spirit had posed a challenge like this. As a Kido-based blade, its nature was subtle and required a keen understanding of the magic it employed and the spirit's own personality. So far, with varying degrees of effort, Momo had risen to the challenge each time. But, now? She felt like she had hit a brick wall. Be yourself, what sort of riddle was that? Usually, the riddle itself contained some kind of hint, an answer she could infer if she thought hard enough, but, was she not herself already? She had tried to think about what Byam could have meant. Had she changed? Had she been more herself before, only to change? What did it mean by that? Momo tiredly shook her head. It was frustrating to have come this far, only to be stopped in her tracks like this. Wearily, she leaned back in the couch, almost drifting off into sleep. It was unprofessional, of course, but Momo was tired and irritated enough to not care. She might have nodded off, or she might not have, she wasn't sure. What she did know was that the sound of voices talking brought her back to full consciousness. It annoyed her a little at first, but what was she supposed to do? Tell her co-workers to keep quiet while she slept, on the clock? Unwilling to stand up, and unwilling to go back to work just yet, she settled for sitting back. A few more minutes, then she'd get up, finish her work. And I guess what I'm saying is, I've had some realizations as of late. Momo blinked. It was Captain So-iPhone's voice, coming from the room next to the one Momo sat in. It lacked, somehow, the sharp edge it usually had. I'll admit I am a little surprised, replied a second voice. It was Isane's, mildly surprised but tentatively pleased. With all due respect, you have never struck me as the sort of person who likes to talk about her problems. That's because I'm not, said So-iPhone neutrally, but people do change. Perhaps I am making an exception. I am not sure. I hope I am not intruding on your time. Not at all, Isane said hastily, her tone reassuring. I'm on this expedition to care for all of you, physically or mentally if needed. Good. You were talking about Miss Yuryuki, said Isane, an invitation to keep talking in her voice. Yes. I confess, I've known about this for some time, even if I denied it. It's difficult. In your situation, I can only imagine it would be. Momo, in her half-dazed state, questioned whether she should be here at all. This sounded like a private conversation. She got the distinct impression that she was listening in, taking part in something she had not been invited to take part in. But, another part of her felt very curious. The harsh, no-nonsense commander of the Stealth Corps, opening up like this. She shouldn't. Then again, she wasn't listening in, not really. This was not a private space. The door was open in fact, all it would take for Momo to come into view would be standing up, maybe taking a step forward. She wasn't hiding herself. If the captain had been keen on privacy, Momo reasoned, she might have tried a little harder. That, and Momo was still tired. Unsure if she was right to do it or not, Momo continued to listen. If I understand correctly, said Isane, in a tone that Momo recognized as her professional listener's voice, you were raised from a young age to be her personal bodyguard. True, So-iPhone said, a hint of distaste under the neutral, matter-of-factly tone she kept. Imagine what that does to a mind. It's the way things were done back then. Still are, in some families. I could talk about that for hours if I really wanted to. Do you? No, said So-iPhone dismissively. That's a topic for another time, if I even want to go there. What it means, though, is that I spent my most formative years defining myself after her. I existed to fulfill her needs, and hers alone. It was my sense of self, a tool to somebody else. Go on. I might have been happy if that had gone on for all my life. Of course, it did not. She left, and it hurt. It left scars. The point here, though, is that more than ever before, I defined myself according to her after that. That meant being a lawful, loyal, by-the-numbers agent of the Godii, to set an example opposed to her lawless, disloyal one. I was less concerned with being me than I was with being what she was not. I never thought about it this way, until now. You find this unhealthy? Perhaps. Is it? It's not about my opinion, said Isane, but rather, what you think. Is it? Maybe. Maybe not. It set me on a path that served me well. I like doing what I do. I like working, and I like serving. That's not so bad. But, I get the impression you still have some issue with this. Being with her. So-iPhone muttered, before pausing for a while. I can't go back to being her servant girl. That I don't think is healthy. Does she ask that of you? She would never, So-iPhone said sharply. She always hated that. It's not her that is the problem, it's me. In my mind, I still think of myself that way, sometimes. So, what is it that you want? To be my own, said so iPhone, to define myself according to me, not according to somebody else. If I can do that, then it could work. Even though we're very different, even though she's fickle, easygoing, even if she seems shallow sometimes, it could work. It seems like you have a good idea of this already, said I sane. I suppose I do. A lot of people have the answers already. They just need to vocalize it. That's what I'm here for. I don't know how, though. It may take some time to unpack, I sane said hesitantly, but I think I can help. If you want, that is. I'll think about it. Momo, who had almost drifted back to sleep, felt a little odd hearing the words. To be your own. To not define yourself by somebody else. What was so wrong with that? She thought, anger briefly flaring up. What was wrong with a little dedication? Why wouldn't you want to live for somebody besides yourself? Then, she stopped herself in her tracks, biting back the ire. The captain hadn't been wrong, as such. Everyone was different. If she wanted to go her own way, well, let her. It was ridiculous. This was nothing to get upset about. This was Captain So iPhone's personal issues, not hers, and she had work to finish. Still feeling oddly annoyed, she stood up and walked back to her desk with energy she hadn't known she had. Work to be done. Things to do. A Zanpakuta to figure out. This was the least of her concerns, wasn't it? Her shoulders had stopped shaking. That was something, at least. Orium, her shoes still soggy with spilled milk, had managed to pull herself together, stand up, and begin walking back and away from the alley where it had happened. Her mind was racing, still overwhelmed with raw emotion. She had stared into the face of death, and it had frightened her like nothing had since the Soul Society's many terrifying encounters. No, not even that seemed to compare, here and now just in the wake of this encounter. She had fought battles with her life at stake. She had seen the decaying corpses of the slaughtered Central 46. But, in the case of the former there had at least been some sense of hope, and in the latter, disturbing as it had just been, dead people. She had stared into the face of Ulquioricifer, and seen the dead, merciless eyes of a killer. She had looked, and seen death. Power, the likes of which outstripped anything she had ever seen before. It felt inconceivable that such raw force could even exist. It had outstripped Ichigo's. It had outstripped Erza's. If this was what was waiting for them, how could they possibly win? How could she possibly do anything but obey? How could any of them do anything but give in and beg for mercy? But, as she stumbled through the city streets, slowly and dazedly like a drunkard, a small, defiant part of her mind began to rear its head. Doing the right thing is worth it, it said, even if you die. Erza wouldn't have given in, would she? As the fear began to subside, just a little, she started to think. There had to be something going on. The Espada could have killed her, easily. It would have devastated everyone around her. But, he hadn't. He'd threatened her. Why was that? There had to be some reason. Men like Aizen, she was sure, did not do things on impulse. Then again, she had no doubt they did not idle threats, either. If she told anyone, he was sure to try to kill her friends. A chill ran down her spine as she thought of the deathly white specter again, and she leaned weakly against a wall, breathing in and out. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw him again, felt his power, his ruthlessness, that voice that had spoken with the inevitability of the grave. How did people deal with this? This kind of fear? It was overwhelming, like a tide of darkness threatening to swallow her whole. A choice had been thrust upon her. It wasn't fair, or reasonable, or good, but that was life. Whether she was ready or not, whether it was fair or not, she had to make that choice. Swallowing down a wave of fear-induced nausea, Orium forced herself steady, and stood up straight. She balled her fists, grit her teeth, and looked into the distance. One step at a time, she began walking. She walked not toward her home, but toward the Kurosaki residence. Ichigo was struggling with mathematics when he heard the noise of the front door opening and shutting. His mother was still adamant he not let his schooling slip behind at all, and he was honestly grateful for the distraction. He sat alone in the living room. His father was still working, his mother was out, and his sisters were in their respective rooms. "Hello," he said, looking up from his books. There was no response, and for a while Ichigo heard nothing at all. Furrowing his brows, he looked toward the door, a little out of his vision. He was just about to attempt to sense for who it was when Orium came into view. Ichigo blinked. She looked haggard. She had a browbeaten look about her, staring down into the floor. Something about her entire way of being usually exuded a kind of carefree cheer, but it seemed gone. He thought he could see a bit of red around her eyes. Had she been crying? For some reason, he noted, she was barefoot. "Hi," she said meekly, a weak smile spreading across her face. For the first time in his life, Ichigo thought it looked fake. "You look like shit," he said bluntly, forgetting entirely about his textbooks. "Are you, okay?" "I'm fine," Orium said dismissively. "If you say so," Ichigo said skeptically, not sure what to make of this. What was he supposed to do here? As he hesitated, Orium sat down next him by the couch, leaving just enough space between them that it wouldn't be awkward. "Seriously," said Ichigo, turning to face her, "are you, okay?" "I had a bit of a breakdown," said Orium weakly. "All of this, you know, the war and all?" I get it," said Ichigo, nodding along. He felt stupid, stumbling through his words. He was not the consoling type. Tatsuki, she'd know what to say, or his mom, or Erza, but she had come to him. Why him, of all people? It's hard on all of us." "It's not as hard on all of us, right?" said Orium, looking him in the eye. "It's not so hard on you. You're really strong, Ichigo." Ichigo, painfully aware that he was more than a little dense in this area, quickly replied. "It's hard on me too. I just sort of deal with it." Was she feeling weak, or something? Like she wasn't good enough? That's what makes you strong, isn't it? You can deal with it. You can deal with anything. "I'm staying afloat, but that's about it," said Ichigo with a shrug. "I guess what you mean by strong isn't how hard I can swing a sword." "That, too, but yeah," Orium said, shaking her head. I worry. About you. About everyone. People might die. I might have to watch people I love die. I might even be the cause of it." Ichigo took a deep breath. This, he sensed, was a time when he very much needed to say the right thing. The problem was that he had no idea what that was. Perhaps foolishly, he opted for the truth. "Maybe," he said with a shrug, taking care to look her in the eye. "I'm not gonna lie and say there are no risks. If it comes down to it, I'll do my damnedest to protect you and everyone else, but maybe I won't be able to. Maybe it'll kill me. Maybe it'll kill all of us. I don't like to talk about it, or think about it, but it's the way it is. But, the thing is, we got no choice. We didn't start this. That bastard Aizen brought it to our door, and I know I'm not going to look back at it and say I did nothing when it went down." "There it is again," Orium said with a small smile. This time, it seemed sincere. "What?" "That strength," she said. "It's nothing," said Ichigo, shifting awkwardly. "It's not," insisted Orium. "You're afraid, but you're still going to do the right thing, even if it kills you. That's strong, Ichigo. That's why I admire you so much." "Thanks," he said, pausing uncomfortably. There was something about a direct compliment from her that somehow made the whole situation even more difficult, and he wasn't sure why. Orium pulled her feet off the floor and hugged her knees, staring into the floor. "That's you," she murmured, like she was talking to herself. "You'd do anything for your family, for your friends, wouldn't you?" "Sure," said Ichigo, giving her a strange look. Something was off about her. "Even if it hurt? Even if you died?" "Yeah. Even if it was really difficult." "Orium, what do you mean?" Ichigo said, frowning harder than ever. "Is there something wrong?" What's going on? Please answer the question, she insisted. For you, most of the time, anything would probably mean fighting really, really hard, risking your life to do it. But, what if you had a choice that was a lot harder than that? You know, one that wasn't obvious? What'd you do in a situation like that? Ichigo gave her a long, scrutinizing look. He wanted to ask her what was wrong again, but she had sounded insistent she wanted to know, and he sensed he would get nowhere until he had given her an answer. He began, thinking carefully. I'd try and think about what made the most sense, and do that. Even if it was hard. Doing the right thing isn't easy. If it was, everyone would do it, all the time, Orium said. She sounded distant, and Ichigo felt like he wasn't even in the room. That's Aunt Erza, he said, nodding. She's right. She stared into Ichigo's eyes, her stare suddenly intense. I trust her. Don't you, Ichigo? With your life. Yes? Look, Orium, what's going on? Ichigo insisted, his patience run out and his concern running over. I'm fine, Orium said. She turned to look at him, and this time, the smile she gave him was false again. No, you're not, he said sharply. It's okay not to be, but don't hide it. You have to trust me on this one, okay? Listen, said Ichigo, dogged concern in his voice, I know I'm not Tatsuki or Erza, but, if something's wrong, you can always come to me. You know that, right? I do know that, said Orium, and stood up, and don't put yourself down. You're not a bad listener. Orium. Ichigo said. He was about to stand up, face her, but before he could move, Orium had leaned in over him, one hand on his shoulder. Everything's going to be okay, Ichigo, she said, her voice barely audible. Thank you. Their faces were just inches apart, and Ichigo, in his confusion, realized that if this went on, he'd end up blushing. Before he was put through the embarrassment of it, though, she leaned in closer and kissed him on the forehead. This time, Ichigo really did blush. Hey, what? He said, befuddled. I'll see you around, said Orium, suddenly seeming calm. Like I said, just trust me. I'm fine. Ichigo just stared blankly at her. It was only when the front door slammed shut behind her that he stood up, and cried. Hey, Orium. Orium walked out the door, shoes in hand. She knew what she had to do now. Oh make. This time, it was a laptop flying through the air, and Momo was lucky to have come there in time, or the device which was Urahara's property, and Momo was not in the mood to explain why they had to reimburse him for destroyed technology would have been smashed against the ground. As it was, Momo leaped through the air, catching the computer before it could hit the ground. She caught it, falling to the ground without much grace. Nursing an aching shoulder, she approached Grimjo's little nook. Volumes of Berserk were stacked by one of the rocks with surprising neatness. In fact, she was a little shocked he hadn't thrown them all away if he was in this kind of mood. You gotta be fucking kidding me, woman. Snarled Grimjo as she approached. What is it this time? Momo said, a little exasperated. Did his friends get killed again? No, thank fuck, Grimjo spat, and don't fucking remind me. Alright. I read all the books, like a sucker, snarled Grimjo, and I even went to surf that interweb thingy, cause for whatever reason that was where the rest of the Dem series was. Was the ending bad? That's just the thing, said Grimjo, infuriated. There was no ending. The fucking thing left off in the middle of nothing. Oh, said Momo. Oh, right. Oh right what, woman? Grimjo demanded. I gotta fucking know. Does Guts get to slaughter that asshole Griffith? What about the world being fused with the demon world? What about Casca, will she ever get her mind back and start kicking ass? What about that retarded child that keeps following them? Or Farnese, or Serpico, or Skierki, or that dumbass wannabe kid? Damn it, woman, I gotta know. See, here's the thing, said Momo. I do not like the sound of that, Grimjo growled. The series is ongoing. Ongoing. It means the one who draws and writes it makes one chapter at a time, which is published in a magazine, only later collected in these volumes. Grimjo blinked. What kind of stupid-ass idea is that? Momo swallowed. It gets worse. How could it get worse than this? Grimjo cried angrily, tempting fate. The update schedule is irregular. The author often goes in hiatus. He's been writing this series since 1989, I think. Grimjo blinked. You mean to fucking tell me, he said, in a low growl, that the lazy fucker has been at it for like 20 years or something, and he still hasn't finished it. And he's not likely to finish it anytime soon either. God fucking damn it. Grimjo howled. I fucking knew you was up to something. You sucker me in with this fuckball's amazing series with, like, gore and violence and blood and dark shit that makes me wonder how fucking twisted humanity is, except it's actually a surprisingly deep story about friendship, camaraderie, trauma, defiance of fate, and desperate hope against the odds with incredible fucking characters, only to leave me hangin'. You bitch. I swear, I didn't know, said Momo. Liar. Grimjo snarled. Angrily, he sat down to sulk, murmuring to himself. Well, said Momo. Not talking to you, traitor. While we wait for the story to finish, you could try something else. Fuck off. It's fully finished. Grimjo glared at her, but Momo took the lack of profanity as a good sign. It's a really dark, brutal manga with surprising amounts of depth, just like this one. Keep talking. It's about the vampire Dracula, except he has massive handguns that he uses to fight Nazi vampires, a psychotic monster-hunting priest, and a werewolf. I have no idea what those fucking things are, said Grimjo suspiciously, but you say it's about a vampire with huge guns. And it's violent, yet well written. It also features a police girl with huge boobs. Who is also a vampire. God damn it, fine, Grimjo growled, if you fucking insist. I do, Momo said with a smile. But, I'm only doing it because I have to. Of course. Alright, gimme that stupid laptop, Grimjo growled, but you better not be jerking me around. Trust me, said Momo, I have a feeling it'll suit you. Chapter 93, I Reject. The sun had just gone down, and Orium was approaching the same spot, the same alley. She had a determined look on her face, her fists balled, but on the inside she was anything but confident. The fear of last night's encounter was still fresh in her memory, and as she approached the dark alley, it came to life again. The fear of Ulquiorra Cipher. The fear of what he might do to her friends and family. The fear of what awaited her. It was unfair, but it was life. She had no choice but to move forward, no matter how poorly this might go. She took a bold step forward into the alley, hoping she could somehow ease into the same kind of confidence she tried to project. He was waiting for her there. The alley turned darker still as he came into view, the summer night around her turned into a deep shade of midnight, and the air seemed to chill. It was the same kind of space he had projected before. Whether it was Shinigami magic or some hollow ability, Orium didn't know. It didn't matter, either. You have made your decision? Asked the deathly pale Espada. Orium nodded. You swear my friends will be left out of this? So Lord Eisen has promised. Orium, her courage already faltering, hugged her chest to try to stop herself from quivering. I made my choice, she said. I'll go with you. Ulquiorra nodded, and extended a pale, cold hand. Come, he commanded. Orium slowly extended a hand. A second from now, she would be in his icy cold grip, lost, a prisoner of one of the worst people in all of the worlds. Then, behind Ulquiorra, it was as if a sheet of the darkened wall behind him dropped, revealing a familiar figure in gleaming armor, a warhammer with a spiked head in her raised arm. Orium smiled. You son of a bitch. Erza roared as she charged, blaring with power the moment she started to move. Her Bankai already activated, Erza captain, soldier, and infuriated mother was sparing nothing. To Ulquiorra's credit as a warrior, he was already making to draw his blade, but Erza had come out of nowhere, hitting like a locomotive. Her warhammer arced round in a vicious blow, the head shattering Ulquiorra's sword arm with one mighty blow. The appendage now dangled at his side, twisted and limp. You absolute bastard! Snarling, Erza surged forward before the espada could retaliate, grabbed him by the head, and slammed it into the building wall next to her. Roaring out her fury, she dragged him out of the alley, leaving a ruined section of wall as she ground the espada's face into the brick and mortar. Erza threw him out onto the street like a rag doll and charged after him, hammer raised high. Ulquiorra, caught by surprise until now, managed to rise to one knee and raise his good arm in time to catch the hammer just under its vicious head. You bastard, Erza cried with the fiery anger only a mother bear could produce. You think you get to scare my daughter? Ulquiorra gave no reply, quietly pushing back against the overwhelming, rage-fueled force she exerted. At a point in time some 20 or so hours before the confrontation, Inu Orium was marching not toward home, not to collect her belongings and accept her fate, but to stake her trust in the person she trusted the most. Her steps, which broke into a run, took her not toward home, but toward Urahara Kisuk's shop. Toward the Shinigami headquarters. Toward where Erza was working late. Erza blinked. She had sensed Orium coming through the front door, but hadn't thought much of it. Whatever it was, she figured, she'd know soon enough. She was buried in work at the moment, and her focus had been on administration. Her division was suffering a little without its captain, and Erza felt a little guilty for it. So, when Orium burst into her office, nearly breaking the door when she slid it open, it made Erza pause. Her daughter looked harrowed, raw emotion on her face. Anxiety. Worry. Fear. Orium she started, concern in her voice, but her daughter did not let her finish. Erza, listen, she said. She placed both hands on the desk and leaned in, a keen, wide-eyed look on her face. I need you to get Tatsuki, Chad, Urayu, and Ichigo, now. What? Erza said, perplexed. Orium, what's wrong? Get them to safety, now. She was shouting. Orium never shouted. There was a mad look to her face. Whatever concerns and questions Erza had, enough gears snapped into place for her to realize the severity of the situation. She took a deep breath, and nodded. So iPhone. Erza called loudly. Quick, get in here. The little captain showed up with all due haste, saluting as she appeared in the doorway. So iPhone, I need you to secure our human auxiliary allies immediately, Erza commanded. So iPhone nodded. Of course. I'll dispatch my team immediately. What is going on? It's a matter of life and death, Orium insisted. I believe her, said Erza. I'll go, myself, said So iPhone. We'll have them here within half an hour at the most. Take Byakuya, too, said Erza. Understood, said So iPhone sharply. Executing immediately, Commander. As So iPhone exited, Erza turned to Orium. Erza gestured for her to sit down, which she did. She had gone quiet. The anxiety on her face seemed to have eased down a little. Well, began Erza, I just sent out 2 captains to fetch all of your friends. I hope there is a good reason for this. Orium nodded. He'll kill them, she whispered. Who? Erza demanded. Orium, what happened? Orium took a deep breath, and with tears in the corners of her eyes, she told the story. She told of how the 4th Espada had ambushed her, threatened her life, and threatened to kill her friends, all on Aizen's orders. Erza's expression went from one of anxious concern to one of complete outrage, her face twisting with anger by the time Orium had finished her story. I was so scared, Orium whispered, and Erza stood up from her seat, embracing her daughter. You're safe now, she assured her. I won't let him hurt you, or any of your friends. You did the right thing, you understand. Orium nodded weakly, leaning into Erza. I wasn't sure what to do, she said weakly. I thought I'd have to do what he said. I'm not like you. I'm not as strong. Just looking at him. I felt so sure there was nothing anyone could do. No, Erza murmured. You're strong, Orium. It's just that he is terrifying. Erza nodded. You'll keep them safe, won't you? Said Orium, looking her in the eye. You won't let him get to them? Erza, he's strong. I swear on my life, Erza said passionately, I'll keep all of you safe. He won't lay a finger on any of you. Orium nodded, smiling weakly. Inwardly, Erza felt a wrathful storm building, her heart was aflame with anger. Eisen had threatened her. He had threatened Orium. He had scared her little girl. He would pay for this. At the same time, despite her anger, her heart swelled with pride. Her daughter had come face to face with one of the most terrifying enemies Eisen had to offer, and she had not let herself become somebody else's pawn. She had refused to obey. She had been threatened, and she had not given in. That was strength. Holding Orium tightly, Erza grit her teeth. There would be hell to pay for this, but for now, she had to take care of her daughter. I want to know, Erza said darkly, just how this happened. They had assembled in a quiet little room in the back, a far cry from the formal, pompous airs of an official meeting. Present were iPhone, Byakuya and Urahara, all huddled around a small table. Scanners suggest no anomalous spiritual activity, said iPhone. It's as if he was never there. Urahara, said Erza, turning to the scientist. Working on it, he mumbled. Give me a minute to think. Erza had an urge to snap at him, but restrained herself. iPhone, she said, turning to the Stealth Corps commander, you have secured our auxiliaries. All secure, Commander, iPhone assured her. They are being kept in the basement, warded by spells cast by your vice-captain. Yuruaki is watching over them. They objected, but complied once the severity of the situation was explained to them. Good. Good, Erza said with a nod. It did a little to ease her nerves, at least. Forgive me, Commander, said Byakuya, but given the severity of the claims, is it possible your daughter may be mistaken? Erza turned to look at him, anger still burning in her eyes. I know Orium. She has an active imagination, but she would never lie about something like this. I make no such accusation, Byakuya replied, but is it possible she imagined it? The stress of the situation will have been considerable for a girl her age. It would not be the first time a soldier to the cause broke down. As comfortable an explanation as that would be, said iPhone, before Erza could fire off a remark that would most certainly have been unprofessional, the possibility of a security breach cannot be ignored, especially in light of recent incursions. Readings are all normal, but we all know there are ways to conceal oneself from detection. She shot Urahara a look. The scientist looked to be deep in thought. He couldn't have done it easily, he muttered, sounding as if he was talking to himself. Why would he? If he could do it to more than one person at a time, why would he bother with open warfare? He had every opportunity to murder all of you before he revealed himself, and he chose not to, just to make a point, Erza shot back. Which is somewhat reassuring, iPhone muttered, but doesn't rule much out. No, it can't be done easily, Urahara muttered. If it could, I would know. Do you know the effort that goes into creating a suppressant cloak that hides your energy? If you asked me to mass-produce that, I'd laugh in your face. And, if I can't do it, he most certainly cannot. Kukaki, he said, turning suddenly to the captain, you would be more up to date with modern Keto theory. Has there been advancements allowing for this kind of thing in the time I was away? Not to my knowledge, said Byakuya, and I do keep myself informed. So, it's probably a one-off, Erza said. Probably. Nevertheless, we're upping security. iPhone, when we're done here, I want some ideas on just how we do that. Understood, iPhone said with a nod. Erza shook her head. How? My best guess, said Urahara, would probably be some sort of space-time distortion matrix coupled with a riot suppressant. A complex spell, but not beyond the likes of Eisen. It wouldn't be very stable or last very long, but it would be able to let an espada do what you described. Erza made a fist. That bastard, she growled. He had to go and make it personal. What is his aim? Byakuya asked. What does he gain from kidnapping a human auxiliary? Eisen wouldn't do something like this for no reason, Erza muttered. There has to be some strategy to it. Quite possibly it's meant to destabilize our leadership. Meaning you, Commander, said iPhone. A psychological attack. Said Urahara. Sure. Makes enough sense. The real question, said Byakuya, with respect, Commander, is, what do we do next? Do we keep the auxiliaries under lock and key indefinitely? Do we take the threat fully seriously, or do we assume it was a scare tactic? Of course we take it seriously, Erza growled. I am not gambling with any of their lives. This was Ulquiorra Cipher, said Byakuya thoughtfully, the same Espada I was unable to defeat earlier. One of Aizen's very strongest, correct? Fourth strongest, yes, Erza said with a nod. A Vastolord, without doubt. Imagine, said Byakuya, if we could use this as an opportunity to capture or eliminate him. A singular Espada, even a high-ranking one, would find himself in dire straits against the four of us. Now, there's an idea, said So iPhone keenly. Imagine robbing Aizen of one of his strongest pieces before the war has even begun. How would you see that done, said Erza sharply. He came for Orium. Do you think he'll not sense you coming? You heard Urahara concealment is no easy feat. Besides, why would he even come if Orium wasn't there? I'll be there. The words were uncertain and hesitant, spoken with the quickness of somebody eager to get them out before they changed their mind. It was Orium, standing there with her fists balled. Erza sat up straight, staring at her. She hadn't even noticed her coming. Orium, she said sharply. You're supposed to be down in the basement. Leave this to us, and get back to your Yuaki. No, Orium said meekly, shaking her head. You said you could get him, right? That is entirely beside the point. Erza said angrily. Please answer the question. The quiet, reserved way she said it made it all the harder. If Orium had been defiant, it would have been easy enough for Erza to put her foot down, but it was impossible to do it to somebody as fearful and restrained as this. So iPhone gave Erza a look, the commander sighed and gave her a nod in return. I certainly believe we would be at a strong advantage if we set up the right conditions, she said cautiously. I would relish the opportunity, said Byakuya. I can't say it wouldn't be interesting, said Urahara with a shrug. How would we even do it? Snarled Erza. You told me, it's hard to conceal yourself. He would grab her and leave, and I'd be one daughter short. Hell, I can't believe we're even discussing this. It's hard to disguise more than one person, Urahara said slyly, but just the one person? I have just the item. He would never see you coming. He would never even expect it. If one of us could attack him from behind, said So iPhone slowly, constructing a theory as she spoke, and the rest of us were hidden far away enough, manually suppressing our riot so, then charged in as we sensed combat ensuing, all we'd need to do is keep him occupied until we could surround him. Do it, Orium said, her voice somehow firm despite its faintness. Use me as bait. I don't mind. Orium. Erza said angrily. Listen here, under no circumstances will I allow you to do something this dangerous and reckless. I'll do it. I don't care how dangerous or scary it is, said Orium. Orium, I forbid you. Erza said, her chola rising even further. Erza, listen to me. Orium pleaded. He came out of nowhere and threatened me and everyone I love, and I couldn't do anything about it. I can't fight him, I'm not strong enough, but I can do this. This is the one thing I can do to hurt him, to get back at him, to stop being afraid all the time, so please let me do it. Erza balled a fist, and realized, to her horror, that she was considering it. It's too dangerous, she said, refusing to yield so easily. We don't know what he's capable of. He might just kill you there and then. Does that sound like Aizen? Asked Urahara. To go to the trouble of pretending to kidnap, when he might just have killed her there and then. I wouldn't put it past him. Erza blurted. He's an overcomplicated madman with no regard for human life. Erza, please, said Orium. It's the only way I can take something back. Erza grit her teeth. Orium, do you even realize the danger you'd be in? I looked into his eyes, Orium whispered. It was like seeing my own death. Yes, I do. The girl shows commendable bravery, said Byakuya, nodding with approval. If she is willing to play her part as an auxiliary, commander, why not let her? You shut up. Erza snarled. You just want a rematch because you're sore about last time. What if we put you there, Urahara cut in, hidden. The one person you could trust to care for her well-being more than anyone else. Imagine it, letting loose against the bastard who threatened her. Don't tempt me with revenge, Erza growled. It's a base, pitiful emotion with no regard for justice. But it is tempting, no? Said Urahara, a smile on his face. It was. That was what scared her. Not as much as the idea of Orium being hurt, or worse, but it scared her still. Acting in anger was not her way. But, if she considered it objectively for a second. Ulquiorra Sifur. Dead. A Vastolord gone from Eisen's service. And, for Orium, some sense of closure. It was madness. How could she put her daughter in danger like this? How could she deny her this chance? Her instinct was to protect. But, her values told her the girl needed a chance to stand on her own, even if it was dangerous. Even if it was a little mad. How close could you all be? She asked. Yes. Orium cheered. Hypothetically, said Erza sharply. I am not convinced just yet. But, let's say I go along with your plan. Just how would we do this? I believe Captain So iPhone has a sound theory already, said Urahara, crossing his fingers as he leaned in over the table. All we'd need is a map of the area and a specific idea of how to engage. Concealment is easy enough. I have a cloak just for that purpose. You don it, stand in the right space, wait for him to show up. Erza let the hammer blows rain down liberally, her arm rising and lowering again like a piston. Ulquiorra had managed to regain his feet, even reaching for his sword, but Erza was having none of it. The shield summoned to her left arm, she bashed it against his head. The Aaron-car went tumbling back, nearly losing his footing, and Erza exploited the opening to the fullest. As he could only shield himself with his left arm, the right still twisted and broken from her first attack, she could strike again and again without fear. His skin was as tough as she would expect, but against the concentrated strikes of her Bankai, from a weapon designed to crack armor, she drew blood over and over, leaving one nasty, reddened area after another. His arm was fracturing, bleeding internally. She had the momentum, and she had no intention of giving it up. Ulquiorra, expressionlessly deflecting blow after blow, thought very hard on what to do. It was safe to say, at this point, that things had not gone to plan, not in the slightest. It was surprising to say the least that the girl had had the courage to defy him. He had been sure her will had been broken, that she had been suitably terrified when he had left. She was supposed to be the friliest member of the group of rookies that, under Urahara's machinations, had invaded the Soul Society. Yet here he was, battling her furious mother, a Shinigami captain with murder in her eyes. Under normal circumstances, Ulquiorra would never have been concerned. Erza Scarlet was powerful, strong enough to merit going all out in a drawn-out battle even, but his strength was considerable and his experience long-reaching. Erza Scarlet, along with most captains, were not opponents he feared. No, feared was the wrong word, because fear was an emotion Ulquiorra had long since forgotten. Concern was more accurate. He would not have been concerned with her, if not for the fact that he had been caught under the worst possible circumstances, ambushed, fully caught by surprise, no doubt from some devious device of Urahara Kisuk's making, instantly wounded in the worst place, reduced to playing defense, disarmed, fighting an opponent carrying a weapon optimized against his natural defenses, a blunt weapon that didn't care that it couldn't easily pierce his arrow, because where it struck, bones would snap. It would be a moment's work to draw his blade, which would increase his odds even while using his offhand, but he didn't have a moment, not even the blink of an eye. She continuously struck with furious speed, her movements a blur, and only instinctive movements kept him from losing the use of his other arm. He continued striking just under the hammer's head, catching it on his forearm and avoiding the worst of the damage. Another solid hit, he knew, might ruin his arm, and then he'd be quite defenseless. His right arm was already healing, but it might take a minute before it could even move, and a minute could be an eternity in a fight like this. Ulquiorra Sifur was a dispassionate, unemotional figure, and although he was not prone to swearing, a sense of frustration was building inside him. It had been ages since he had been caught unawares like this, forced into a near-desperate situation. It simply didn't happen to him. Worse, he was sure she wasn't alone. The commotion alone would draw the attention of the other captains, even if this wasn't a prepared ambush. His time was short, perhaps shorter than the minute he needed to recover his broken arm. Bambi stood on a rooftop, leaned on her elbows against the railing, staring out into the approaching twilight. She was not here to enjoy the scenery, though. She was drinking in the wealth of information the Shinigami and the Aaron car were blasting out. She had gone as close as she dared, and occasionally, as the two fighters clashed, she could see them with the naked eye. She didn't need to, of course. Even somebody as lazy as Bambietta knew how to read spiritual energy like an open book, and in her mind's eye she saw everything with perfect clarity, every strike and hit, every parry, and every dodge. A smile tracing across her face became a grin as she stared, almost entranced. She almost missed the presence quietly making its way up to the rooftop next to her. "Aren't you getting a bit close?" warned Hashwalth. The slight clink with every step told Bambietta that, as per usual, the Grand Master wore his armor. She didn't care to look. She didn't want to spare any more focus than necessary. Was feeling restless, she said with a shrug. Went for a walk. Sensed this. Had to take a closer look. Don't worry, old man, not one of them is looking our way. I'm keeping a low profile, just like you said. You should count yourself lucky that His Majesty is not here to see you testing the limits of his command, Paladin, said Hashwalth severely. You gonna tell? No, said Hashwalth with a sigh, I suppose I won't. You're into it, too, aren't ya? Bambi said cheerily, as the Grand Master walked up to stand beside her. Can't help it, can ya? Fucker, Bambi said, nudging him with a chuckle. You are most insubordinate. Yeah, but you love me, said Bambi dismissively. Besides, I ain't wrong, am I? Ain't this something? I will admit, said Hashwalth, his stare becoming as intensely focused as Bambi's, it's rather impressive. The Aaron car or the Shinigami? Both, said Hashwalth. Her skill is immaculate, even when it is clouded with anger. But, the Aaron car. I must confess, I have never seen such restraint and focus in a hollow. Even on the back foot, every decision he makes is correct. He mitigates the worst of his circumstances as if it's second nature. I am certain he would be a match for the best of our warriors under normal circumstances. Forget him, said Bambi with a shrug. Erza Scarlet, though. I thought she was a stiff goody two-shoes, but look at her raising hell. Erza Hammerhand, more like. You sound like you like her, said Hashwalth curiously. Well, I do, admitted Bambi casually. She seems cool. Nice in person. Hella strong. Got an idea about right and wrong without being an unbearable stiff. Not to mention she has a great rack. You know, said Hashwalth dryly, I can't tell whether you'd rather fight her or sleep with her. Who's to say I can't do both? Said Bambi with a wink. Joking aside, it's been some time since I have seen you this, sincerely excited. Yeah, well, Bambi said, I kinda do want to fight her. Except. I kinda don't. It's weird. Do remember that she is an enemy, Hashwalth chided her. You cannot afford to let respect for a worthy foe distract you from your duty. I know where I stand, old man, said Bambi, some edge to her voice. Don't ever go thinking I'd turn my back on you guys. You're family. I'd die for you if you asked for it. My apologies, said Hashwalth, his tone conciliatory, but I have to remind you. It is my place as Dash. As our great leader, yada yada yada, said Bambi with a snigger. Yeah, I know. You got it wrong, anyhow. It's not like that. She's nice and all, but I'd put a sword through her heart without a second thought if I really had to. It's more like. Like what, Paladin? I'd like to see that happen, you know. Would be a hell of a fight. Sometimes you look at somebody and you ask yourself, could I take M? I could take M, right, and you're not quite sure. I think I could. It'd be a hell of a fight. But it'd be a hell of a fight, Bambi said with a grin. Been a while since I saw somebody I reckoned had a shot of killing me back. Savor it, said Hashwalth sagely. Remind yourself that none of us are invincible. In time, we may well come to blows with the Godii. Watch and learn, and remember that it would be mortal combat. Remind yourself that many of them could kill you. Yeah, said Bambi, sounding a little distant as she envisioned the ongoing battle. Sounding uncharacteristically somber, she said, yeah, it's true. I hope we're not gonna die, Hashwalth. You are family. I cannot make such a promise, said Hashwalth. It is the nature of war. Bambi sighed. You know, she muttered, sometimes I really wish we didn't have to. There's good people with them, ain't there? I wish that, too, Hashwalth said, nodding, but honor has its demands. There are good men and women among them, but, not many enough. Fuck it, Bambi muttered. This is killing my buzz. Let's keep our yaps shut and just see how it goes, yeah. As you please, Hashwalth replied. The two Quincy's watched in silence as the battle continued to unfold. Ulquiorra jumped back a few paces as he charged energy into his fist. His Ceros were quite potent, and more importantly, built up almost instantaneously if he need be. To hide his intention, to buy the second or two he needed, he lashed out with a powerful kick aimed at the captain's midsection. She caught it with her shield, her stride momentarily halted. It did nothing to hurt her, but it didn't need to. As she let out an infuriated snarl, surging forward for another hammer blow, he raised his hand, Cero fully charged. The beam of raw power surged forward, striking the captain squarely in the chest. Ulquiorra's world went black for a second, and a moment later he woke up on the pavement, his eyes level with the asphalt underneath his head. His head was ringing, his vision spun, and he saw chips of bone clattering to the street. She had come in behind him, he realized as events were catching up to him. She had struck him in the head from behind, evading his Cero completely. It was only lucky the blow had struck the masked part of his skull. Instinctively, he rolled to the side, letting the savage part of him take over. A moment later, shattered pieces of asphalt showered over him as the hammer connected where his head had been a second ago. This was a hard fight, but Ulquiorra was the Quarto Espada, one of Lord Aizen's very strongest. He had earned that rank, the hard way. He had fought innumerable monsters on his way there. He had been through desperate times that had nearly killed him, time and time again. He was not only powerful, but skilled to match it. Down on the ground, one arm broken? He had been in worse situations. This, crucially, was not a boast, because Ulquiorra did not engage in such childish expressions of force. He knew his strength, its limits, and its capacities, and he knew he would get out of this. Because, Lord Aizen had commanded it. Because, he had a purpose beyond just existing. That alone, the other members of the Consejo de la Sombra understood correctly. That was what Lord Aizen had given him. That was why he could not, would not fail. He rolled over again, evading a second and third blow from the hammer, and launched a series of bala from his functioning hand. Hot spikes of pain shot from his still-mending broken arm as he rolled over it, but he disregarded this. A few of the projectiles found their mark. The captain was enraged enough that she either had become careless or simply didn't care. She staggered back for a second, and Ulquiorra got to his feet. She came at him again, but Ulquiorra surprised her, surging forward to meet her. He caught the hammer by the handle and forced it down, keeping it in an iron grip. She growled, straining against him, and the moment she realized he was stuck, she bashed her shield into his face once, twice, thrice, and over. It hurt, but Ulquiorra knew he could endure it. It was only a matter of seconds now. He could feel the fractures in his wrecked arm closing, the bone resetting. His head reeled back, again and again, from each consecutive blow, but he still calmly raised his mending arm. He held up his hand, the limb finally responding to his command, and fixed it pointing forward. Then, he thrust it like a spear. It went in under her shield arm, striking just below the armpit, where her armor left her exposed. He felt a rib crack, and warm blood on his fingers, as the captain cried out and staggered back. Erza cursed, her shield almost hanging from her arm. Damn it! She had underestimated her opponent in her anger, forgotten that he could regenerate, stubbornly bashing him over and over when she should have just switched weapons. Calmly the espada reached for his belt and drew his blade. Erza took a couple of deep breaths. She was in pain, but not nearly enough to consider quitting. Instead, she let her shield dissipate along with the hammer, and held out a hand. "Render," she called, hate in her voice, and at her call the black greatsword came into being. Not a moment later she charged, Ulquiorra meeting her halfway. His blade clutched in both hands, he met her blow with complete confidence. She stared into his face, the pale white marred by fresh bruises, and saw his eyes, two dark wells of determination, and from his arms, the strength to back it up. "I'll kill you," she hissed, gritting her teeth. "That remains to be seen," said Ulquiorra, and hearing his emotionless voice made Erza miss Byakuya. Stiff though the captain was, there was something wrong about the Cuarto Espada, as if something fundamentally human was just missing. Ulquiorra shoved her back and launched an attack of his own, a series of slashes that Erza deftly parried before getting in her own overhead attack. Ulquiorra parried it just as easily as she had, and if he was impressed or bored, it was impossible to tell. Then, suddenly, there was a flash of black, and in an instant Ichigo came into view behind him, Bankai activated. Without blinking, Ulquiorra raised an arm to parry his attack, catching the blow while still managing to hold back against Erza with one arm. Even barehanded, he still parried Ichigo's attack, although blood trailed down his arm from where the blow had struck. "Ichigo." Erza had been able to talk Tatsuki and Chad out of coming, and Urayu hadn't been interested to begin with, but Ichigo had insisted. She had said no at first, but when he had argued he was strong enough, and officially an auxiliary, and if Orium could come then so should he, she had at last relented. Let him, if he wanted to so badly. He wasn't wrong, and he, too, had to stand on his own feet. "Do it, Ichigo," Erza hissed. "Hit him with all you got. Now. I don't care if I get caught up in it." "Yes, ma'am," Ichigo said spiritedly, his ryotsu rising. "Get Chuga." Ulquiorra still didn't flinch, but something about him changed. He was apparently unwilling to catch the blast head-on, because he flung himself to the side, ignoring the cut Erza got in when he jumped away. He leaped into the air, seeming intent to escape. Erza smiled. "Tenshou!" Ichigo roared, reappearing over Ulquiorra, almost on top of him. The blast hit almost point blank, sending the espada in a swift fall to the street, where he impacted with enough force to create a small crater. Ichigo and Erza were both moving before the dust had even settled, eyes on the prize, but somebody else had already beaten them to it. As Ulquiorra stood up, he found the edge of a blade resting against his neck. "In the name of the Godai 13, came the voice of Kukaki Byakuya, dignity and stoicism personified, "You are commanded to surrender, Arrancar. Lower your weapon immediately, or suffer the consequences." "I'd take his advice," came So-iPhone's voice. The little captain stood in front of Ulquiorra, her Haori already shed, the stinger form of her Shikai activated. "Rest assured that we're perfectly happy to just kill you." Ulquiorra gave her a dispassionate glare, but before he could respond, he was surrounded. Next to Byakuya, blade aimed high, there stood Ichigo, and next to So-iPhone stood Erza, greatsword in hand. Well, came the carefree voice of Urahara Kisuk, marching down the street, cane in hand. "It looks like you may be in a bit of a bind, Mr. Sifur." Ulquiorra stared them all down coldly, refusing to lower his weapon. "I don't know what Aizen's game is here," said Erza, her voice raw with emotion, "and I don't expect you to give it up. Frankly, I don't care. But, what I do know is that I'll happily make an exception to my rule about killing for you, here and now, Espada. This is your last warning, throw down your weapon, or die." Ulquiorra stared them all down, weighing his options. Any one of these people, he would feel confident facing normally. He had already all but defeated Kukaki Byakuya once. So-iPhone? She lacked the strength. The pup, Kurosaki Ichigo? Too inexperienced to properly harness his monstrous power. Erza Scarlet? A hassle, but he could easily outlast her. Urahara Kisuk was, an unknown quantity, but he did not lack confidence there. But, all five of them, at once? Even if he released his blade, which was forbidden, and required a few precious seconds to activate, seconds his enemies would use to kill him, that was not a likely victory. He couldn't release. He couldn't disobey Lord Aizen's command even to save his life. He could not, he was fairly sure, defeat them on his own. That left only one option: retreat. That would require opening a portal, which would take a few seconds, of course, that he didn't have. This was a strange situation. It was long since he had last been so disadvantaged in battle, and even longer since he had actually been cornered. But, for as long as there was a chance, one tried. Ulquiorra twisted himself to the side, away from the blade that the Kukaki held against his neck, knowing every moment mattered. He leapt forward, past Captain Scarlet, dodging under her swing. The immense speed of his step took him well down the street. His mind raced, filled with the desperate determination of a hunted animal. Getchuga Tenshou. He twisted aside, evading the projectile hurled at him by the Kurosaki. His considerable speed had let him catch up with some ease. The movement broke Ulquiorra's balance, and he landed on the street, nimbly turning a fall into a landing with the twist of a hand, but before he could land on his feet, he felt a kick slam into his midsection, sending him flying into a wall. Captain Soiphone, the one thing here faster than Kurosaki Ichigo, had already caught up. Ulquiorra, twisting with manic movements, got to his feet and halfway into another leap when a cloud of pink wrapped around his leg, restraining him. A second kick hit him in the back, sending him to the street again. He charged a zero. The beam went wild, forcing one of his opponents back. He wrenched himself free, trying again to get away. No sooner had he halfway stood up than Captain Scarlet's infuriated roar was heard and the head of a great axe grazed Ulquiorra's chest, sending him staggering back. "I don't mean to sound dramatic," came the voice of Urahara Kisuke, from behind, "but there is no escape. There are some very fast, very angry, very determined people here. This is the end of the road for you, Mr. Sifur." Ulquiorra stood up, his chest heaving, blood soiling the white of his clothes. He was surrounded again. "Let us kill him," said Captain Kukaki. "There is no time to waste, and he deserves no mercy." "I agree," said Captain Scarlet. "On my mark, together." "My lord," called Ulquiorra sharply, hoping he was listening. "The situation is dire. I will not be able to continue serving you if this goes on. I require a means of escape." "Ichigo, with me," Erza said sharply. "Soiphone, hit any weak point you find." "Captain Kukaki, Kido back up. Pin him down. This is where he dies." "Ichigo, now." "You got it!" cried Ichigo spiritedly. As one, he and Erza charged from either direction. Ulquiorra raised his blade. There was no fear still, only disappointment that he would end his life having failed Lord Aizen like this. Then he felt it, and had Ulquiorra had any space left for joy in his heart, he would have smiled. "Erza, Ichigo, get back!" Urahara barked. Erza seemed to heed the tone of his voice and broke her charge. Ichigo was not quite as fast, nearly slamming into the pillar of yellow light. From the sky, a portal had opened, and from it the familiar light of negation emanated, a ghostly yellow enveloping Ulquiorra's frame. He stared them down now, as stoic as ever, despite the bruising and blood seeping through his torn, tattered clothes. Slowly, he began to lift from ground level toward the sky. "Son of a bitch!" Ichigo swore. Byakuya and Soiphone said nothing, although the Kukaki's grip on the hilt of his blade tightened. "Damn, forgot about that," Urahara muttered. "I guess you get out now, huh?" said Erza, staring him down. "We will meet again," said Ulquiorra neutrally. "Yeah, well, while you can still hear me, take this message to your precious Lord Aizen," Erza said bitterly. "Take it word for word, and don't forget a single goddamned syllable. You made it personal, you son of a bitch. You went after my family. You are beyond redemption. When you come here, I'll kill you myself. I won't allow you to live, not while you threaten me, my kin, and all I hold dear." If Ulquiorra had an opinion, he did not share it. He stared in silence as he slowly ascended into the sky, where he was eventually swallowed up by the portal. It closed behind him, leaving only the night sky. Aizen watched as Ulquiorra walked into the private council room. He kept his face entirely devoid of sentiment, almost as dispassionate as his ragged subordinates. Ulquiorra, normally such an immaculate, tidy sight, looked a mess. His clothes were torn in several places. His mask fragment was visibly chipped, missing pieces of bone. One sleeve dangled from his shirt by a few threads. His clothes were stained by dark red blood, the Espada's own. Although his flesh had already knitted shut and his extraordinary body had already healed, it was obvious where he had been wounded and how many times, at that. "I have failed you." Eisen took his time to answer. He had asked for his subordinate to report as soon as the mission was over, in private, the only person by the table besides he was Tuan Kaname. It was no wonder, then, that the Espada had not bothered to change his clothes. They punctuated the statement quite firmly. There was no shame in his voice, just as there was never any pride. Ulquiorra was beyond such human concepts, which was one of the reasons Eisen favored him above all of his other servants. With Ulquiorra, there was never emotional conflict, never an irrational decision brought about by the need to live up to some personal ideal. There was only ever the fundamental need for purpose beyond just sustaining his existence, a need that had chained the Arrancar to Eisen more firmly than any threat or force ever could. "So you have," said Eisen. "What happened?" "I threatened the girl, as commanded. I was quite confident that she was sufficiently terrified. I was mistaken. An ambush waited for me when I came to retrieve her. Erza Scarlet struck from behind, broke my arm, and kept me on the defensive until Captains Kukaki Byakuya and Soifone came to her aid, alongside the auxiliary, Kurosaki Ichigo, and the renegade, Urahara Kisuk." Eisen would have whistled, if he had been disposed to such emotional displays. That was quite a combination. No wonder Ulquiorra had asked for retrieval. "I see," he said, tapping the table with his fingers, leaning back in his chair as if deep in thought. "The mission was a failure, Lord," said Ulquiorra, "for my miscalculations. The implication lay beneath. I have failed you. Will you punish me?" And, under that implication lay the one thing Ulquiorra did fear, to be sent away from his master. To once again lack purpose. To be cast adrift in a world devoid of meaning, all power, and no point. Eisen wouldn't, of course, but it might do the Arrancar some good to stew on the possibility for a few moments. Eventually, after a minute or so, he said, "It is of no consequence. Lord." Her capture was non-essential to the war effort. Had it succeeded, it would have sapped morale, but it would not have been enough to change the outcome of the war. Had it succeeded, it would have been good. Failed? It changes nothing. I understand. He probably didn't, but then again, he didn't need to, and more importantly, he knew he didn't need to. After a short pause, the Espada added, "She had some choice words, Lord." "Oh," said Eisen. "She said she intends to kill you personally. On account of having targeted her family." "That does sound like Erza Scarlet," said Eisen, amused under his mask of dispassionate professionalism. "You are dismissed, at any rate. Go get some new clothes." "Yes, Lord." The Espada bowed his head, turned around, and walked out. As he closed the door, Tuan turned to look at his lord. "If I may ask a question, Lord Eisen." "Ask, Kaname." "There will be voices in your court who call this a pattern of repeated failure. Voices used to forceful, direct action, unable to see the long-term wisdom of your actions. That's not much of a question, Kaname." "Lord, what was this mission meant to accomplish?" It was unusual for Kaname to be this direct. He had to have some doubts, too. Dismissively, his voice the verbal equivalent of a shrug, Eisen said, "If a new Orium were to be captured, it would demolish the morale of Erza Scarlet. In a best-case scenario, she becomes liable to do something foolish. Surely she would be replaced as commander. Of course. But, with Grimjo in her care, and with Urahara Kisuk present, well, it would be just like her to charge into hostile territory to save somebody important to her, and she'd certainly have the means to enter Hueco Mundo. Perhaps she'd even pull the auxiliaries with her. Leaving them trapped in Hueco Mundo, where we could pick them off one by one," Kaname said approvingly. "If she pulled enough forces along with her in such a mad pursuit, the Godii might even be persuaded to send in reinforcements, further elements we could trap here, or kill one by one. It would leave the Godii bereft of key fighters in the final battle. Truly, Lord Aizen, that is a brilliant idea. Hardly, said Aizen. In theory it is a good idea, but as much as Yamamoto is an ignorant buffoon without the vision or moral clarity to do what needs to be done, he is no fool. There is no way the old man would approve a rescue mission into hostile territory with the war so close. It would be insanity. I would have settled for capturing Erza Scarlet and whomever she might have dragged along with her. Expecting more than that is not genius, but a reliance on one's enemy making an enormous mistake. I see. Of course, Lord, said Kaname with a nod. A shame that Ulquiorra failed, then. It seems we underestimated Inu Orium, Aizen conceded. It is of no consequence. The plan, Kaname, commences as expected. What do I tell any rabble-rousers, Lord? Word will spread. I care not, Aizen muttered. Let them see what happens to those who rebel. The strongest of the strongest are in the palm of my hand. They will respect that. Yes, Lord. Leave me, said Aizen. I must ponder the battles to come. Yes, Lord. As Kaname left, Aizen stared into space. Ulquiorra, foiled, he had never thought he'd see the day. He had hoped to bring Erza into the fold, willingly or not. Part of him still wanted to prove to her he was right, wanted her to live in his world, to show her its benefits, make her realize it was better, and he couldn't do that if she was dead. Oh well. Let nobody say he hadn't tried. Aizen hadn't lied when he said he needed to consider the war to come. There was much to work through, mentally. Logistics alone was something of a nightmare. Human shape or not, an Arrancar was still a hollow, and most of them were too used to brutish, self-centered tactics if the notion of tactics even entered their little minds, and setting up a plan simple enough that they could be bullied into following it was a challenge on its own. Then, of course, no plan ever survived contact with the battlefield. The unforeseen would make its ugly presence known soon enough, and he would need to have contingencies in place. This was why he spent long hours just taking mental notes, formulating hypothetical scenarios, considering potential problems and how he'd react to them. Know every possibility he could consider, and prepare accordingly. That was how he'd defeat them all. Eventually, though, he tired of these musings. After an hour or so of running through a multitude of potential flaws and failures, and how to remedy them, he stood up from his chair and walked toward the privacy of his office. Alone with only the company of his mind, he felt as much at home as he ever had. Nowhere else could he really think, really focus, like in the space he had made his own. He did not bemoan the duties and responsibilities he had taken on as ruler of these monsters, but he did find them tedious. His own study, therefore, was an essential space to him, an oasis of calm to mentally reinvigorate himself. He had to have been tired. There was no other explanation of why. As he opened the door to his office and shut it behind him, it took him a moment to notice it. In the dark, behind his desk, there sat a figure. Aizen's first thought was that some Arrancar had arrogantly overstepped himself, and earned a swift death. Immediately after that thought he noticed the riot so quietly emanating like the hum of a fine-tuned engine, impossible to mistake for that of an Arrancar. That was 1 second. In the next, he truly saw the intruder, and realized the predicament he was in. Behind the desk sat a figure that seemed rather tall and imposing, even though he was not standing. His face was cold, a mask of cruel and distant confidence. A black, neatly trimmed beard adorned the lower half of his face, and a simple golden band sat on his skull. Black, armored plate mail enclosed his entire body, the white of a cloak lined with fur hanging from his shoulders. Across his lap lay Aizen's blade, his Zanpakuto, Kyuka Suijutsu. For a moment, Aizen froze. 100 thoughts raced through his head. How is this possible? Who dared? That is my weapon, how dare he? I'll cut his heart out. Well, not without my blade, and if he has the ability to slip into my castle undetected, he must be skilled and powerful indeed. This could be very, very bad. Then the moment passed, and Aizen smiled calmly, taking a relaxed couple steps forward. I was not expecting guests, he said warmly. Shall I have the servants bring you some refreshments? Your courtesy is noted and appreciated, Lord of Hueco Mundo, said the figure sitting in his chair, but I will decline. What I have to say needs no witnesses. Eisen stopped a handful of yards away, carefully analyzing the intruder. He had taken no action to attack. He was not at all tense, in fact, he was relaxed, at rest as if he was sitting in his favorite chair with no enemy in sight. It was not an assassination, then. It might still be. Perhaps he was the gloating type. But, for now, it seemed like it was a demonstration of power, perhaps. What clearer message was there than to take Eisen's personal seat, cradling his own weapon? I am better than you. You are not safe even in your personal sanctum. It was the sort of message Eisen would have relished in sending to his enemies. To be on the receiving end of it, he had to admit, was irksome. The intruder was powerful, on closer inspection very powerful, although he hid it well. The meticulous way he maintained his riot even though he was clearly a mere human. Tell me, sir, said Eisen, maintaining the same sense of false courtesy, would I be mistaken in assuming you are a Quincy? As I might have expected of the King of Hollows, said the figure. You are correct in your assessment. Forgive me, my manners are rather lacking. I am King Sigismund Abadinawak, ruler of the Wanden Ritter, the Knights of the Holy Order of Vanden. I welcome you into my keep, King of the Vanden, said Eisen calmly, briefly imagining himself skewering the man. Could he make a lunge for his blade? Keto, perhaps. No, a man such as he would not let himself be taken by surprise. Better to wait and see. Be at ease, said the king calmly. I have come here to speak, not to quarrel. And I see you have helped yourself to my seat in the meantime, said Eisen with a smile, and my blade, too. A little careless to leave your weapon unattended, I would say, said the king, raising the Zanpakutu, drawing out a few inches of its length from the sheath, inspecting it, but then again, any lord would expect himself safe in his keep. So I did, Eisen admitted. Clearly, I was laboring under false assumptions. Forgive the impropriety of my actions, said the king, sounding sincere. I would not normally insult the honor of a fellow warrior like so, but I am well aware of the qualities of this blade. I would rather not become enthralled to it. I quite understand, said Eisen calmly. Honor? Was he serious? He couldn't be, surely. How could anyone doing something like this be anything but playing pretend, just like Eisen, himself, did? But, then again, Lanza had reported that they valued honor quite considerably. I would like to ask one thing, though. Please, said the king. How, exactly, did you enter my realm? I would have noticed a conventional portal opening this close. They cause ripples. We of the Wanden Ritter have learned many things, said King Sigismund cryptically, and to walk between the worlds is not beyond us. It is a rare enough talent, I admit, and not one that can be used frivolously or easily, but Hueco Mundo is not beyond us. Evidently, O King of Knights. If Lord Eisen would not mind, said the king courteously, I would rather like to discuss the reason I have come here. I thought that you would never ask. As it happens, said the king, shifting in Eisen's seat, leaning forward a little while still keeping a firm grip on Kyuka Suijitsu, you recently confronted the little expedition that was sent, on my command, to Karakura town. So I did, said Eisen. There was no point in denying it. Doubtless you must already have inferred quite a few things. You are, I know, a man of considerable intellect. Flattery? Unperturbed, Eisen replied, I have come to some conclusions, yes. If you would indulge me, just how much have you figured out? That there are Quincies alive and well, whose power rivals that of a captain, said Eisen slowly. Whatever the case, the more time he bought, the better. That at least a handful exist, but that they likely represent a larger organization. How large, I cannot be sure. That the death of the great Quincy clans is an exaggerated claim. That these Quincies have some stake in the coming conflict, why else would they monitor it? Which in turn means they are not only powerful, but well informed, and capable of hiding from the prying eyes of the Godii. Which means that it is less likely to be a handful of survivors, and more likely to be a force to be reckoned with. Your very presence seems to confirm my hypothesis, Your Majesty. The king nodded approvingly. As expected from the great deceiver, you are as cunning as we have come to expect. My thanks. I will speak frankly, if you would permit it. Please do. We know of your designs, said the king severely, just as we do the designs of the Godii. You intend to make war, to conquer them, and seize power for yourself. You intend then to create an item of great power. What for, I do not yet know. But, much is known to us, Aizen Saushik of Hueco Mundo, and we do not fear either Arankar or Shinigami. Evidently. You have confronted our forces. You were able to detect us, which is commendable. Undoubtedly, you must wonder where we stand in all this. I confess to some curiosity, yes, said Aizen, in what had to be the understatement of the year. We do not stand at all. A strange statement for a man holding my weapon hostage, said Aizen, a little sarcasm creeping into his voice. I would have understood a grudge against the Godii, but, you claim to have no stake in this at all. We have our eyes on the Godii, but believe it or not, we bear them no grudge. We do not hate them. We do, however, have an interest in the upcoming conflict. Perhaps you will become ruler. Perhaps I hope you will become a better ruler than old Yamamoto. Whatever happens, we wish to know, but we have no intention of interfering. It pains me to accuse my guest of being disingenuous, said Aizen, shaking his head, but the likelier scenario, from my perspective, is that your warriors lie in wait until the battle is done, and sweep in to crush whomever is left standing for a total victory, easily won. The king gave him a sharp look. You do not know us, or our ways, he said after some deliberation, and as such I will be charitable enough not to take offense at your remark, but rest assured that I would rather die than use such cowardly tactics. If the Wandenritter wished to do battle with the Godii 13, they would hear us coming by the fanfares of our war horns, after we sent them a formal declaration of war. Our banners would color the battlefield black and white, and our blades would dye the ground red with the blood of their fallen. We are knights. We do not, as some others do, hide our intentions with deceit and treachery. We do not pledge fealty, only to turn our backs on our word when it is convenient. We do battle in the open, and we do so honorably, even if it means sacrificing an advantage. His voice had remained calm, but his words had not. Aizen felt his confidence growing a little. Have I struck a nerve? I suppose my methods would seem unsavory to you. I spoke plainly, said the king indifferently, and to be fair, you accused me of lying only a second ago. Regardless, I do not see how I can trust the word of a man who comes into my castle like a thief in the night and lays hands on my weapon. Then consider the following, said the king icily. I could have killed you, Lord of Hueco Mundo, the moment you walked in here. You are robbed of your greatest weapon, whereas I am not. Had we so desired, we could have assassinated any one of your strongest or the Godiis, at that. If we desired, we could have struck you both as you prepared for war. But, we have not, because we have no stake in this conflict. Nor would we if we did, because honor forbids it. Your life, the lives of the captains you seek to kill, they are in themselves proof of our distance. You may not believe in honor, Lord, but you do believe in hard logic. Do you not? I do, said Aizen with a nod. Then, what is it you have come here to tell me? I suppose an alliance against a common enemy is not on the table. Flippancy will earn you nothing, Lord Aizen, said the king, but I will get to the point. Leave my group alone. Do not concern yourself with their presence. Proceed with your plans as you would have otherwise. Move against my people and it will be considered an act of war, and then you will know what it means to face a knight in combat. And, if I do leave you alone, then you will be left alone in turn. And, you will not interfere at all. I swear so on my honor, on behalf of all the knights under my command, and may I be struck dead if I break this vow. Hard to trust, said Aizen after some deliberation, but still, what choice do I have? Indeed, said the king, a sense of finality in his voice. Then so be it, said Aizen calmly. I shall leave all your forces be. I will make no further efforts to confront them, and I will not interfere in any way with their operations. Do you so swear? What does the word of a traitorous cur mean to a king of knights? Even so, the king insisted, swear it. Swear it, and we will be finished here. I swear it, said Eisen, his voice emphatic and genuine. King Sigismund nodded, and stood up. Then our pact is sealed. He bowed courteously, Eisen nodded back in return. Then, to Eisen's surprise, he tossed the Zanpakuto back to Eisen, who nearly fumbled, nearly dropped the blade in amazement. Out of all things the king might have done, that was the last. Although he was surprised, his hand grasped the sheath, wrapping tightly around it. It took only an instant to draw the blade, and filled with triumphant glee, he cried, "Kyoko Suijitsu!" calling on the blade's power as he charged the arrogant human that had dared invade his realm. His strike was met with a flawless parry, the Zanpakuto clashing with an ornate greatsword. When had he even drawn his weapon? Eisen hadn't even seen him move. Regardless, it was all over now. He envisioned the illusion he would put the haughty king under. Powerful or not, he would be helpless against the trappings of Kyoko Suijitsu. Then Eisen realized that the king's eyes were closed. He grit his teeth. Excellent form, said the king civilly. Would that such skill were guided by honor rather than naked pragmatism. My thanks, Eisen hissed. Do not make the mistake of thinking that fighting with my eyes closed would disadvantage me in any way, warned the king. I am the greatest Quincy that ever lived, and this is a realm of the spiritual. I can see without the use of my eyes, as clear as day. Eisen took a step back, breaking out of combat. Still keeping his guard up, he stared down the Quincy king. Somehow, Eisen believed him. I will not hold this against you, continued King Sigismund, but I would advise against further combat. I shall take my leave now. Hold to our agreement, or there will be consequences. You are one arrogant bastard, O king of the Wanden Ritter, said Eisen. Very well. Take your leave. Begone from my castle. You are overstaying your hospitality. He ached to kill this man, ached to teach him a lesson, but the logical part of Eisen warned him against it. It was an unnecessary risk against an unknown force, strong enough to contend with him. Let him, then. Let him have his moment. Fare thee well, Lord of Hueco Mundo, said the king, grasping his sword in both hands, pointing its tip downward. Darkness began to envelop him, tendrils black as night, spreading around him like wisps of smoke. I hope that, should you triumph, you will become a better ruler than Yamamoto Shigekuni Genryusai. Else we may find reason to quarrel. As he spoke his last word, the king disappeared, the darkness around him appearing to collapse in on itself. A second later he was gone entirely, as if he had never been there in the first place. Eisen grit his teeth, an enormous anger welling up in his chest. How dared he? This mere human? At an impulse, he lashed out with a hand, sending Keto-powered flames to consume every book on a small shelf on his wall. He watched them burn in silence, taking a few deep breaths, collecting himself. Then he sheathed his blade, and put out the fire with a thought. He carefully fastened the blade to his side. He would not be going anywhere without it, from now on. These Quincies, speak as courteously as they might, they had made an enemy today. When he had what was his, when the Godii kneeled to him, he would find them and kill them to the last. But, that, would have to wait. One thing at a time. First the Godii, then the Wanden Ritter. Hashwalth watched his liege lord fade into view. He kneeled in front of the throne, where he had stood patiently in wait for his king's return. The royal hall had felt so very empty without his majesty, and seeing his lord coming back brought a great relief to Hashwalth's heart. Eisen Saushik was one of the few people in existence who could possibly kill a man of his majesty's caliber, even if it was unlikely. It was a rare enough event to witness his king moving such great distances with his personal magic, too. The ability to move from one space to another, from shadow to shadow, was a skill mastered only by very few of their order. It had taken some effort for Hashwalth to move from Japan to the castle for the evening. To move so easily between two planes of existence, that was a skill nobody but the king possessed. Rise, Grand Master. Hashwalth obeyed, and saw the king open his eyes, taking a seat on the throne, placing his blade across his lap. Your Majesty, said Hashwalth, bowing lightly. I trust all went well. As well as could be expected, Jugram. Eisen Saushik. Said Hashwalth ponderously. What is your impression of him, my liege? A megalomaniacal psychopath, said the king simply. You should have seen him, Jugram. Ice cold, the entire time. I never even sensed anything like discomfort or shock from him, even though I had to have offended him gravely. He is a man consumed by ego and by hubris, yet, he put that aside quite easily. I gave him back his blade toward the end, and he burst into action instantly. I have never seen such self-control outside our order. He is a viper, Jugram, a cold-blooded snake. Absolutely formidable, even without considering his powers and skill set. Do you expect he will honor your terms? That man has no more honor than a bottom-feeding rat, said the king with some distaste, but he will not be given a choice. He can ill afford a second enemy. As self-assured as he is, the force he faces is at least as powerful as his own. Jugram nodded. I will keep a close watch over Karakara, my liege. See that you do, said the king with a nod, and make sure to keep a very low profile. Yes, sire. Leave me, commanded the king. Return to Karakara immediately. I want daily updates. By your command, my liege, said Hashwalth, bowing again to his king before marching out. Sigismund watched him leave. The war was not so distant anymore. Even at the sidelines, a stray arrow could strike true. They were coming close now, to the final confrontation between Hollow and Shinigami, and the crossfire might be immense. Chapter 94, Fighting Words. Erza stood to attention, hands tucked behind her back, staring down the imposing image of Captain Commander Yamamoto. Even through a television screen, broadcast into one of Urahara's back rooms, he exuded a kind of presence that commanded the respect of all who faced him, even Erza. This was compounded by the massive screen giving the commander the appearance of a giant. Report, he said flatly. Yes, sir, Erza said, saluting briefly. I assume the report has come through already. Captain iPhone was most diligent, Yamamoto confirmed, but I want to hear it in your words. Of course, Captain Commander, Erza replied. As you are no doubt aware, Auxiliary Anu Orium was approached less than 2 days ago by the Espada Ulquiera Cipher, who threatened the life of her and her friends, attempting to coerce her into going with him. Your adoptive daughter. It was a statement, not a question, and Erza knew the implication under it. He wondered whether she was compromised, whether her judgment had been affected. She almost flinched, but kept her composure, and continued. Quite. She promptly reported this to me, and after securing the other auxiliaries, I set up council with my fellow captains, and our advisor, Urahara Kisuk. Captain Kukaki suggested we use the opportunity to capture or assassinate the Espada, using Anu Orium as bait to our trap. She volunteered for the idea, I might add. After some deliberation, we decided to proceed as planned. We managed to surprise and corner the Espada, but unfortunately, he was able to escape through negation. He was roundly defeated, but I doubt he sustained any long-lasting injuries. You let your daughter do such a dangerous thing. A test. It had to be. Children do not stay children forever, sir, she said slowly. They grow up. They must be allowed to take risks in order to do so. I was not keen on the idea, but I felt it was necessary. Yamamoto nodded approvingly. I quite agree. But I am concerned about the overlap between your personal life and this mission. I am sure I do not need to remind you of the historic importance of this mission succeeding. No, sir. You old bastard, thought Erza. How many instances of improper behavior have you had from the other captains? From Kenpeki? From Kyoraku? If you feel this is an inappropriate situation, sir, she said coolly, then feel free to remove me. I am quite sure Captain Kukaki or Captain iPhone would relish the opportunity to lead. One of these days, Captain Scarlet, said Yamamoto dryly, I am sure we will get through a meeting without you threatening to resign. Sir Dash. If I felt it appropriate, I would remove you without fanfare. I do not play games. I must take care, however, to understand the mental state of my captains. Are you sound of mind, Scarlet? Were you dispassionate in this? I was not, sir, said Erza, dismissing immediately the thought of lying or downplaying her behavior. I was infuriated. I let the espada bear the brunt of that wrath. Do not be so concerned, Commander. I do not expect my captains to behave like automatons. Fury is something we should reserve for our enemies. By So iPhone's account, the operation went off smoothly. You sent one of Eisen's strongest running, the last in a string of defeats. That is commendable. Thank you, sir, said Erza, blinking in surprise. The report of this incident seals in my mind a recurring theme, Commander. Eisen has poked and prodded at our defenses over and over, to no avail. None of his plans have panned out. As of right now, he has not shown great strength, lying in wait like a coward. Do not be lulled into a false sense of security, sir, warned Erza. Eisen is a brilliant and dangerous man. War will come, and when it does. I am no journeyman commander, Captain Scarlet, said Yamamoto gruffly. For 1,000 years I have observed, directed, and fought in every conflict the afterlife has had to offer. Such a criminal waste of resources shows only arrogance, and such a rate of failure shows a lack of capability. Eisen is dangerous, and I do not underestimate him, but do not presume to think I have not considered just how much danger we are in. Of course, sir. Tell me, said the Captain Commander, we have a good understanding of his domain now, do we not? The defector, Grimjo, was it? Grimjo Jaeger-Jacques, sir. Him, yes. Have we not learned much from him? Captain So iPhone is constructing a map of Las Noches using his information as a baseline, yes. And, has Yura Harakisuk not been helpful in analyzing his methods, his sciences, his schematics? He has, sir, said Erza, shifting uncomfortably. She did not like where this was going. We know his fortress, we know his plans, and through you we know his aspirations and personality. It sounds to me, said Yamamoto, as if we know better than ever Eisen Saushik's position in this. I suppose you could say that, said Erza, but sir, I must insist nothing is ever simple with that man. If he throws away a few Arankar here and there, it is because he believes he can stand to lose them. He can never be underestimated. Silence, girl, commanded Yamamoto. Permissive as I may be, know your place. Yes, Commander, Erza said, balling a fist. My apologies. Yamamoto nodded. I consider this briefing concluded. Unless there was anything else. No, sir. If there is anything at all, you will be made aware of it. So I trust, Captain. Return to your duties. Be aware, though, that I will call a tactical meeting soon. Yes, sir. I'll relay the information, said Erza. See that you do, said Yamamoto, and with that, the screen went black. Erza bit back a curse. Experienced as Yamamoto was, he did not know the snake behind the illusions like she did. Overconfidence, that would be the death of them all. Orium had walked home alongside Tatsuki, who had decided to stay the night. They had been escorted by Rukia, which was certainly less awkward than being shadowed by some masked stealth force operative. Erza had taken the threat seriously, and for now, none of them went anywhere without being watched. Orium didn't like it. She understood the necessity of it, but being watched all the time, even for her own good. Then again, she remembered staring down Ulquiorra, his emotionless visage looking like death itself, and she knew that no matter what, she never wanted to go through that again. It was a wake-up call. War really was coming, and it had finally hit their relatively normal everyday lives. For now they'd avoid being alone as much as possible, which was exactly why Tatsuki was staying the night. Orium had asked for how long this would be the case, and Erza had responded with an honest, I don't know. Until they were safe, at least, which meant until Eisen was defeated. Until war came. As Orium and Tatsuki walked through the door of the apartment, Rukia checked outside, looking carefully for any potential enemies. She seemed to decide it was all clear, because she closed the door behind her and joined the two girls on the couch in the living room. Everything okay? Said Tatsuki. She sounded relaxed, but Orium could tell she was on edge. Just the way she spoke, a little quicker than usual, the tone of her voice trying a little too hard to sound at ease. She was afraid, too. Somehow, that felt wrong. Tatsuki had always been the brave one. We're good, said Rukia with a nod, sitting down opposite the two of them. I've warded the apartment with a simple keto spell. If it's broken forcefully, an alarm will go off. My brother will only be a minute away, should the worst occur. Tatsuki nodded. That's good. Yeah. You got the situation under control. We do, Rukia assured her. The commander is taking the situation seriously. It might be nothing at all, but it's not a chance we should take. It's okay, Tatsuki, said Orium gently. We're safe here. If Erza says we are, then we are. I trust her. Of course we're safe. I got it. Nothing to worry about. There is something to worry about, said Orium, and it's fine to be scared. Tatsuki shook her head. You're pretty incredible, you know that. She said quietly. Standing up to that espada, and now you're acting all cool. I'm a bit rattled, yeah. But it was, you know, mostly for you. It was you he came after. If something happened to you. She trailed off and shook her head. All I'm saying is, you're braver than I ever thought. I'm not, said Orium, almost whispering the words. I was completely helpless. Terrified. I almost went with him, because he was so overwhelming, said Rukia with a nod. Terrifying. I've faced Arankar before. Their power is enormous. I can only imagine what it's like to stand eye to eye with Aizen's elite. But, she added firmly, being terrified does not negate bravery. Fear is natural. Only fools lack it. Bravery is to do what's right even when it's hard, even when you're scared. Like you did, Tatsuki added, smiling. See, like I told you dash. She cut herself off when she saw the tears trailing down Orium's cheeks. Hey, are you okay? Tatsuki said anxiously, sliding closer to Orium, putting an arm around her. Orium nodded, wiping her face clean, but the tears kept on coming. She leaned into Tatsuki, trembling and shaking. Tatsuki, bewildered and concerned, wrapped her arms around her friend. Rukia nodded. It couldn't have been easy, could it? No, Orium whimpered, sniffing. Oh, God, I was so dash. Just let it out, then, said Rukia. You're not a soldier. You don't have to hold yourself back. Orium murmured her assent, and for a couple minutes she wept. Tatsuki held her close, rocking her slightly, and Orium hugged back, hard. It'll be okay, you hear? Said Tatsuki. We'll all be fine. Everything's okay. You're safe now. We're all safe, hear me. Orium sobbed and nodded, the tears flowing freely. Tatsuki lent what comfort she could, and even though "it'll be okay" was something that could only be said so many times before it got repetitive, it seemed to do the trick. Eventually, the tears ran dry, and Orium stopped trembling. It's okay, she said quietly after a few minutes, gently breaking the embrace and wiping her face one final time. I'm okay now. You sure? Said Tatsuki. Orium said with a nod. Oh, gosh, I could use some paper. Here, said Rukia, offering a couple of paper towels. Orium murmured her thanks and blew her nose, wiping her reddened eyes dry. I don't know where that came from, she said quietly. I was normal all day today. I held it together. Even when I faced him that second time, I kept it under control. I thought I was okay, you know. I've seen that before, said Rukia. A lot of us go through some terrible things in the field, and no matter how well we think we handle it, it catches up with us eventually. You feel better now, don't you? Orium nodded weakly. A bit, yeah. A lot better, even. I'm still scared, but the worst is past you, said Rukia, nodding sagely. If this is what being brave is like, then being brave is the worst, Orium said with a faint smile. You must be feeling better if you're cracking jokes, huh? Said Tatsuki. Orium giggled. It really was brave, said Rukia, but remember, if you decide to stay in this fight, you'll probably see worse. Bad timing, Kukaki, Tatsuki muttered. We're just getting through the worst here. It's unfortunate but true, said Rukia. You may all have to be brave a lot of times. Seriously. Tatsuki muttered. I kinda want to quit. But I won't. No, I refuse. Rukia smiled. There is much of your mother in you, she said with an approving nod. She's very proud of you, you know. Orium nodded. When I stopped being terrified, when I went to Ichigo's house, all I was thinking was, what would Erza do? I knew she wouldn't give in. But she's so much stronger than me. At the end of the day, I knew what I had to do. She wouldn't just roll over and give up. I decided I wouldn't, either. That's damn right, said Tatsuki approvingly. She raised you right, Orium. Sometimes I wonder, Orium said with a smile. She's leading me right into war. Hey, people our age would go to war all the time just a couple hundred years ago, Tatsuki said with a shrug, and besides, we're way past normal. I was only kidding, said Orium. I know she's right. It's just, really scary, and hard to understand the whole thing sometimes. Does it get easier? She asked, turning to Rukia. Fighting? You get used to it. But, a war like this? I can't even say, said Rukia solemnly. I've been around for over 150 years, and I've never even heard of something as big as this. Not even my brother has. War. I can't even know how badly this will go. That's the honest truth of it. Not exactly reassuring, said Tatsuki. I know, Rukia replied. Well, it is what it is, Tatsuki muttered. If Orium's not backing down, then neither am I. We'll be fine, said Orium. We'll make it. She really hoped it wasn't just wishful thinking. Ichigo had given his chaperone the slip after he left school, that is, he had confronted the stealth corps agent following him and explained that he was meeting some people who'd rather remain anonymous, and if he was followed he'd rip his followers' arms off. Erza would never have let such an act of violence slide, of course, but the terrified agent hadn't known that. Confident he was alone, Ichigo had made his way to the Vizard's hideout for one of his regular sessions. What had once been overwhelmingly difficult and daunting was now reduced to being merely difficult. After 2 hours of focus training, the first of which had been the dull but necessary routine of meditation and the second the exciting burst of energy that was sparring, Ichigo had finished up. Nearly exhausted, he raised a hand and lowered his blade as the hollow mask on his face cracked, fractured, and then dissipated entirely. It had already been cut in half, partly from the exertion and partly from a particularly vicious cut from Hiyori's blade. Damn, he muttered, taking a few breaths. I heal quick and all, but I'm not invulnerable. You could have taken my head off, you know. To drive the point home, he rubbed at his cheek, where blood trailed from a fresh cut. But I didn't, said Hiyori, sticking her tongue out, so deal with it. Is she always like this? Said Ichigo, a little exasperated, as he turned to Shinji. Yup, said Shinji, sheathing his blade. If I'm honest, I'm not sure how I haven't killed myself yet. It's because you're a masochist, obviously, said Lisa, adjusting her glasses. Still, Ichigo muttered, I'm getting better. Aren't I? What do I want, a freaking medal? Hiyori snorted. He's not wrong, said Kensei. The stoic, muscular Vizard had only observed this time around, standing by the sidelines with his arms crossed. He looked over at Ichigo. Your focus is improving. You're maintaining your mask longer with each week. You went from 10 seconds to how many now? Almost 40, said Ichigo, but it's hard. When I'm approaching my limit, it feels like, I dunno, like I'm swimming underwater and I'm running out of air. Kensei nodded. Normal enough. The hollow will never really submit to you, and taming it comes through practice. Still, I'd almost say you're a natural. In a relatively short time, you have achieved considerable control. Thanks, Ichigo muttered. Give it a couple years, and you might not need us at all, said Lisa. Can't wait to be rid of me, eh? Said Ichigo with a grin. A freakin' men, Hiyori muttered. You're a good kid, said Shinji, but we're doing this as a favor for Urahara. I'm not saying we never want to see you again when it's done, but we're not exactly the social types, if you catch my drift. Yeah, I get ya, said Ichigo with a nod. Back to camping out in this old warehouse for the rest of eternity, right? Worked so far, said Shinji with a shrug. You know, said Ichigo, his brows furrowing as he thought, the old man, Yamamoto, he just recently pardoned a bunch of people for treason. My friends and I had invaded the Siriti, and we got off with being allies. The truth about Aizen is known now. I bet if you stepped forward, they'd be happy to hear you out. It's not your fault you got hollow powers. We already have an Car prisoner working for us. Listen, pal, said Shinji sharply, I know you mean well, but let me stop you right fucking there. We were with the Godei. Committed enough to give our lives for it. They were ready to throw our lives aside without even trying to save us. We don't trust them, and that's why we hide here. I get it, said Ichigo, but haven't you thought about it? From what we've heard, they're not exactly reliable, said Kensei. They don't like people who could challenge their power. All the shit they've done, it happened under old Yama. Going back, hell, maybe, but that's not a maybe I'd stake my life on. It's unfortunate, but true, said Rose with a sigh. Suppose we came forward and got some sort of amnesty. What's to say they won't change their mind after Aizen's done with? Look, I'm not going to get into a big argument, said Ichigo, holding up his hands in a conciliatory gesture. I get it. You do you. But. Of course there's a but, said Hiri, rolling her eyes. 4 former captains and 4 former vice-captains, said Ichigo, that could make a hell of a difference. And if Aizen wins, well, he's really ruthless, and you better hope he never finds out about you. He won't, said Shinji stubbornly. You do as you wish, said Lisa. Fight all you want. But, this is not our battle. I kinda do miss home, though. The one who had spoken up was Mashiro, sounding uncharacteristically serious. This is home, said Shinji firmly. Home is wherever we live. Yeah, said Mashiro, but don't you sometimes wish it was different? If wishes were horses, beggars would ride, said Shinji with a shrug. I guess, Mashiro said with a sigh. Well, I'm fighting, said Ichigo firmly. It's my home, this town. It's yours, too. Isn't it worth defending? Save the Boy Scout pep talk, pal, said Shinji with a sneer. The starry-eyed bullshit might work on the guys still drinking the propaganda down, but that ain't us. All right, said Ichigo with a sigh. I won't push it. It was just a thought, really. But, do you really wanna, live like this your whole life? Just, hiding. Watch it, said Shinji, his tone harsh. I left some people behind, said Lisa ponderously. Shinji, he's got a point. Hiding when we had to is one thing, but if there is a chance. We all left people behind, barked Shinji. A whole life that each and every one of us had, gone. Do I want it back? Sure, but life ain't nice and comfy like that. We've stayed alive by keeping our heads down. You wanna stick your neck out? Go right ahead, but don't expect me to bail ya out. Relax, Shinji, Lisa said firmly. You're not wrong. But, maybe he isn't either. I can tell this is a sensitive topic, said Ichigo apologetically. I won't bring it up again. I think that may be for the best, said Kensei with a nod. Well. I'll get going, then, said Ichigo awkwardly. See ya in 2 days, I guess. See you then, said Shinji, giving him a hard stare. It really was a shame. Then again, this was their choice to make, not his. If it had to be this way, fine. They had already done plenty for him. But, as he turned around to watch, he caught a glance at Lisa and Mashiro, and neither of them seemed angry or severe. In fact, Mashiro had something like longing in her eyes, whereas Lisa looked conflicted. Maybe he'd planted a seed. Or, not. Only time would tell. In another space, whose existence was a strange realm more hypothetical than actual, where space existed without really doing so, in a manner that would have made a theoretical physicist pull his hair out, a gathering of extraordinary beings stared out at the world around them. One sat on a throne that seemed to follow wherever he moved, his golden armor gleaming, his arrogant, superior stare rivaled by the stoic entity opposite him. The entity staring down the golden figure wore elegant blue robes, partly covered by ornate, traditional Japanese armor, complete with the mask of a samurai. To contrast their joylessness, there were two less severe figures, although only by comparison to their imposing companions. One wore long, flowing robes that moved lazily as if following some unseen stream of water, a pale figure that brought to mind an odd dream, whereas the fourth of the group was, at least on the surface, the least forbidding of them all. She was small in stature, only half the size of any of her companions, and her skin was dark and her features lean. A cloak of black and yellow billowed from her shoulders. Her fingers were long, ending in sharp, needle-like nails, and four insectoid wings stirred at her back. "Hagana no Tama Shii," said the masked figure, "your insistence on superiority is unbecoming of your relative youth. For all your power, you lack the dignity of a servant." The golden figure gave a prideful snort. "We do not all cower and kowtow to our masters, Senbon Zakura. Despite your master's best efforts, it is not he who leads the course of battle, despite your considerable age. Are you calling me old? Are you not? I will not shirk back from a challenge, arrogant one," said the prideful spirit firmly. "Hold your tongue, lest I cut it out." "Calm down, the both of you," said the winged spirit, flying level to their heights with a buzz. Shadows moved about her as she did so, as if she was not anchored to this reality, such as it was. Why is it that men always see the need to compare whose sword is bigger? "It is their nature as men," said the pale figure. "They are made as warriors, not thinkers, after all." "Suzumibaki," said the masked spirit, "you would remember, perhaps, that I only defend my honor from the prideful accusations of Hagana no Tama Shii. It is certainly not my nature to seek conflict. He lives for glory, I live to serve. Therein lies the difference." "Bah," said Hagana no Tama Shii. "That is exactly why my master commands, and yours does not." "They both answer to the same lord," said Suzumibaki. "Neither of you can boast rank especially as it isn't yours to claim." "She has a point," said the figure in the flowing robes. "We're all servants, after all. No less you, master of the golden throne." "Spoken like a lapdog, Tabayam," said Hagana no Tama Shii dismissively. "At least my master is set on her path without having to be led by the nose." An irritable expression passed Tabayam's face. "She is coming along," she retorted. "Slowly, but she is." "Do not play his game," Suzumibaki said, shrugging. "Rise to the bait at your own peril. You wouldn't want to stoop to his level, after all." "Stoop?" said the golden Zanpakuto angrily. "Stoop? Rich, coming from the smallest of us all. Petty insults, said Suzumibaki playfully. "A king of kings, you are not." "Let us not bicker," said Senbon Zakura. "It is unbecoming. Each one of us could be in our own realms if we so chose. We are here in each other's company by our own free will." Even Hagana no Tama Shii. The armored Zanpakuto remained silent, although his stare was quite severe. "All our masters are flawed in their own way," continued the masked Zanpakuto. "Mine own was blinded by pride much like yours was. Yet, as of late, he has begun to learn the values of humility and family. Your master is a good example, Hagana no Tama Shii, even if you are not." "At least we agree on one thing," muttered the golden Zanpakuto. "If you disapproved of his actions, why did you not tell him?" asked Suzumibaki. "I did not disapprove," said Senbon Zakura. "He was true to himself, and honorable. Yet, the path he is on now, it makes more sense to me. Even I cannot know everything about him, it seems." Suzumibaki cocked her head. "Funny you should say that. I'm the opposite. I've known what my master should have done for ages," she said, rolling her eyes, "but it's only now that she's started to get somewhere." "You both have such ideas for your masters," said Tabayam, "yet you leave them be." "It's not for us to meddle in their personal lives," said Suzumibaki with a shrug. "If she honors her contract with me, that's all I need. It's not my job to make her a better person to herself or others, only a better master." I can see the sense in that, I suppose, said Tobiam thoughtfully, but I must confess, I find it rather tempting to. I don't know, shake some sense into my master sometimes. This juvenile fixation on others. Don't I know it, said Suzumibaki with a grimace. First it's, oh, look at me, I love Lady Yoriyuki more than life itself, then it's, I hate her and I want her to die, and then it swings right back around just like that. You make your master sound like an indecisive little girl, said Senbonzakura. You think she isn't? Snorted Suzumibaki. She's good at what she does, but she's a mess inside. But, then again, that's most of our masters, right? I do wonder, said Senbonzakura thoughtfully, if everyone who reaches greatness must be so, wounded. Is it necessary to become strong? Not everyone's a mess, said Tobiam, but now that you mention it, well, it does describe most masters, now that I think about it. Even yours, Golden One. I resent such accusations, said Hagen Inotama Shii haughtily. Your master's may be weak, but mine is not. Really? Said Suzumibaki with a smirk. No little doubts of her own? No little internal conflicts that make you roll your eyes and wish, my God, won't she just make her mind up? None at all. A spirit as demanding as you, fully content with his master. Said Senbonzakura, his dispassionate voice as close to mirthful as any of them had ever heard it. Somehow, I find that difficult to believe. So what if she was? Muttered the golden Zanpakuto. Yes, she can be indecisive, and self-doubting despite her excellence, but she is most certainly accomplished. Worthy of me. She is on a path to glory, whether she seeks it or not. Not that you'd ever let her know, eh? Said Suzumibaki cheekily. Of course not, said Hagen Inotama Shii. It wouldn't do to let one's master get ideas in their head. Ideas like, I'm good enough. That kind of complacency would be dangerous. To that, in a strange show of unanimity, the Zanpakuto all nodded and murmured their assent. Well, said Tobiam, I'm glad we agree on at least one thing. That is our role, said Hagen Inotama Shii, to always spur our masters forward to be better, to do better. What else are we for? Until they reach the end of our potential, there is not much else to do or say. Well spoken, said Senbonzakura. Still, sighed Tobiam, I often wish we could get there a little faster. Wishes will avail us nothing, said the golden Zanpakuto. We are none of us in control of our fates. To be a blade, as we are, is to be in the hands of somebody else entirely literally and metaphorically. There is wisdom in you after all, despite your excessive pride, admitted Senbonzakura. Of course, said Hagen Inotama Shii. After all, I will stand above each and every one of you in time. You were almost there, said Tobiam, shaking her head. For a second, you were almost tolerable. I care not for your pleasantries. Then I'd like to remind you, throne-sitter, that my master has defeated your master, said Suzumibaki with a smirk, since we are comparing, and all. You cannot boast the same, can you? Hagen Inotama-shi's fists clenched. Bait, he muttered, obvious as there ever was. And yet you're so eager to take it, said Suzumibaki teasingly. Enough chatter, said Senbonzakura. I believe I can sense something of interest. What, then? Asked Tobiam. The newcomer, said Senbonzakura, Zanjitsu. What of him? Asked Suzumibaki. Observe. Through my master. Said Senbonzakura. Their bickering forgotten, the spirits turned their attention outward, to where one Kurosaki Ichigo was working, as he always was these days, on improving himself. Hear the sound of my voice. You see it, do you not? The spark of power, there to grasp if you would make a fist. Ichigo nodded. Byakuya was speaking continuously in a monotonous voice. What Ichigo had first assumed was just chatter had turned out to be a mantra-esque set of words, repeated over and over with subtle variations, spoken in a flat tone of voice that, in his meditative state, was soothing, almost rhythmic in its execution. It was a specific technique, the noble captain had explained, for a mentor to guide his student. Now that his meditation skills were up to par, the captain had taken it to the next level, his calm voice directing Ichigo's process. The picture he saw was not a literal image, and he would be hard-pressed to put words to it. What he had was a clear image of the spirit particles he attempted to move by force of will, and how they warped and changed as he overturned the metaphorical stone and transformed it into something that could be used to fuel a spell. The spark of power, there to grasp if you would make a fist, Ichigo repeated in a murmur. So, slowly extend your hand and close it. Seize the power. Seize the power, Ichigo repeated. He was almost there now. The Reishi he was focusing on were morphing, changing. He focused his will, imagined a hand closing over them. Little beads of sweat formed on his forehead. He was on the verge of making something, creating that basic core of power. There was a crack, almost like a thunderclap, and Ichigo snapped out of his trance, falling on his back with a yelp. The noise, he realized, had only been as loud as it was because it had been so close to him. It was power, his own power, exploding into real space like a firecracker. Too much force, said Byakuya neutrally. You must learn to control yourself better. Damn it, Ichigo muttered. I was almost there. Almost, Byakuya admitted, but almost is never enough. Yeah. Again. Said Ichigo, surprised to realize he was actually keen on trying one more time. He had been close to getting it right. No. We are about finished for now, said the captain, subtly shaking his head. Our time is up. Next time, I expect you will have mastered your energy output to at least contain the Kido you create without discharging it prematurely. Yes, sir, Ichigo muttered, standing up. Praise and encouragement were not Kukaki Byakuya's style, but there seemed to be some approval there, if only for the lack of admonishment and criticism. I have duties to attend, said the captain, turning around. I will see you again tomorrow. Do not be late. It's pretty weird, though Ichigo, how I don't want to punch him in the face nearly as much as I used to. It hadn't been that many sessions, but already he found it hard to despise Byakuya the way he had used to. The captain kept his distance, but realizing that underneath the ice, however hard it was to spot, there was a person, it had put a serious dent in his resentments. A little frustrated with his near success, and confused about his newfound lack of contempt, Ichigo headed away from the spot in Urahara's basement where they had been training. He only got a few paces, though, before he sensed a familiar presence. Perched on a rock, lazily splayed out like a cat, lay the blue-haired Arrancar, staring at him with a malicious grin on his face. Ichigo stopped, frowning. You been staring at us this whole time. Hey, man, this whole place is my cage, said Grimjo mockingly. Far as I'm concerned, you two are the ones intruding. Funny, Ichigo muttered. You were so damn lost in your own head, anyway, said Grimjo lazily. Wouldn't have noticed me coming from a mile away. That's meditation for you, said Ichigo, wondering whether he should even engage with the Arrancar at all. He knew Orium had a soft spot for him, but for all he knew the guy was still a psychotic monster with just a little bit of charm and petty, at that. You focus all your attention inward. It's necessary. You call it meditation, I call it, good way to get yourself killed real fast. You wouldn't last 5 minutes out in the wastes of Hueco Mundo, falling asleep like that. Yeah, I get it, said Ichigo sarcastically. I'm a great big softy who hasn't gone through the school of hard knocks, and that makes me weak. A real man like you can survive out in the wild, kills his own meat and everything in his way. About right. You're smarter than you look, said Grimjo with a chuckle. Yeah, well, said Ichigo, no offense, but you got your ass kicked by my aunt when she wasn't even going all out, and I beat a captain at his best. You can take that macho survivalist crap and shove it, because I'd kick your ass any day. Well, said Grimjo, leaping to his feet in one quick, smooth move, approaching Ichigo with the slow grace of a predator at rest, them's fighting words. You wanna go? Said Ichigo, refusing to back down. Oh, I couldn't possibly, said Grimjo innocently. Sure, I got Red to tone down the seal a bit on account of being a good boy and all, but one word from you and I'm crawling on the ground. I can't beat that. I'm not the one who'd fight dirty, said Ichigo stubbornly. Grimjo was getting close now, only a foot away, deliberately invading Ichigo's personal space. Yeah, well, said Grimjo, staring Ichigo in the eye, "I'd like to teach you a lesson or two, but, hell, I pull something like that on you, and I'm in the doghouse. Sounds like you're scared." "Scared?" Grimjo snorted. "I ain't scared of you, boy. I eat pieces of shit like you for breakfast." "You eat pieces of shit for breakfast? Wow, and quick-witted too," Grimjo said with a malicious grin. "You should be one of them rap artists. Bet you'd fight harder with words than with a sword. Would probably hurt more, too." "You know," said Ichigo, hand on the hilt of his blade, "I'd have no trouble whatsoever kicking your ass. I won't even tell Erza. But, if you're going to be all talk, get the hell out of my way." "Tell you what," said Grimjo, "no swords, no fancy Shinigami magic, no telling Red what we're doing." "Then I'm game." "Done," said Ichigo, throwing his sword aside. "I got a vent, anyhow. You look like you'd make a great punching bag." Grimjo nodded, balling his fists. Then his jaw dropped open in shock, and he looked over Ichigo's shoulder. "Ah, shit, Commander Scarlet," he called out. Ichigo, perplexed, turned to look. That was his first mistake. There was no one there, of course, and the next instant his face met the dirty, dusty ground as Grimjo's fist slammed into his skull. "First rule of fightin'," said Grimjo, flexing his fist, "never take your eyes off the one you're pummeling." He walked up to give Ichigo a kick for good measure, but as his leg swung down, Ichigo caught him by the ankle. Grabbing it firmly, he pushed upward. Grimjo, surprised, lost his footing, and Ichigo lashed out with his own foot, catching the former espada in the head as he fell. He tumbled back, and by the time he got to his feet, Ichigo stood up with his guard raised. "Neat dem trick," growled the teenager. "You really are a bastard." "Told ya," said Grimjo, fists raised to match Ichigo's, "you wouldn't have lasted 5 minutes in Hueco Mundo, boy. You're like a broken record," Ichigo spat. "Oh, look at me, I'm Grimjo Jaeger Jaquez, and I'm a badass. I'm so cool and strong, and unlike you, I went through the school of hard knocks. I think all Shinigami are weaklings." "Well, shit, if you keep telling it like it is, I might have to give ya some respect," said Grimjo with a grin, and began to circle Ichigo, looking for an opening. "Yeah, except there's the part where I point out that you're mighty full of yourself for somebody who's a Shinigami's little bitch. This whole tougher than you shtick doesn't rhyme so well with somebody who has to beg just to get a night out." Grimjo snarled and surged forward with a right hook. Ichigo deflected the blow, slamming a fist into the Arrancar's solar plexus as he did so. Grimjo grunted, stumbling back a step, and Ichigo followed up with a series of punches. Grimjo blocked and dodged, but he had lost the momentum, and his guard was broken at last when Ichigo, pushing his advantage, slammed a fist into Grimjo's jaw. Grimjo stumbled back, and Ichigo let him recover. The Arrancar shook his head as if to clear his mind a bit, and spat out some blood. Then he gave an unsettling grin, and laughed. "Look at you, playing dirty," he said, looking like a cat about to toy with the mouse he had just cornered. "Going for the low blows just to get me off my guard. Fuck, you are more like a hollow than I thought. Decent punches, too." "I'm nothing like you," Ichigo growled. "Sure you is," said Grimjo calmly, circling around the teen again. "You think I can't sense it underneath? That little monster you're feedin'? I hear it screamin'. If you gave into that, maybe you wouldn't throw sissy punches." This time Ichigo surged forward. He told himself he wasn't being provoked, but reality caught up soon. Grimjo anticipated his movements, dodged under the first swing, and caught Ichigo with an uppercut. His fist lashed out again, catching Ichigo in the gut, and he rained down blow after blow with his fists, his arms moving in a blur. Ichigo barely blocked any, pushed back by the sheer ferocity of the assault. He took hit after hit, to the face, the chest, anywhere the Arrancar could find his mark. Growling, at his back foot, Ichigo lashed out with a kick to the Arrancar's knee. It broke Grimjo's stride, at least, causing him to wobble on his feet long enough for Ichigo to take a step back and get a much-needed reprieve. "See, boy," said Grimjo maliciously. "Fancy moves or not, beast inside or not, you're still a punk kid, and I was an espada. I've lived through fights you couldn't even imagine. Yeah, well, Byakuya was pretty damn sure of himself, and he had decades on me, said Ichigo stubbornly, so if it's all the same to you, I'm not gonna roll over and give up. Good boy, Grimmjow purred, before leaping forward. Reading his movements, Ichigo caught the Arrancar with a kick to the chest, sending him flying to the ground. Smoothly, he rolled up to his feet and launched into another charge. Ichigo caught the first of his fists, then the second, but he didn't anticipate the headbutt. Grimmjow's skull slammed into his, and Ichigo saw stars. A second later, he felt a fist bury in his gut, before another slammed into his cheek, and the taste of dust filled his mouth once more as he went face first into the ground. Get the fuck up! Grimmjow hollered with cheer, a kick sending Ichigo flying. Come on, let loose, already. I thought you were gonna show me what for, huh? Ichigo got up, unsteady on his feet. The world took a second to stop wobbling. He felt dizzy, a little nauseous, but more than anything angry. He was angry with himself for giving in to the Arrancar's goads, for letting himself take this kind of beating for no reason at all. And, more than a little, he was angry with the obnoxious hollow in front of him. You want me to let loose? Said Ichigo darkly, raising a hand to his face. He made a claw, he quickly pulled down, and in an instant the mask materialized, bone-white and red trim over his human face. Yellow shone from his eyes, and his voice reverberated wickedly as he charged forward with a battle cry. Go on, hit me with your best shot. Grimmjow taunted him. He had cause to regret his words an instant later when Ichigo closed the distance, found an opening in Grimmjow's guard, and drove a punch into his gut hard enough to push the air out of his lungs. The Arrancar gasped, stumbling back, and Ichigo hit him with a kick to the head, keeping him off balance. Ichigo surged forward again, punching him in the throat, in the side, in the head twice over, raining down blow after calculated blow, mercilessly. Grimmjow, gasping for air, found himself driven back, the punishment he had dealt before returned twice over. Snarling, he launched a counter-attack through the furious strikes, heedless of how it left him open. Ichigo was caught by surprise, and the punch connected solidly with his mask. Son of a bitch! Grimmjow panted, a grin still creeping across his lips. See, ain't this more fun? Even now, even with his face bruised and bloodied, he was enjoying himself. It was easy enough to forget, but he was a monster. This is fun, said Ichigo with distaste. Beaten bloody? Hell yeah, said Grimmjow, nodding approvingly, and don't tell me you ain't into it, too. I feel it in ya. You're a fighter, too, even if you're trying to act like you're above it. It's why you're here slugging it out with me, even if you don't have to. Even if you could bring me to my knees with a word. You like fighting. You like the rush. Maybe you tell yourself it's all necessary, that it's only for when you absolutely have to, but deep down, there's a real simple, real primal part of you that hoots and cheers. Punch him hard, punch him in the face. Shut him up. Ichigo paused, suddenly uneasy. I told you, I'm nothing like you dash. Yeah, said Grimmjow, taking a stance, but the thing is. I think that's bullshit. I've seen some of humanity since I've been here, and fact of the matter is, they ain't just weak. They're also nasty, underhanded bastards sometimes. Some of 'em really like fighting. I'm thinking maybe I ain't so different as I thought. I'm thinking you can't just say, he's just a monster, because there's probably people nastier than me among the humans. Ichigo felt surprised. That was an admission he had never expected to hear. The Arrancar had always been vocal about his contempt for humanity. That's why I know you're full of shit, shouted Grimmjow, surging forward, fist raised, cause the only difference between us is I ain't afraid to be what I am. Ichigo reacted instinctively, catching the Arrancar's arm in a disabling grip, lashing out with a foot at his kneecap, forcing him down to one knee. Grimmjow, at the same time, grabbed Ichigo by the throat, keeping a firm grip. The two of them stood still like that for a moment, straining against each other, and Ichigo realized he couldn't breathe. Told ya, punk, hissed Grimmjow maniacally. The rough life I had, that might be predictable to you, but it ain't untrue. Ichigo stared at him through his mask, and a little panic began to surge through him. I can't breathe. I can't break free. He'll kill me. A rational part of him knew that the Aaron car couldn't possibly, not without bringing down the wrath of the Godai on him, but he was a wild animal. Could he even be trusted to act reasonably? Would he even think that far? He felt the hollow stir inside him, gleeful, evil, willing to take over the moment his control slipped. Ichigo focused, refusing to yield control over himself. Without thinking about it, without being sure of how he did it, he opened his masked jaws, and with a surge of power, he began shaping a zero at the edge of his mouth. It grew in power, wild and dangerous. Suddenly, Grimjo's expression, somewhere in between determined, gleeful, and furious, changed. There was a sudden fear in his face, his eyes widening, and his grip slackened. Ichigo took a welcome breath of air, and looked down on the Aaron car. A hit this close up was out of the question. He did not kill people on their knees. Then Grimjo's expression changed, his cocky grin returning. For a second there, ya kinda had me, he said triumphantly, but then I remembered. You ain't got the balls. Do ya, kid? Ichigo bit down, and the zero vanished, its power dissipating into the air. A second later, the mask shattered and disappeared. He took a step back, and Grimjo got to his feet. Well, that was fun, said Grimjo, quite carefree. Round 2. You're a bastard, Ichigo growled. Damn right. Then again, ain't nobody you can fight that'll give you the kinda workout I can. Ichigo balled a fist. It was very tempting to shut him up properly, but truth be told, he wasn't sure he could. The Aaron car was very powerful on his own, and he could fight like a daemon, dish it out as much as he could take it. However, before he could make a decision, they were cut off. Ichigo. The concerned, angry voice was familiar, it was Erza's. She was running toward them, and Ichigo just realized he was in trouble. To his surprise, Grimjo looked much the same, startled and dismayed. Ichigo, are you alright? Erza demanded, landing next to the both of them, hand on her blade. I sensed a commotion, and dash. I'm fine, Ichigo reassured her. He was bruised and bleeding in a couple places, but his body would heal that soon, he was sure. You, snarled Erza, pointing at Grimjo. You and I are going to have a long talk later. Forget those evenings out when I'm done with you, you'll dash. It's okay. Ichigo blurted out. Grimjo, whose face had gone from shocked to angry, went to naked surprise. He offered to show me this fighting trick, Ichigo said, improvising, and I figured, hey, he's a hollow, he probably knows his stuff. I needed to vent some steam anyway, so I asked him to show me a good fight, and he did. Nothing's wrong here. Erza gave Grimjo a very skeptical look. And, that's the story you're sticking with? She said sharply, turning to look at Ichigo. Behind her, Grimjo recovered from his surprise enough to give Ichigo a grateful nod. It's the truth, said Ichigo stubbornly. If he assaulted me, I'd tell you. Erza sighed. You're sure? I told you, everything's fine. Your mom will throw a fit when she sees you like this. Give it a couple hours and most of it'll be gone, said Ichigo dismissively. Well, alright, then, said Erza. I have work to do, so, if you're okay. I'm fine. Really, Ichigo insisted. Erza nodded hesitantly. Alright. And, you, she said, turning to Grimjo, you'd better damn well watch yourself. One step out of line, and you're mincemeat. Got it, Red, said Grimjo, sounding uncharacteristically tractable. Right, then, said Erza. See you around later. As she left, Grimjo gave Ichigo a look. What? He said. You expect me to get down on my knees and thank you? You're a Shinigami. You're supposed to do nice things. You'd be surprised, muttered Ichigo. See you around, bastard. Come back anytime, asshole, said Grimjo, his grin returning. As Ichigo walked away, the Aaron car couldn't resist getting the last word in. And, the next time I'll show you how to not punch like a sissy. It had eaten at her in the oddest of ways. What Captain So iPhone had said, wanting to be her own, wanting to not be defined by somebody else even if it was somebody she loved. It had stayed with Momo. It had annoyed her, in ways that felt odd. Unreasonable. It really was none of her business, and it had nothing to do with her. Yet, in the day that had passed, the exchange had kept coming into her mind over and over, distracting her, irritating her. After realizing she had drifted off into an annoyed little rant inside her head for the fourth time in 2 hours, Momo had sat back from the work at her desk and stared out into space. This was ridiculous. She had to figure out why this irritated her. Logically, she saw no reason. As she'd told herself over and over, nothing to do with her, not her business, not her anything. It wasn't even wrong. Except, it felt wrong. Introspecting, Momo began to think to herself. It did feel wrong to her, because she was doing just that. She had lived for somebody else's sake for a very long time, most of her life, actually, since that fateful day when Erza had delivered her and her friends from a certain death in that freak hollow attack. So, when iPhone had said that something like that was, not wrong as such, but unhealthy, it had felt like an insult. Like she had been given a slap to the face. Like the little captain had told her that the way she lived her life wasn't good enough, that what she had based her life around was wrong. Momo had never stopped to consider that it was anything but right. She had believed in Erza when nobody else had, when Erza was branded a traitor, and that had only ever seemed noble. Which, of course, it was. Believing in one's friends no matter what, that wasn't just a romantic ideal. That was good. Right? She didn't get much further than that. She felt confused. Was this what Tabayam had meant? Being yourself? Be who you were without being defined by somebody else? But, nobody became a person in a vacuum. Everyone became who they were by interacting with other people. So, what was wrong with dedication like that? Momo didn't get much further during the day. Somehow, she forced herself through work, even though it was a slow and painstaking slog compared to her usual efficiency. At the end of the day she left for Erza's apartment by herself. Her girlfriend was already home when she got there, but Momo didn't even stop to say hello, heading right for bed. For some reason, she wanted to be left alone right now. After some time, though, Erza went to bed, too, and Momo couldn't very well walk away from that. What would she say? I'm feeling really annoyed, it's not about you, except it kind of is. She'd just make it weird, and she had enough of that as it was. As Erza slipped into the bed, she lay down next to Momo, and playfully ran a few fingers through her hair. Momo turned over wordlessly, staring into the wall, hoping Erza would just take it as her being tired. Maybe she'd just go to sleep. Momo, said Erza, a little puzzled. Momo grunted something incoherent in response. Are you okay? Asked Erza. I'm fine. Leave me alone. Whatever, Momo muttered, trying not to sound annoyed. Whatever her efforts, they seemed to have been insufficient, because Erza insisted. Is everything all right? I need to be alone. Just say it. I'm fine, she muttered. If you say so, said Erza, confused. There was almost a little hurt in her tone. Did I do something wrong? That was a bit too much. It was one thing to keep to herself, to try to sort out her own issues, but having Erza think she had wronged her, somehow? No. She couldn't do that. I could just tell her I need some time alone, that everything is fine, she thought to herself. Or, maybe, another voice argued, you should actually talk to your girlfriend about what's bothering you. Communicate, make an effort. Do that, you coward. I'm fine, said Momo, slowly turning around to face Erza. It's not you. Oh. Okay. That's good, said Erza with a nod. Well. Said Momo, swallowing nervously, it's a little you. What did I do? You didn't do anything, Momo said hastily. Nothing's wrong with you. I'm just. What's wrong, Momo? Momo sighed, and shook her head. Somebody said something, and it sort of got to me. It's complicated. You know you can tell me anything, right? Said Erza, concern in her voice. I know, Momo muttered. It's just, What? Do you think I'm clingy? She blurted the words quickly, before her courage to speak them ran out. Erza blinked. No. Well, Momo said, trying to find the words. Breathe. Take a moment to piece it together, said Erza gently. Momo nodded. The die had been cast now. She couldn't just walk back on this, not now, not after saying this much. It's like this, she said, struggling to put it together. I've been thinking, lately. I'm trying to be a good girlfriend. You are, though, said Erza, sounding more confused than ever. It's not that, really, said Momo, sounding pained. It's just. She took a deep breath. I've wanted nothing more than to be with you and support you ever since you saved my life that one day, so many years ago. I've been completely dedicated to you. Devoted. Loyal. But I've started to wonder if that's the right way to think. If I'm maybe too dedicated. Erza blinked. Huh. I see. Well. I don't, actually, but go on. It's just, said Momo desperately, I always thought that it was a good thing, but now my Zanpakuto is telling me I need to be myself, and I'm wondering if she thinks I'm too close to you. I mean, if I'm focusing too much on you and too little on me, and... She ran out of breath and ideas at the same time. Helplessly, she trailed off. Suddenly there was a strange look on Erza's face. Huh, she said, and Momo dreaded what that might mean. There was this one thing Nemu told me a while back, Erza said thoughtfully. I thought it was insensitive and wrong at the time, but what? I mean. Erza said, thinking back, she said. What? Said Momo, keen to know. She said it was weird that you were so sure I was right all that time when I was gone. That you believed despite the evidence against me. That when the evidence is that strong and you still won't accept it. I got the sense she thought that wasn't right. Not healthy. What did you think? I always thought it was romantic, Erza murmured, sounding a little annoyed at herself, that it was sweet. It made me happy, knowing that someone still thought I was for real. But I guess it's more logical to believe what looks to be true. What do you think? I was so certain, said Momo, so absolutely sure. It was like faith. Nothing could have convinced me I was wrong. Is that so bad? What if it were? Said Momo quietly. If you believe that much in somebody, is there anything you wouldn't do for them? I believed in Aizen. Not as strongly as I did you, but if it had been him there that day and not you. She shuddered. There's nothing wrong with having faith in your friends and family, said Erza. But it was more like zealotry, said Momo, wasn't it? To believe so strongly that nothing can change your mind? You're a good person, you'd never ask me to do anything wrong, but what if you had turned out not to be? I don't understand, said Erza, shaking her head. We're doing good, aren't we? Momo nodded. We are fine. But maybe I'm not. Erza furrowed her brows, and took a deep breath. Well, she said, as far as I understand it, you're not satisfied with the way you look at things, right? Momo nodded. I think so. So, what do you want to do about it? What do you need to change? Momo blinked. She hadn't thought that far. She said sheepishly, maybe try to do things more for myself, I guess. I'll still be with you, but, well, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Maybe find some ambition of my own. I don't want anything to change between us, really. Erza breathed out. Oh, good. For a second there, I thought you were going to dump me. What? Momo burst out, shocked at the thought. No, never. I want to be with you. It's all I want, well, something I really do want even if it's not literally everything, but you know. And, if Tobiam wanted you to leave me, then she could go suck an egg, said Momo defiantly. If I'm supposed to do things for me, then that means I shouldn't let her tell me what to do, either. Erza smiled, and nodded. So, well, you do what you think is best, then. I have to do some figuring out as to what that is, said Momo, brows furrowed, but it's a start. It's silly, I guess, in the end, not a whole lot is going to be all that different. It's not silly, said Erza, shaking her head. If you had that going on inside your head, it's better you figured it out. Better out than in, right? I guess, said Momo, lying back. She extended a hand to Erza, who took it and gave it a gentle squeeze. I just felt like, I dunno, I shouldn't burden people with stuff like this. If you can't talk to me, who can you talk to? Said Erza dismissively. I'm good at burdens. I've got shoulders like an ox. Momo laughed at that. You're not an ox. More like an Amazon, I think. A great, strong, beautiful Amazon. I can live with that comparison, said Erza with a smile. Anyway, I'm tired. Want to get some sleep? Yeah, said Momo. She yawned. Now that you mention it, I feel pretty tired. Momo, when she fell asleep a few minutes later, slept soundly. Her heart, which had been confounded and stormy like a restless sea, had been calmed. She didn't know exactly where to go from here, but she was sure she had taken the first step on whatever road she needed to head down. Chapter 95, Closure. It was when she was the furthest out on her beat that it happened. Erza, in the middle of her patrol, some 40 feet up in the sky, stopped dead in her tracks when she sensed the vibrations of a garganta. The interdimensional tier manifested almost right on top of her, right in her path. Immediately she drew her blade, took a few steps back, and assumed a fighting stance. So iPhone had installed new and updated fighting protocols. She knew, within a couple minutes at the most, she would be reinforced. Let them try. Let them throw whatever they wanted at them. Be it another tentative little incursion or a full invasion, Erza was ready for it, almost eager. Her last encounter had left her eager for more. It had, at last, become personal. But, to her surprise, the figure that stepped out of the portal was no espada. It was a mere errand car, and although it was powerful, Erza's apprehension changed. If this was it, then she would hardly even need the backup. The errand car was a towering, muscular figure with red, bushy hair trailing down the left side of his head. Greetings, Erza Scarlet, he rumbled, making no attempt to reach for his own weapon. In fact, he had no weapon at all, his belt quite empty, and his tone sounded surprisingly civil. Idrid Lyons, spat Erza. I remember you from our files. Come for revenge for your fallen master. I serve a new master now, said Idrid calmly, and please, be at ease. I am not here to do battle today. Then battle will be brought to you, said Erza aggressively, raising her blade. You would strike down an unarmed, weaker opponent, said Idrid, raising his hands. Erza stopped herself, just before making ready to charge. Her brows furrowed. What is your game? She demanded. Master said you wouldn't, said Idrid, with infuriating calm. He said it is not in your character to harm that which will not fight back. I am glad my trust in him was not misplaced. Do not try my patience, said Erza irritably, keeping her guard up. If you are not here to fight, then what are you here for? To deliver a message, said Idrid, carefully reaching into his jacket. Erza tensed, and Idrid stopped momentarily. It is only a message, I assure you. I am quite aware of the difference between us, Commander. Tense as a steel wire, Erza watched him pull out a folded piece of paper from his coat. It looked tiny in his huge, beastly hands, but he handled it with surprising care. This, he said, extending the piece of paper toward her, is all I came here to deliver. Erza, in no mood to take any chances, did not reach out to take it. Who is your new master? She demanded. I know him as Lanza Valiente, said Idrid slowly, but I was told that this message was to be given not from Alanza, but to Erza Scarlet from her old friend and enemy, Jelal Fernandez. This threw Erza off, and her eyes widened in shock. She had fought him not long ago, that specter from her past come back to haunt her, and he had seemed to have lost all memory of her. What trickery is this? She said angrily. Your master lies. Last we spoke, he had forgotten that name entirely. It seems that what was lost has been found again, said Edred with a shrug. I cannot speculate, as I do not know. Truthfully, I believe my master isn't sure himself. This message is all I have come to deliver. And, as I sense your allies are not far, I must now take my leave. As if I'll take that message, Erza spat, on the verge of unleashing her blade. After all, the memory had brought back a great anger in her, anger that she hadn't even known was there. Again, with infuriating calm, Edred shrugged. I cannot force you to take it. As I am running out of time, do as you please with it. Edred dropped the folded paper, and it went tumbling down toward the ground, a mild breeze carrying it away from them. Now I must take my leave, said Edred, taking a step back toward the portal. You can attempt to come after me if you like, or you can chase after the message. Or do neither, I suppose. At any rate, my part has been played. He stepped into the portal, and Erza, who had been a little stunned up till now, cried, Wait. You son of a bitch, wait dash. But, the portal began to close, and part of Erza wanted to make a mad dash through it. If she acted right now, she could maybe. But, no. That'd be madness. She looked down toward the paper, almost out of view already. Another couple of seconds, and it would be gone forever. Dismissing the portal closing behind her, she made a mad dash toward the ground, chasing after the message, just barely catching it before it was lost in the winds. He just disappeared. So iPhone stood next to Byakuya at ground level. Both captains had rushed to Erza's position. Erza shook her head. He must not have expected to run into a captain. Clearly not, said Byakuya, but to turn tail and run without even attempting a fight is cowardly by their standards. Perhaps we finally found an Aaron car with more sense than ego, said So iPhone, giving Erza a look that the commander hoped was not suspicious, or perhaps he remembered the last time, and thought better of it. Maybe they're just testing our reaction time, said Erza, a little proud to have thought of the idea. In that case, they will know it took less than 2 minutes to respond, said So iPhone. 1 minute, 34 seconds to be precise. I believe we can do better. We will take pains to improve, then, said Byakuya. Enough, said Erza, remembering that she was, in fact, in charge. Return to your patrol routes. So iPhone, I want a full account of this event from whatever our sensors could pick up. Yes, Commander, said the two captains in unison. As they walked away, Erza reached into her coat. She waited until they were well out of sight, clutching the paper tightly. The words still burned in her mind, and she felt a feverish need to reread them. Finally, when she felt sure nobody could see, she urgently brought out the message, opening it up to read it once more, to make it feel real. Erza, it began, I hope this finds you well. I shall get right down to business. I have regained my memories. I remember all of who I used to be. It shames me, but I do. I know you have no reason to believe I am a good man, and I am doubtful I am, myself. But for old time's sake, to settle who we both were so long ago, I wish to meet. Only to meet this evening at midnight, at the center of Karakura Park. Not as Shinigami and Hollow, not as enemies, but as the ones we were a long time ago. A boy and a girl, once the best of friends. I am not Lanza Valiente. I am Jelal Fernandez, the slave boy mage from Fiore who grew up to become a tyrant the likes of which had once oppressed him. It was not my doing or my wish, but it is my cross to bear. I am sure you wish to put the past behind you as much as I do. Your friend and enemy, Jelal Fernandez. Erza stared at the message, reading it over and over, her heart thumping. She had lied to her fellow captains over this, simply because she didn't know what else to do. A whole host of emotions welled up inside her, long buried, and she balled her fist, crumpling the paper in her hand. Damn him! Why couldn't he have stayed dead? It is done, Lord, said Edred, walking into Lanza's chambers. Lanza, distracted and deep in thought to a point where he had pushed away Loli and Manoli's affectionate ministrations, did not respond immediately. He was staring out into space, sat at the corner of a couch. Although all of his servants were near, lounging in the room as they often did, something about his demeanor, the way he looked entirely lost to whatever passed through his mind, made him seem lonely despite the small crowd around him. My lord, said Edred, A minute after Lanza had failed to respond. Oh, yes, Edred, it's you, said Lanza, and although his eyes met Edred's, he didn't quite seem to be present even now. The mission has been carried out to completion, Lord, Edred repeated patiently. Oh. Good. Yes, good, that's what I sent you out to do. Good work. Sir, are you, all right? Asked Joe, furrowing his brows. Lanza shook his head, seeming to finally focus his thoughts. I am sound of body, but, not quite of mind, he admitted. What did she say, Edred? She threatened to kill me and very nearly attacked. I'm not surprised, muttered Lanza. Did she get the message, though? I saw her dive for it as the gate closed, Lord, said Edred confidently. If I may speculate, she seemed quite eager to find it. Lanza nodded. What was it? Said Finder. What could be this important? If I might add, said Joe, I question the wisdom of doing this without Lord Eisen's knowledge. He favors you, but he does not tolerate personal ambition if it endangers his own. It is a clever, if daring gambit, said Edred supportively. With whatever past she has with our Lord, she will be drawn out. Isolated, she will make an easier target. If you can bring her head to Lord Eisen dash. No. Said Lanza suddenly, angrily. No, Edred, that will not happen. Not one of you will follow me, not one of you will meddle, and I will not raise my hand against her with ill intent. I'd rather die. Lord. Said Edred, a little shocked. It's hard to explain, Lanza muttered, animated, the idea of killing Erza seeming to have brought him to the present fully, the way I feel. What's happened between us? But I wronged her in the past. I owe her a life or at least a debt of pain for what I did to her. Sir, said Finder, wide-eyed, you cannot be serious. You are a servant of Lord Eisen, and what you say is damn near treason. You shut your mouth. Said Lowly energetically. How dare you accuse him like that? What she said? Mainoli exclaimed angrily. Lanza shook his head, and silenced the two of them with a gesture. You misunderstand my intention, Finder. I will not raise a hand to her then, when we meet if she chooses to show up. I am loyal to Lord Eisen. I've been through too much to abandon his vision for some old sentimentality. But this is a ghost from my past that I must bury. I must at least beg her forgiveness for what I have done, for what I must do. For what she once was to me. I must march into the future confidently, without any doubts or hesitations holding me back. This, I cannot do with this debt unresolved. If I meet her on the battlefield again, then so be it, but I must do that knowing I tried to set things right with her. I cannot pretend I understand, said Joe cautiously, but you have earned our trust, but you're stretching it far, now, sir. I hope you understand that. I do, Lanza said with a nod, and I am grateful it can stretch as far as that. Edred sighed. I understand even less than he does, he said, shaking his head, but what else is there to it? You are our Lord. I have no choice but to trust in you. What do you even hope to find? Closure, said Lanza heavily. Whatever happens, we will end up as enemies. For Lord Eisen to triumph, she may well need to die. It might be my last chance to speak cordially with her. What is she to you? Asked Finder. An old lover. Lowly and Mainoli flinched, frowning angrily at the suggestion. No. Lanza said, shaking his head. No. In another life and another time, maybe. A sister, perhaps, an estranged sister whose life I tried to take. That is all. Just be careful, all right? Said Lowly, concern in her voice. If they catch you, or if Lord Eisen finds out. I know, said Lanza. If that happens, I may lose all I've worked for. But I have to do this. I wouldn't risk it otherwise. It must be, and that is all there is to say about it. Lanza leaned back, staring out into space. Taking a hint, his servants left him alone again, hoping this meeting would spell an end to his melancholy and his indecision. He felt the energy in his grasp. It was like trying to hold on to noodles that had been soaked in oil. To control it was almost impossible. But, somehow, he was doing it. In his meditation, Ichigo was not even conscious of the sweat trailing down his forehead. That damned metaphorical stone had turned over, the energy had been changed into something workable, and now he just had to harness it. Focusing, imagining a circle and forcing the energy into it, he made the fuel for the spell obey. It felt less like making water run uphill now, less impossible, but not by a lot. He was brought out of his trance by a sudden surge of energy, the shock of it making him fall onto his back. He blinked, his vision blacked out for a moment, coming back in brief, appalling flashes. He grunted angrily. "Calm yourself," Byakuya commanded. "Your vision will return." It was simply the shock of the energy. Ichigo murmured something inaudible and irritable as he clambered to his feet, his vision slowly turning from dancing lights to a blurred outline of the spacious basement where they trained. "So close," he hissed irritably. "So close. Damn it. What do you mean?" said Byakuya. "Almost there," muttered Ichigo, disappointed and angry with himself. "I was right there, and then I slipped." "You did no such thing. You controlled the energy until it released. There was a spark of Kido energy. What did you think blinded you?" Ichigo blinked, this time not because of the flash. "You mean? I manifested Kido energy. You have done well. In this short time, you have begun to at least grasp the very basic fundament of the demon arts." Ichigo, staring at the nobleman in disbelief, wondered if he was lying to spare his feelings. No, of course he wasn't. He'd never do that. He always told it straight, and he certainly had no reason to treat Ichigo with any special consideration. "Holy shit!" Ichigo murmured, as the realization begun to settle in. "I did it. I did it." He made a fist, punching at the sky with exuberant cheer. "As crudely as you may have put it, yes. Be aware that this is, of course, only the first step on a road that really never ends." Yeah, said Ichigo dismissively, refusing to let his enthusiasm be curbed by reality. He had accomplished something difficult, and he deserved to revel in it for a moment. "Thank you," he said, turning abruptly to look Byakuya in the eye. "Sensei." The nobleman raised an eyebrow. "Curious. What? If I recall correctly, you were most unwilling to even begin learning." "Yeah, well," Ichigo said, scratching his head awkwardly, "it's not so bad. And if I'm gonna take this whole Shinigami shtick seriously, there's no reason not to learn. Can only be helpful to me, right?" "Indeed," said Byakuya, as reserved as ever. "Look," said Ichigo, "it's not like I'm asking for a hug or anything. You've actually been helpful to me, and I thanked you. That's it. You are aware this was on the explicit command of my superior, yes? Well, if you want to say this whole thing was just a total pain in the ass to you, then fine. It was not, quite something such as that," Byakuya admitted, keeping his cool. "It has been satisfactory to successfully educate the ignorant, at the least." "Couldn't help but give out a backhanded compliment, huh?" said Ichigo with a grin. "That's fine. I'll take it." "We are finished for the day," said Byakuya, turning away. "You may take your leave. I shall report your progress to Commander Scarlet." "You know," said Ichigo, "I used to think you were a total asshole." Byakuya did not respond, so Ichigo continued. "But, you're not. You're still a dick, but it's not the worst. I know loads of dicks. They can be pretty tolerable sometimes." "Mr. Kurosaki," said Byakuya coolly, turning around to face him again, "I know this is your attempt at cordiality, but not only is it less than cordial, but you are overstepping yourself again. We are not equals, and I will not pretend as if we are. You are a child. I am a captain, and the head of a noble clan." Yeah, said Ichigo dismissively. "Better than you, and all that stuff. I get it. But, ask yourself this: how different would it have been if you had gotten over that stuff and worked with me against that white-skinned bastard Espada, instead of us getting in each other's way?" Byakuya tensed, and Ichigo was sure he was on thin ice now. "I'm not saying I was completely in the right there," he added. "We both could have done better. But, he wasn't so strong we couldn't have taken him if we put our skills together. Why does it matter to you, human? Said Byakuya icily. Simple, said Ichigo, he went and made it personal. Came after one of my friends. So, me, I really wanna kick his ass. And you, I know you want that. He hurt your pride, and that's more important to you than your life. You presume to know me? No, said Ichigo, I don't. We're different people with different backgrounds. But, we'd both lay down our lives for what we believe in. For me, it's the people I think of as family. For you it's what, duty? Pride? I don't know you, like you said, but am I wrong about that? Duty. Pride. Both matter more to me than you can imagine. You have told me so yourself, said Byakuya severely. That much is true. But, that stuff doesn't help a whole lot if the one you're fighting is too strong. Sure, you can refuse to give in and fight till you die, but I think we can agree it's better if you live and win. That is preferable, yes. So, here's what I think, said Ichigo quickly, hoping he hadn't offended the nobleman too severely. If we run into that bastard again, you and I, we work together. No more ego. We both fight for something bigger than ourselves. We're both fighting for our homes. It's both our duty to survive and defeat our enemies. If that means not doing it all by ourselves, is that so bad? Byakuya glared at him, but his response was less than hostile. That is assuming we both run into him again. That we both happen to be in the same place. That neither of us are otherwise occupied during the battle. It's a big if, sure, said Ichigo with a shrug. Who can say how a battle turns out? But, if that happens, well, I think we'd make a hell of a team. I have never asked for anybody's help, said Byakuya firmly. I have always overcome my enemies by my own strength. I am not about to change that. Yeah, well, you're not asking for help I am, said Ichigo, just as firmly. I can't beat him. He's too strong. I need help. You would humble yourself so. I call it like I see it, said Ichigo with a shrug. It took 5 captain-tier fighters to overwhelm him last time. He's a real monster. I got a score to settle, but I can't settle it myself. That's all there is to it. This is ludicrous, said Byakuya, after a pause. I will make no such commitment, especially not for something as impossible to predict as a war-torn future. Just think about it. Byakuya gave him an odd look, then turned around and began walking away without another word. Ichigo watched him leave without interfering. The man surrounded himself with walls of ice, but they weren't impenetrable. Momo smiled to herself, observing the length of her blade. With care she sheathed it, slowly letting the blade slide in. She handled Tobiam gently, like an infant, as she sat down cross-legged and placed the Zanpakuto across her lap. She sat up straight, stroked the hilt of the blade, and closed her eyes. She breathed in deeply once, twice, the beat of her heart slowing until she was completely at rest. Somewhere along the way, the dark of her closed eyes shifted into the same bizarre landscape she had seen so many times before. Tobiam waited for her, floating above her with her alien, unearthly beauty on full display. Have you finally understood? She asked. I think I have, said Momo, smiling quietly. I am ready to be my own. I'll never turn my back on any of the people who matter to me, but I will not depend on them too much, either. Not even her. Not even Erza, said Momo with a nod. Although Momo couldn't quite make out Tobiam's features, as usual, she got a sense that the spirit was smiling back at her. Come into my sanctum, said the spirit, gesturing to the center of the garden. You are ready to learn. Momo breathed in sharply. In all the time since she had known the spirit, she had never been permitted to see the very center of it, surrounded by a fence that it hurt to look at. Her heart now beating quickly, she followed the spirit inside. It wouldn't be easy, but it was within her grasp. No matter what, she'd achieve it. For Erza. For her friends. Most of all, for herself. Orium had taken quite some time to work up the courage to do what she intended to do, including not just 1 but 2 pep talks, first from Tatsuki and then from Rukia. Both of them had been supportive, and Tatsuki had all but booted Orium out the door, insisting that she not come back until she had gotten it done. It had seemed a little harsh at the time to Orium, who felt rather like her insides had turned to jelly, or perhaps as if a family of butterflies had taken permanent residence in her stomach. As fascinating an idea as that was, not even her overactive imagination had been able to distract her. Once she was out the door, she had felt a little courage. She was going to do it. She was going to walk over to Ichigo's house, tell him what she felt, and get an answer. Today. She had marched there determinedly, with courage that had only risen right until she saw his house, at which point it deflated like failed souffle, and her brisk pace had gradually slowed until it hit a crawl. Even so, she had steeled herself, all but kicked down the door, announced her presence loudly, only for his mother to let her know that actually, Ichigo was still out. God knows when you get to see him these days. Teenagers, what a hassle they are. Both disappointed and relieved, Orium had settled for waiting in the house until he got back. This was a terrible mistake, it had turned out, since being left alone with her own mind made everything a million times worse. At least during her brisk walk there, Tatsuki and Rukia's encouragement had been fresh in her mind, at least she could keep her focus on the physical activity of the walk itself. Now, she became increasingly convinced that this was a terrible idea. So what if she had a crush on Ichigo? People had crushes all the time. They got over them. But, what if she didn't try to get over it? What if it worked out? It could be so nice. They could be a couple, snuggle up together, kiss, hug, do other things, in time. But, if it didn't work out, she could completely ruin their friendship. He'd be disgusted with her selfishness and never want to see her again. No, that was ridiculous. Ichigo was a good person. He wouldn't do that. Or, at least the reasonable part of her said as much, but Orium was being ruled by paranoia, fear, and an intense nervousness the likes of which only a hormonal teenager could suffer through. When had she started to feel this way? Quite some time ago, if she was honest. It was just that she hadn't realized it until, quite recently. He'd always been on her mind, ever since they returned from the Soul Society. He had grown to be so strong, so mature, so much like an adult. She had been thrilled to be there for him when that hollow had ravaged his mind, to support him at his weakest. The connection they had shared then, that had been the turning point. That was when she had started to be in denial about it, because to be there for him there and then, to help Ichigo brave, strong, handsome Ichigo had touched something deep inside her. Now she was in love, which was rather a predicament. Eventually, he did come home. Orium was surprised it wasn't dark out, mostly because it had felt like an eternity. In actuality it had been just over an hour, which was still too long as far as she was concerned. Ichigo. She called out, as the gangly teenager headed up the stairs. Surprised, he stopped. Orium. He said. Is everything okay? Why yeah, said Orium, desperately trying to find the confidence that had eroded so quickly before. I was just, I was out training, said Ichigo, was just gonna take a shower. Can it wait? Actually, it can't. Said Orium, more loudly than she had intended to. Immediately she shrunk down, and added, if that's okay with you. Ichigo looked puzzled, but stepped down from the stairs. Sure, I guess, he said with a shrug, giving her a strange look. What's up? Well, she said, trying to find the words choking up at the back of her throat, trying to force them out. I'm in love with you. Will you be my girlfriend? So, the things is. Lately I've been thinking, and you know how it is, which is to say, that there are things happening but also stuff, and... He blinked, confused at the non-sentence coming out of her mouth, and Orium cursed inwardly. Why don't we go take a seat? She said, gesturing at the living room, in a desperate bid to buy time. It bought her only seconds of course, at which point she was, once more, in the same terrible state. What's so bad I need to sit down for it? Asked Ichigo. It's not bad, said Orium quickly. It's good. It could be. Or, it could be bad. It's dash. Ichigo just stared at her, confused. God damn it, why can't it be him taking the initiative? She thought frustratedly, I'm the girl here, aren't I? Is he really that dense? Damn it. Damn it. Are you alright? Said Ichigo. I'm fine, said Orium nervously. Why wouldn't I be fine? If you say so, said Ichigo confusedly, except I don't think I ever heard you swear before. I said that out loud. Said Orium, mortified. Yes, said Ichigo. Orium, is this about, you know? You know, what? Said Orium panicking. I don't know. If there's one thing I know, it's that I don't know at all. You know, back then, Ichigo murmured sheepishly, and Orium could swear she saw something of a blush creeping onto his face. When, that time right after Ulquiorra had threatened you, and you came over to my place acting all weird. I mean, it makes sense now that I know what happened to you, but, you know. For pity's sake. Now they were both rambling. But, Orium recalled, she had done more than talk. She had kissed him, too. Not on the mouth, but still that had been much more than she had ever done before. Nobody would think twice if she'd done that to Tatsuki, but Ichigo. Ichigo was different. Well, yes, said Orium, painfully aware of the blush that was running up her cheeks. Well, you see, yes, I did what I did back there, so, you kissed me. Just a little. I thought it was just, you know, you can do crazy stuff when you're scared and all. Didn't think it was. I mean, I didn't think it'd be something more than. Well, you know. Orium said, the both of them trailing off into silence, a silence that became awkward almost instantly. It was the kind of awkward silence that other, lesser silences aspired to be like. Orium grit her teeth. Tatsuki had been right all along. He was dense. Not only that, he was rambling and stuttering as badly as she was, somehow. It was ridiculous. A realization hit her, there and then. If this continued, none of them would get anywhere. Nothing would get said, until one of them excused themselves from the conversation, and from then on they'd probably never talk about it again. Things would be super awkward between them for a while, they'd move on, and then they'd forget about it. She could let that happen, or she could do something about it. A strange calm came over her, strange and pained with the knowledge that what she was about to do could ruin something great whether she meant to or not. Orium took a deep breath, put a hand on his shoulder, and said, Ichigo, I did kiss you. That's part of what I wanted to talk about. Although the words came out coherent, reasoned, every last syllable was forced out by sheer force of will, punctuated by terror. Ichigo just nodded, meaning that she was forced to continue, without respite from the bumbling young man in front of her. Lately I've been feeling things for you. I've been feeling them for a while now. It just took me a bit to figure it out. Just so you don't misunderstand, I do mean it that way. I like you. You're nice. You're a good person. You're admirable, and I really like you. Okay, said Ichigo, a glassy look in his eyes. So. Orium sighed. She just had to do everything by herself, didn't she? Look, Ichigo, she said, not quite believing the words coming out of her mouth, you can just say no, thanks. Just tell me you're not interested, and we'll just move on. But wouldn't that be kinda rude? Not as rude as saying you're interested without meaning it. Why yeah, I guess that's true, said Ichigo, scratching his head, but wouldn't it be, like, super awkward? That. We'll make it, said Orium, even if it takes a while. It's not going to ruin us. We're still friends. Aren't we? Of course. Said Ichigo, finally speaking clearly and without hesitation. No matter what, we're friends. I've known you since I was a kid. I'd never let something like this take that away. Orium nodded. Well, there you go. So, if you want an easy way out, just say no. Ichigo looked at her, stunned and helpless, and the silence that ensued was, surprisingly, less than awkward. Orium felt a little silly, and a little relieved. She had said it out loud, and known it to be true. This wasn't going to ruin anything. All that was left now was to get rejected, and then it'd be over. It would hurt, but she could start moving forward. What if, said Ichigo, after at least a minute of silence, I wasn't not interested. Damn it. Or, yeah? What do you mean? I dunno, said Ichigo, with a shrug. I mean, I never, thought about you that way, but... I mean, you're not bad to look at and you're nice, so, maybe it's worth a try. You really are a smooth talker, huh, said Orium. Hey, give me a break, alright. Said Ichigo frustratedly. You spring this on me, and I don't know what the hell to make of it, and dash. It's great, said Orium. We'll go out. Do something together. See where it goes. How about that? Ichigo, at a loss for further words, simply nodded. Good. Good, said Orium, the reality of it starting to sink in. He said yes. Kinda. Sorta. But, he didn't say no. So. I'll get back to you on that, yeah. She said. Yeah. And, yeah, that's it. See you tomorrow, I guess. See you, said Ichigo. Orium quickly went out the door, determined to quit while she was ahead. It was close to midnight, and Erza approached the park by herself. She was coming up on the meeting spot the note had set out for her. She kept a hand on the hilt of her blade, gripping it tightly to reassure herself. She had told nobody. This, she was acutely aware, was very foolish. It would be just like Aizen to exploit a weakness like this to take her, to kill her, to capture her. This wasn't just foolish. It was dangerous, irresponsible, and unsafe. It jeopardized not only her but the entire operation. Yet, on she went. She wasn't sure why, against all human reason, she did it. Jalal Fernandez had been an evil man, had died an evil man, and the admirable little boy she had looked up to all those years ago had been long gone by the time she had first died. She owed him absolutely nothing. Yet, she couldn't resist it, couldn't resist the possibility of facing him once more. To tell him what she wished she'd had time to tell him before she died, before that fateful night at the tower. Jalal Fernandez. Her link to the past. The chain tugging at her mind, sapping her will. She had to deal with that, directly. Not in an interrogation cell, but face to face, without compulsion. He had been at the back of her mind ever since she had found out he was alive, it had eaten at her ever since. It had been good fortune that she'd had so very much to occupy her mind, God knows how it might have burned at her mind, otherwise. She came up on the meeting spot, at the center of the park, just by a clearing. She held her hand on her blade, almost halfway drawn, ready to jump into action at any moment. If this was an ambush, she'd trigger the Kido rune she'd had Momo inscribe on her arm, setting off an alarm. She was foolish, but that didn't mean she hadn't taken precautions. If this was an ambush, let him try it. She paced through the clearing, and what started as a professional inspection of potentially hostile territory turned into an impatient pacing back and forth, as she started to wonder just where the bastard was. This couldn't just be a joke, could it? There was no way. My apologies. The voice was quiet, carried by a night breeze through the forest, just audible in the silence. Erza tensed, immediately turning to face where it had come from, drawing her blade. Gritting her teeth, she saw him, a figure wreathed in shadow stepping out from the darkness of the treeline and into the moonlit clearing. The night was clear, and as he stepped into the light, her heart skipped a beat. The blue of his hair looked black in the dark, and his skin looked pale in the light of the moon, but it was him. Jalal Fernandez, the same face that she had seen before, thought dead so long, hated and resented. Clad in the white of Aizen's servants now, a bony mask fragment on his face and a sword at his side, he looked as menacing and predatory as ever. I wasn't sure you would come, he said gently. Please, let me assure you there is no danger. I have not come to deceive or ambush you. Lower the blade, please. Then throw your damned blade aside, Erza sneered. There was no patience in her for any nonsense at this point, and no ground she was willing to give. Would you do the same? No, Erza said bluntly. You throw yours aside, and I might consider sheathing mine. That's the deal you get. You must understand that puts me at a disadvantage, said Jalal mildly. Is there no compromise? Between the two of us, the one that's more likely to keep their word sure as hell isn't you, said Erza darkly. Drop it. Now. Jalal paused, appearing to think about it for a second, then cautiously reached for the sheath of his blade. He unfastened it from his belt, and with a decisive movement, he flung the weapon aside to the edge of the clearing. He threw up his arms to show them as empty. Well, there you go. I am unarmed. I certainly couldn't beat you last time. The advantage is yours, Erza. He sat down on a boulder behind him, staring her down. Erza gave him a long, suspicious glare, looking left and right for a potential attack. None came. Nothing could be seen or sensed. Slowly, she sheathed her blade, although she kept a hand on it still. You called on me, she said bluntly, so talk. Jalal appeared caught off guard, but he looked her in the eye, and a small smile came across his lips. You haven't changed much, have you? The hell would you know about that? Said Erza angrily. She hated the sight of him, and his calm demeanor only angered her more. She had died because of him. A whole life stolen from her, ripped from her family prematurely. He had paid the same price, but he had deserved it. She hadn't. I guess I wouldn't know too much, said Jalal, and his face turned severe, but, well, I suppose there is one thing I must say first of all. He got off the rock he sat on, fell to one knee, and bowed deeply. Erza, he said sincerely, I am so sorry for all the pain and agony I've caused you. I am sorry I turned your friends against you. I am sorry I had you taken back in chains, and I am sorry I cost you your life. Nothing I say or do can make up for how I've wronged you, but all the same, I beg your forgiveness. With eyes turned toward the ground, he spoke slowly and sincerely, earnestly. Erza's eye twitched as she listened in disbelief. Is this some kind of sick joke to you? She said, clenching her fists. You're sorry? You're sorry for the awful things you did, you son of a bitch? You have the gall to even take the words in your mouth? You don't know what sorry means, you vile little psychopath. I know you find it hard to believe, but I've changed dash. The hell you have, Erza snarled, surging forward, grabbing him by the hem of his shirt, forcefully pulling him level with her. You're the homicidal, insane cult puppet mage who'd have thrown the world in disarray if he could. You went on to become a hollow, a creature of pain, regret, and murder. You serve Eisen Saushik, of all people, and you expect me to believe you've changed. She raised a fist, and only the firm belief that hurting what wouldn't fight back was wrong stopped her from using it. Even so, it was tempting, deeply tempting. To let that armored fist come down, to avenge herself on this monster in a display of righteous savagery. I did change, said Jalal, a mixture of fear and anger creeping into his voice, his palms raised in surrender. You have no idea what I went through, but it changed me, Erza. Liar. Damn it, I was used. He cried angrily, his voice shaking. Zeref, whatever it was, my mind was possessed, twisted. I never had a choice in any of it. I never wanted what they made me, Erza. I never wanted for you to die, or to reawaken Zeref, or to cast a shadow on the world. I never wanted any of it, and I'm sorry. Erza paused, trembling. Possessed. I swear on my life, Erza. It's an excuse, she spat, an excuse for what you became. Isn't it? Maybe you did change. Maybe you took a long, hard look at what you became and regretted it, but you're still the man who killed me. I am, he said, and I can't take that back. But, if you won't believe me, then kill me now or turn me over to the goatee eye. I should. Do it, then. Erza breathed in and out frantically, and lowered her fist, letting go of his shirt, shoving him down onto the ground. I really should, she muttered. I shouldn't even be here. So, why are you, then? Because dash. You wanted closure. So did I, said Jalal, standing up and dusting himself off. I can't make you believe me, but I had to at least say it. Suppose I believed you for a second, Erza said sharply, staring him down. Suppose I believed all of it. What difference does it make? We'd still be enemies. We'd still be on the opposite side of a war. Jalal nodded. We would. So, why? I told you, Closure. I didn't want to go into battle facing you without having spoken to you cordially at least once. I wanted you to know I'm not a monster. Not anymore. And I wanted to see what kind of person you became. Well, take a good damned look, then, Erza said, angrily spreading her arms. I'm a captain to an organization I don't believe in. I'm trying to make a difference, but it's hard, and all the things I'm good at can't help me there. I'm still me. I still love my friends. I still wear my armor. I've remained myself, or at least I hope I have. That is me now. Jalal, does that satisfy you? It does, Jalal said with a smile. You've landed on your feet even after what I did to you, and it gladdens me. Shut up, muttered Erza. You have no damn right to be happy about me or where I wound up. But, I still am. Erza grit her teeth. What happened to you, then? Did you one day wake up and think, well, being a homicidal monster isn't the best, or what? My death freed me of the influence swaying my mind, but not from regret, said Jalal with a sigh, and so I became a hollow. I spent whole lifetimes just surviving, mindlessly. I was a monster then, Erza. But, through companionship, I regained my sense of self. Through caring for others beside myself, the ones who are now my fractions, I became myself again. Or rather, who I should have been all along. And, who is that? A better man, said Jalal sincerely, one who wants his own to be safe and secure. Somebody who has seen enough violence to want it ended for good. Is that what Eisen has promised you? Asked Erza, realizing, to her surprise, that she was starting to believe him. He has, Jalal said with a nod. Once the war is won, he will reform the Godai and bring peace to both Shinigami and Hollow. The senseless killing will end. There will be peace, Erza. Erza sighed. He spoke with conviction, with fervor, like a man who truly believed. Jalal, listen, she said sharply, and don't think I have forgotten or forgiven, because I haven't, but Eisen will not give you what he promised. He offered me the world, too, but the moment I wanted out, he threw me to the dogs. He is a liar and a manipulator. He always tell you just the right thing you want to hear, the kind of thing you want to believe in, and he sells it so well. He's a masterful actor. He offers you sweet honey, but it's poison. He'll use you, too, Jalal, and throw you aside when you are no longer necessary. Jalal's expression stiffened as she spoke. You don't know our Lord like I do. I know him better than you ever will, Erza said bitterly. Trust me. I've seen the true side of him, the one he doesn't want any of you to see. The shark. The cold, ruthless killer that will destroy anything in his way. She cared. That was the absurd part. For some reason, it felt important that he know the truth. Listen, Jalal, Erza implored, you say you're a changed man. Want to prove it? Give yourself over to us. Work with us, against Eisen. I'll keep you and your friends safe. You have my word. If I can stomach Grimjo Jaeger Jaquez, I can stand you, too. If you want a better path, I'll offer it to you here and now. Erza, said Jalal solemnly, no. I can't. Yes, you can. Barked Erza. You could do it, right now, just like that. I can't, said Jalal, shaking his head. Erza, when I said you have no idea what I've gone through, I meant it. I know what it's like for a hollow, said Erza. I know them as well as any Shinigami could. I know there's pain. I know you're also human. I know dash. Do you know what it's like to fight for your life, constantly? Asked Jalal severely. Do you know what it's like to lose a limb? 2 limbs? To have to feed off bottom scraps until you can regrow them? Do you know what it's like to pounce on something weaker than you, sink your teeth into it and ignore its squeals of pain and fear because you're hungry and you need to eat? Do you know what it's like to see your pack mates ripped to shreds before your very eyes? Do you know what it's like to live every moment of your existence in fear, always on alert, always knowing you may have to do something terrible to somebody else just to stay alive? Do you know what it's like to be a monster in a world of monsters? To be made into a psychopath because the world is mad? I dash. You don't. You can't. Nobody can who hasn't climbed the ladder, said Jalal somberly, shaking his head. I've lived through absolute hell, Erza. A hell forced upon me and everyone else, a cycle of violence that isn't even necessary, just endlessly enforced by itself. That is hell, Erza, and it's been my life for long enough that I'd rather die than let it go on. Even if Lord Eisen did deceive us, which he is not doing, then any amount of peace would be preferable to the alternative. You don't understand. Not until you've walked 100 miles in my shoes. Peace? It's a tyrant's peace he offers. It's peace at the cost of freedom, if he even allows you to live. Compared to constant agony, a lack of freedom is still better, said Jalal resignedly. Erza sighed irritably. Then there's nothing left to say, is there? I guess not, said Jalal. Truly, Erza, I am glad for this opportunity. I am grateful you would listen to me at all. But, we are still enemies, at the end of the day. I hope you'll live through this. I hope Lord Eisen will let you see the full extent of his vision. And that, I'd rather die than let happen, said Erza firmly. Then all has been said that can be said, Jalal said with a shrug. Thank you, Erza. You've become a good person. I wish you the best of luck, truly. This is mad, Erza muttered. Mad. Maybe. A few minutes ago, I would have gladly killed you. And now? Yes. I wish you some luck, too, Jalal. If you have changed, you deserve a chance to make the world a better place. I hope you'll live to make that change. Thank you, Erza, said Jalal, his voice not quite stable. I will. You had better go, said Erza. We're not going to agree, and I might change my mind about taking you in. The next time I see you, we'll be enemies. To the death, if needed, said Jalal with a nod. It is what it is. Until then, Erza. He retrieved his blade from the ground, and without another word, he opened a portal back to Las Noches, back to his home. Damn you, Erza hissed under her breath. Damn you, Jalal. She had hated him. Part of her still did. But, another part of her now pitied him, felt for him, because just like she once had been, he was a lost soul under the sway of a serpent, and he would never know it until it was too late. Sarda canonical o make time. Momo walked out in a huff. This wasn't how she'd planned on ending her day. Grimjo had been allowed another one of his outings, but he was running late, and with Erza out, the task of retrieving him had fallen on her. She had been directed to the bar he was supposed to frequent, and it hadn't taken Momo long to find him. He was splayed out on a leathery couch in his Jigai, wearing a pair of tight-fitting pants, a leather jacket, and no shirt whatsoever. He was surrounded by a crowd of admirers, at least half a dozen young women and, Momo noted, one young man. And that's when I decided to abandon my life of crime for love, Grimjo said dramatically, a smirk on his face. The crowd was hanging on his every word, and the two prettiest girls were leaning on him, squeezing his muscles. Grimjo had a way of looking indecent even when fully clothed, and the scene before Momo was, despite the fact that everyone was technically clothed, positively lewd. A blush crept up her face as she mustered the courage to walk up, put her foot down, and drag the insufferable hollow back. Wow, said one of the women, giving him an entranced look of pure lust. You defied your boss for one woman. I did, said Grimjo, putting on an obviously fake air of melodramatic regret, but much to my regret, he had his vengeance and took her life. I killed him in my anger, and for my sins, I was sent to prison. I swore then that I'd walk the narrow path and leave my life of crime and danger behind. Grimmy, what if somebody tried to hurt me? The girl at his left insisted, rubbing his muscled abdomen. For you, Yukiko, I'd do anything, even if it meant breaking the promise I made to my dead wife, Grimjo said, giving her an intense stare. I'm sorry. I'm just that weak of a man. Don't say that, Grimmy. Insisted the girl on his right. You're the strongest, most handsome man I've ever seen. You're too kind, said Grimjo dramatically, but I'm just one man, weak as any other. I can only ever do my best. Your best goes a long way, a third girl chuckled, her tone rife with insinuation. Mr. Jaeger Jacques, said Momo firmly, stepping up, you are running out of time. You are coming back with me to the... Buzz off, said Yukiko defensively. We saw him first. The girls all shot Momo hostile glares, but Grimjo made a calming gesture with his hand. Relax, gals, he said smoothly. She's my, parole officer. Don't you worry about her trying to get with me, she prefers tacos to sausages, if you know what I mean. Mr. Jaeger-Jaquez, said Momo furiously, you will come with me right now, or the commander will be very cross with you. This was met with a series of jeers and boos, but Grimjo stood up, making some apologies to his crowd of admirers. Sorry gals. Another time. But, you didn't even finish the story. One of the girls said. And, we didn't even get to, you know. Next time, said Grimjo with a cocky grin. Momo all but dragged the self-assured hollow away, gritting her teeth in anger. You are an animal, Grimjo Jaeger-Jaquez. Ah. Thank you, ya little nerd. You're a disgusting, lewd creature. There's no need for this much flattery. You know one of the people staring at you that lustfully was a guy, right? Momo muttered, pulling him out of the bar. Huh, said Grimjo. Didn't notice. He paused, appearing to think about it, and for a second Momo hoped she had managed to unsettle him. Then he shrugged. Well, a hole's a hole, right? Momo made a face. You're disgusting. Wow, Momo, said Grimjo with a snigger, I had no idea you were such a homophobe. Ease off the bigotry, will ya? Momo said, pointing angrily at him, her irate words escaping her before they could even take form, you are just the worst. I try, said Grimjo humbly. Huffing angrily, he laughed as Momo dragged him back home. Check the description for the links to the author.